And go live. Welcome back, Nova Soldier. You procrastinate every gacha story, it's really bad. It is really easy to. Welcome back. Welcome to Switch 2 owner. Okay, I think we're live on YouTube. Welcome everyone on YouTube. It's time to pull for White Lotus's E0 Saber, and then we will be checking out the HSR collab story. Are the Fate Go FGO stories really good? Yeah, the Wuthering Wave story. I think I only have an hour and a half left, so maybe I can also finish that. Viewer polls first. Let's exchange some polls first. We have 76, and then I think they had a few polls. Let's do 80. Maybe we can just directly run our 50-50. Double check. Saber E0, not guaranteed. Collect White Lotus. Collab stories temporary, character is forever. True. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Saber, 7. Do you want to do a tempo or a single pose? Last time I got 3 5 stars and 90 wishes. Should I do single pose from 70 pity, or do you want me to do a tempo? Let's check with the White Lotus. 10x for double. Up to you, says White Lotus. Or I will do a tempo. Surely our Saber is in here. Good luck. She also came to 80. Good luck to White Lotus. Let's click through. Destruction into Saber. We did it! No troll today. Congrats to White Lotus on your E0 Saber. Do you want to go for the Lycone too? Exactly 75 pity, because you still have 70 pulls. Or you could save if you want. E0 Saber 1. Lycone or no Lycone? Let's check with White Lotus. Easy and smooth, says Pyrite. Our day 2 pulls didn't go as well as our day 1 pulls. The siren call into overpulling. The Saber Lycone is decently worth. How good is the Lycone? The Lycone pity carries over to future Lycone collab banners, so it doesn't carry over to limited Lycone banners. The Lycone is 10 to 15% damage increase over fall of an Aeon. It helps with her energy though, which makes it more valuable than Archer's Lycone for Archer. Welcome back to Pichichi. If you don't pull for her Lycone, you will be using Fall of an Aeon. If you set up your 50-50 lost characters, you could set up a no destruction. But Clara and Blade, honestly, I feel like top, better than your Yanqings and Japards. And collab pity only carries over to the next collab. I don't think the final signature is good on Saber. Thus burns the dawn. Cause your Saber, unless you're going speed boots, I feel like your Saber generally can go on attack boots, so the speed doesn't do much. The second part is useful, but the wearer uses ulti. I feel like it's on the best Saber limited Lycone besides her signature is, I think, Dill. The final one isn't that great. Yanqing is fine, says Dichu. When's the last time you used Yanqing, Dichu? Chat, what would you do? I think most people pulled for Saber is Lycone after Saber, but Paul Hanabi says Herax. Personally, since you're past the 200, you're waiting for later news on 3.5. You could hold off and then see what they confirmed for 3.5. And the Saber banner also lasts quite a while. The collab banner is around for a bit. So I think you could go for the Lycone, even if you don't get it. If you want to save your polls though, or rather, you can make your decision later, because the collab banner is around for a long time, so you don't have to pull now. You could use her with Fall of an Aeon first and see. This banner will be here till at least 3.6, so you can always choose later. If you want to save for the next two characters, you're down to wish, says White Lotus. If you're trying to save for Ceridra or Hycilent, you could wait to pull later. How good is Archer's Lycone? It's like also 10 to 15% damage increase compared to CSS. I think CSS is actually a bit better. Your next alternative after Archer's Lycone would be CSS. You can use Ceolian ratios, but they're around the same too. Around the same as CSS. That's a good point, says White Lotus. In that case, you'll wait. And the collab banner is around long term. So you could play your Saber first, because I'm assuming you already have Fall of an Aeon. Oh, it's on Firefly currently. Firefly's gonna get her Lycone stolen. Let me log off your account for now. Thank you for trusting me with polls. Good luck if you're planning to poll for the Lycone later. Log out. Welcome Fane Nisberia to the stream. Log out. It's time for the Fate story. But the Archer Lycone only free this patch. But we're pretty far on White Lotus's account for the Archer Lycone. I think we need to do 120 more pulls for the Archer Lycone. Surely Firefly will get buffed like Blade after getting benched for 2 years. People are still using Firefly. You almost make it sound as if she's already benched. Though I think some people did bench Firefly. Lurk! Thank you, Dichu, for the lurk. Good luck with slowly catching up in HSR. Let me pause my Spotify. We can listen to the in-game music for our Fate story.
Oh, 那是知更眼，他怎么来这儿了？
Is that Robin? I wonder if I can play through. Maybe I'll change the language to Japanese when I hear Saber speak. We'll play through the beginning in CN first, and then we'll change because you can change the language like throughout the dialogue. My Firefly will never get benched. Can we replace Blade with Firefly for the 50-50 lost characters? You would love to always lose 50-50 to Firefly? We're not gonna get Firefly as a lost character. She's a premium character. She doesn't go into your 50-50 lost banner. I never finished my Clash. So that still has 28 days. I think I have a dot because I can claim... Can I claim anything for free? Oh, maybe it just has a dot. We already warped collaboration event. Trailblaze continuance. Robin showed up with some weird treasure. Wait. I'm currently here. Ah, this is our Robin chilling next to the Holy Grail. I'm lurking. Thank you, Kulor, for the lurk. It takes Firefly 5 enhanced basics to take down the Pegasus. Well, specifically versus, I think, certain enemies. It is not very ideal to take in your Firefly to fight them. Holy Grail just casually floating there. Take your time to sight in. You'll lurk to keep yourself from ranting about the collab. Well, apparently people are waiting for me to finish so they can rant about the collab afterwards. Oh, I should take out my archer to play the collab. I didn't level up my saber. I don't think I finished leveling up my saber yet. Let's take out my archer team. Archer, Sparkle. We don't have the Cypher. Take out these four. My archer's missing a little bit of crit rate. This rolled 1 and 2. And then this also rolled E0 Archer is better than E6 Celia. Where is your Celia buff? Your Celia buff is in the form of the free Archer. Technically, everyone got a Celia buff because we all got an Archer. So it's like a free buff. You just have to switch characters.
好久不见。罗斯姑母先生说你今天会来，我就在这儿等了一会儿。
Mr. Screwlum said you'd stop by today.
这台设备就是测试差分宇宙的装置吗？
She's commenting on our DU unit device. You're interested in DU too?
你误会了。虽然在折纸大学中选修过历史，不过我显然不是参与科研的合适人选。我今天来是受人所托，为你带来一件礼物。
She's here to bring us a gift, the Holy Grail. It's time. Did you finish the story already, Roy? You also got a free Sealy from Ariel on your ult. And the Sealy... Your Sealy's E8 already? Why does the collab not have ENVA? Because I think some people posted like the various reasons, but there's no ENVA for the collab characters, which I think is why they didn't include it in this patch. Wait, Roy actually finished? Wow.
不知道你还记不记得？ 之前在平洛康尼召开的那场圣杯战争。
For the hydrate. Wait, what Holy Grail War? Do you still remember the Holy Grail War we had in Penacony?
一点也不意外。这个叫做圣杯的奇物确实很古怪。
Holy Grail Curios Bizarre indeed.
虽然还记得我们一起经历了这场冒险，但事后回想起来。 有些细节却变得模糊起来了。老奥蒂先生将这尊圣杯赠给了我，作为对参与圣杯战争的人的补偿。我希望将它摆放在会场10号上，他本人也表示赞同。按照他的说法
，This Holy Grail actually has a lot of details with the design on the actual Grail. Ariel already did Holy Grail and forgot. 早安，史密祖，欢迎回来。 Still looking at the grill like a fire drink. Old OT gave me the Holy Grail as a token of gratitude. I wanted to display it on the feldspar.
哦，论装点徽长10号的装饰品，还有什么能比号称可以实现一切愿望的杯子更加气派？
That was a pretty good imitation of old OT. Too bad I can't listen to her say this again in Japanese. I think it only applies to the next line. And when I change the voice, she doesn't say the current line. Oh, but I can listen to it in... I can listen to it here. Oh.
貴重石号に展示するのにこれほどふさわしいものはありません。
I like being able to change the voices, but I can take it out in the history. That's genius. I like how the CN Robin did the laugh. Thank you, Hataki, for resubscribing. Welcome back. Oh, let me get rid of my viewer poll text. Thank you for the reminder. Welcome back to Hataki. Haven't done the quest since James. I'm surprised. You've been having too much fun. Oh, you've been having too much fun with Betrayals. I see. No, we're not doing this on White Lotus's account. I forgot to get rid of the viewer poll text.
罗斯姑母先生受托对圣杯进行了无害化的处理，现在的他不过是个寻常的梦泡，不会再有什么回应愿望的非凡特性
Mr. Screwlum neutralized the power of the Holy Grail. Now it's just an ordinary dream bubble, stripped of its wish-granting properties.
如果当真能用这圣杯实现一个愿望。 你想实现什么愿望？
If the Grail really could grant you a wish, what would yours be?
想实现的愿望，似乎在进行圣杯战争的时候，也
Someone
有人
asked
问过我
me
类
a
似的问
similar
题。
question to Saber ask us the question. Your thoughts? Gradually rewind to the beginning of the Holy Grail War as many vague details gain clarity. It was a long time ago, or not so long ago. So that's how it starts.
作为匹诺康尼的上一届盛会巨星，他曾是万众瞩目的焦点。
Who's this?
而如今，史无前例的匹诺康尼第一届圣杯战争即将开幕，
And now,
他又再度回到了所有人的视线之中。
unprecedented first Pentaconian Holy Grail War is about to kick off. Sweetly
来，姐
is
妹，
back in
向
the
观众们展
spotlight.
示一下你手上的那个，这叫啥来着？纹身？
Show the audience the tattoo on your
是
hand.
令咒，
They're the command spells.
没错
That's，what
令
ours
咒。
look like.
作为被选中参与圣杯战争的资格证明，听说凭他的力量，能号令匹诺康尼历史上的名人为你而战。
The Siam was better, says Lamb, and the laugh was good. You did the whole quest in the Siam voiceover. Since Saber also sounds good in Siam and only changed to JP at the end. Maybe we'll do half. We'll try it. We'll start in Siam first.
接下来，让我们将时间留给水晶日报的金牌
Is
记
that a
者。
reporter?
荣誉队员，如果成功获得圣杯，你想实现什么愿望呢？
Wait, this voice sounds familiar. I'll never remember. If you won the Holy Grail War, what wish would you want granted? Swim in money, wish for peace. Is a time for me to become the Aeon of Elation. I'd wish for 2 more wishes. What are you two even doing here?
啊，荣誉队员在回避本记者的提问哦。该不会是
Sounds like a hook.
有什么不可告人的愿望吧？那么你有信心成为圣杯战争最后的赢家吗？
Do you think you've got what it takes to win the Holy Grail War? This reminds me of when they interviewed us during that Radiant, that one mega event quest. There's no way I'm winning this. I'm not that eager to win. Why are you both acting as reporters?
哦，荣誉队员顾左右而言
Dodging
他
a
可
question
能
again.
藏有杀手锏。
是撒手锏了。
It's an ace, not a
哦，
mace.
对了，荣誉队员打算召唤哪位匹诺康尼历史上的传奇名人呢？哦，你该不会和胡克一样，对匹诺
It is
康尼
Hook.
的历史完全不了解吧？
Which legendary figure from history are you
哎
planning
呀，
to
姐妹
summon? Oh, it's,
咱
it
贝
is
洛伯格
shampoo.
人
I know.
难得走一趟天外旅行，能在异星和自己的老友不期而遇，心里面真是装满了高兴。虽说场合有些不太
I
对，
didn't
但
recognize
你该不会
shampoo
装作
though.
不认识咱吧？
I recognize Hook's voice. I didn't recognize Shampoo. He didn't sound as troll as I remembered him from before. The rare treat for us Belabogian folks to travel off-world, running into an old friend on an alien planet. Sure, the occasion might be a little weird, but don't tell me you don't recognize
我
us.
和漆黑的虎克大人约好了，这趟盛会之星的旅行得全程录制些精彩记录，给老乡们开开眼。这不，正巧碰上你来接受匹诺康尼圣杯战争的采访。
Here we are stumbling upon you being interviewed for the Pentaconian Holy
原来
Grail
如此
War.
我刚才就在奇怪，
Hosted.
明明是我们频道拿下了独家采访权和播放权，怎么还有人来抢行？
Oh,
来
they
人
were
赶快进
posing.
场！
They were posing as
我们
random
可以谈谈，对，
interviewees.
谈谈合作。
We can talk this out. How about a collaboration?
喂，木须草加戏，就算再怎么是个钱串子，也不可能忍心向这么可爱的孩子索要授权费吧？
Thank you, Folio, for subscribing with Prime. Thank you for supporting this stream. Even the money-loving Alfalfa family wouldn't charge such a cute kid a license
姐
fee,
们儿
right?
就当是做个慈善呗，让这位小朋友完成一下他的社会实践作业，又有什么损失呢？
Let Hook finish her social studies
助
project.
理，快请这2位游客一边待着去。
Get these 2 tourists out. The assistants surged forward without warning, escorting the 2 foreign visitors far from the scene.
由木须草加系全力筹办的第1届匹诺康尼圣杯战争正在进行时，我们将全程追溯参战狱主们的踪迹，并为各位带来最新鲜的一手报道。
So we launched directly into the first Penaconian Holy Grail
在对
War.
无名客进行匹诺康尼圣杯战争进一步采访前，让我们先进一段插播广告。
A commercial break?
各位想必一定曾听说过关于圣杯的传说吧？
I'm sure you've all heard the legend of the Holy Grail,
浩
haven't
瀚
you?
寰宇中，这样的传言比比皆是。追寻者们踏上重重苦旅，只为追求一个能化心愿为现实的奇
Girl
迹。
looks so shiny here. Across the vast cosmos, such tales abound. Is this BGM new? Seekers embarking on grueling journeys in pursuit of a miracle capable of turning their deepest desires into
能
reality.
有幸见证它存在的人却少之又少。哦，哈哈哈哈！现在
I love his
我将
laugh.
为各位带来一个见证它的机会。
I like the BGM in the back. You just had the craziest luck. How lucky were you? Only a rare few ever had the privilege of witnessing its existence firsthand. But today I bring you all that very
我
opportunity.
将能实现一切愿望的万能许愿机圣杯，
So
在
Mr. OT,
匹诺康尼。
OT brought the Holy Grail to Penacony. And the BGM does sound pretty epic. Got E1, S1, Saber, Blade, and Fusion. Congrats to Sora.
哎，当然了，许愿的资格无比珍贵，就像人生中大多数比赛那样，要想得偿
You have to
所
fight for
愿，
it.
就得和其他竞争者决出。圣杯会召唤出匹诺康尼历史上那些杰出名人的英灵，令其死而复生。而你，勇敢的逐梦客，将成为狱主，驱使这些从者战斗，
We will
直
become
至幸
masters,
存最后一人。
commanding the servants until only one
听
survivor
起来有些
remains.
暴力，担心他像泰克岸机动球竞赛那样断肢横飞，血
Sound
花
a bit
四溅。
violent. Fear
不
not.
必担心，请永远记住，在匹诺康尼的美梦中不存在死亡。
There's no
你
such
们所
thing as
见证的
death.
一切暴力都是安全无害的梦境秀，唯独愿望成真是真实不虚的奖赏。
The only thing real is the prize of having your wish come true.
毕竟，这里可是逐梦之行。在匹诺康尼，每个心怀夙愿的人都有机会实现自己的
I
愿
guess
望。
the Holy Grail, the theme does synergize with the Penacony theme. Welcome back to Nick. There's stream today. Because I didn't stream yesterday. I fell asleep yesterday. Welcome back to Nick. Somehow heard that as Penacony. Here in Penacony, anyone with a dream in their heart has a chance to make it a reality.
现在由木须草加系主办、苏乐达赞助播出
Sponsored by Soul
梦
Glass.
想为赌注的残酷战场——匹诺康尼第一届
First
圣杯战争开幕。
Ever Penaconian Holy Grail War. At the same time, the host is sitting elsewhere watching the advert with interest.
哎呀呀，太棒了！
Scott?
我尤其喜欢您用幸存者而非胜利者去鼓舞参战者。
I
没
didn't
什么比
expect to see
我想的
Scott
成
here.
目标更能激起一个人的斗志啦。
I love the Scott CNBA. He's so troll. Welcome back, Andrew Finn. This is pretty cool. Scott in our Penaconian story. I loved how you used the word survivor instead of victor. Nothing stirs up a person's drive quite like the goal of simply staying
真是极
alive.
富煽动力的演讲，奥迪先生，就算是路易斯·弗莱明本人也没法做得更好。
What an inspiring speech. I love the Scott VA. Welcome Fumble the Fumbled. 开中配的最大理由，斯科特的中文 VA 中文配音太棒了。
啊，孩子，把摩勒密的小嘴先收收。
我看重的可不是你带给我的情绪价值。
I'm not
我邀
here
请
for
你
your
加入，
flattery.
是希望你全力以赴，成为幸存者。
Brought you in because I expect you to give your all and become the survivor. Wait, Scott's gonna be a part of our Holy Grail competition.
别怪我多嘴，奥迪先生。我当然很高兴得到您的赏识，但说到底，我只是一个微不足道的小角色，还是公司的小角色。
I'm just a
听说
nobody.
您一直很不待见公司，不是吗？所以
Why me?
为什么选我？
我向匹诺康尼的股东和家主们发送请柬，欢迎他们加入到这场圣杯战争中来。有些人做出了回应，有些人却嗤之以鼻，把我精心布置的欢会当成一个商业噱头。
Oh, he doesn't like how some people turn him down.
看来优渥的生活总会磨平大人物逐梦的锐
He
气，
wants the underdog
而
to win.
小角色就不同了。
I know Scott 6-star
孩子
win.，
请向我重复一遍你打算向圣杯许下的愿望。
Me again. What wish would you make to the
鄙人
Grail?
斯科特想登上公司职级 P45的高位。
I want to climb to P45.
真是俗不可耐的愿望。你甚至没想过要和钻石那样的大人物平起平坐。
You're not even dreaming of rubbing shoulders with legends like Diamond.
但是比起什么我希望宇宙和平之流的屁话，这才是真正脚踏实地的感人梦
Compared
想
to
啊！
bullshit nonsense like world peace, your dream is refreshingly
所以
grounded.
圣杯真的能实现我的愿望吗？
Scott's gonna be
当然
fantastic.
是真的，孩子，烙印在手上的令咒已经证明了你的资格。
I don't see
你
his
也召
command
来了
spells
从
yet.
者，并见证了他的力量。
You've also summoned a servant and witnessed their power for yourself.
毕竟这可是梦里，冰淇淋和酒瓶都能开口说话，乐器自动演奏，什么实现愿望的圣杯，死而复生的历史名人，倒也不太让人意外。
Grail that grants wishes, not so
更重要的是，
far-fetched here.
如果圣杯是真的，奥迪先生，您为什么要把它分享出来，
Why are
办这
you
种
sharing the Grail?
节目？我是说，要换作是我，早就闷声发大财，自己偷偷许愿了。
That's a good question. If it were me, I'd keep it to myself, make my wish quietly, and get filthy rich.
是个好问题。那么，让我来考考你，斯科特。
Let me test you.
对一个活过10个琥珀季，从无数场阴谋和斗争中幸存下来，银行户头上躺着怎么花也花不完的财富，同时攀上了匹诺康尼顶峰的老人来说，
To an old man who survived 10 Amber Eras, navigated countless conspiracies and power struggles, accumulated an endless fortune, and climbed the absolute pinnacle.
人生中
He
还有
just wants to
什
see
么
people
非实
fight.
现不可的愿望？
What's left for such a person to wish for?
更多的钱和
Thank you, Abuse, for the hydrate.
谁会嫌这2样东西多呢？我不知道，你就直说吧，奥迪先生。
Yeah, I thought old O2 was gonna say you can't just get the Grail and make a wish. It's a bit more complicated. More money and power? No one ever thinks they've got too much of either, right? You tell me.
你的猜测已经很接近了。
We're getting close.
区一个愿望，又怎么能满足我？我要将圣杯战争打造成匹诺康尼未来的一项新兴娱乐，与逝去的历史名人会面，将他们召为从者，为自己而战，最终实现梦寐以求的愿望。
Imagine meeting historical legends, summoning them as servants, and finally making your
匹
wildest
诺康
dreams
尼
come true.
将会拥有协乐大典之外另一项吸引寰宇目光的盛会，数不清的金钱和逐梦者会涌向这里，远比过去多得多。
The next grand spectacle. standing alongside the Charmony Festival, dreamers and wealth beyond measure will pour in
而在这
far more
作为
than
示
before.
范的第一届圣杯战争中，没什么比一位小角色愿望成真的故事更有煽动力了。
And he
明
wants
白吗
Scott to win as an underdog, claiming victory. Welcome back to Rogue Vault. Happy 28 months. Thank you for resubscribing with Prime. Welcome back to Side Duel.
我不会让您失望的，奥迪先生。
I get it now.
我一头孤狼，我有无论跌入怎么样的绝境都能幸存下来的自信。
As a lone wolf, I have the confidence to survive no matter how desperate things are.
您说，就在刚才的电视节目里，我又见到了那个数次让我跌落人生谷底的宿敌。
He saw the trailblazer.
命运使然，他也来到了同一片战场。
Funny how fate works. She is here on this battlefield too. Yeah, I was thinking, didn't we wreck Scott pretty hard in the last event?
你是说那个星穹列车无名客吗？那可是个爱出风头、实力强劲的选手。
单论实力，过去的我确实不是这个怪物和他那些同伙的对手。
Ah, but he's different.
现在的我已经脱胎换骨了。
I'm not the same man I was back then.
作为狱主，善用召来的历史英灵从者，发挥他们名为宝具的特殊能力，才是幸存的关键。
As a master,
我说的没错
survival
吧，
hinges on
瑞
using...
克先生？
Mr. Rekka's here too? Survival hinges on using your summoned heroic spirits, your servants wisely, and utilizing their noble phantasm.
在圣杯战争结束前，
Oh!
请暂时用葛瑞迪这个名字来称呼我。
I wonder when we're gonna get our playable Mr. Rekka. Wait, Mr. Rekka's the servant? I just realized. I see. I thought he was addressing him as like an equal, but turns out... Please address me as Grady Master. Mr. Rekka's the servant? Yeah, it's the guy whose eyes look like the YouTube play buttons. Oh.
在圣杯战争结束前，他应当用阿萨逊这个代号来
He's
称呼。
assassin.
你说的不错，葛瑞迪这个名字在如今的匹诺康尼一文不值，还是不提为妙。
I feel like we should get our Rekka as a playable one day. And there were different endings in the Scott event, but I think all of them led to him getting wrecked in different ways. Scott cannot be defeated in spirit. It's the monkey guy.
啊，哈哈哈哈！好不容易迎来了第二次人生，该把脆弱的自尊心收收了，
Got
老
a
朋友。
second chance. You've got a chance at a second life. It's best to let go of fragile.
名字代表了你的过往，也会揭露你的弱点。把自己的信息从竞争对手面前藏起来，这才是聪明人的做法。
Names tie you to your past. They also expose your weakness. A wise competitor hides their true self. I wonder what Mr. Rekka sounds like in JP. Japanese. Mr. Rekka.
聖杯戦争の間はグレイディと呼んでくれ、プロデューサー。
Oh.
そうだな。グレイディという名は今のピノコニーでは何の価値もない。わざわざ口にする必要もないだろう。
The JP voices sound grander. You're waiting for Mr. Rekka banner. I think we will get Mr. Rekka as a playable. I want to just play through. Oh, but I want to hear Scott in Chinese. I wish we could set individual languages for different characters, even though it would sound a bit weird. It's like someone will be speaking Chinese and then they'll speak English as a response, and then somebody will speak Korean next.
听好了，我用作品署名权和体验英灵的记忆作为条件，才换来那位导演自愿充当你的载体。
I had to offer him film credits and the chance to experience a heroic spirit's memories, just to convince Mr. Rekka to act.
你不是一直想创作一部惊世骇俗、留名青史的杰作吗？关于这点，你和瑞克先生都有同样的追求。
You should play this next
别浪
patch.
费我为你们创造的条件。
Wait, what do you mean by play this next patch? You heard some dreams? Next patch for which next patch? The 3.5 does not only apply to the collab characters. We're gonna listen through and see end of.
去记录下这场圣杯战争中那些参战者的经历，同时帮助你身旁这位野心勃勃的年轻人得偿所愿。
Mr. Raka, you gotta queue up first. Scroll him, probably. You've always dreamed of creating a masterpiece that would shake the world. Go record the stories and help this ambitious young man fulfill his.
按照狱主的吩咐，我的宝具早已瞄准了那些您邀请的对象，我可以将他们的动向随时呈现在两位面前的。
My noble phantasm has already been trained on those you invited. I can show their movements to you and
干
feel.
得好啊，萨辛！有这样方便的能力，我们一定能占得先机。
With this ability, we'll sure.
那些有意接受请柬，并打算加入圣杯战争的参战者，已经时刻在我的宝具注视之下了。制片人，你打算先看看哪个呢？
Which one should we check out first? Oh.
我的制片人，时间宝贵，
Please, God.
还是快点看看其他参战者的情况吧。
Hurry and check out the other participants. See what they
奥迪
say.
先生，我们这样提前召唤出从者，会不会有点儿
Summoning a servant early. Isn't that against the rules?
我还真没想到，我们的制片人这么在乎规则。
Grady's voice in Cian's pretty good too. I like the laughter. Welcome, Hasanico. Might not be as weird and actually true to life. You speak English, your friend replies in Japanese. I see understand the language, but don't know how to speak. Every VA for Rekka is quite good, but I really like the Scott CM VA.
当然要在乎规则了。不顾规则乱搞一气是很过瘾，但如果被人事后找麻烦，
Scott cares about
吃
the
亏的可
rules.
还是自己。
It's fun to break them in the heat of the moment, but if trouble comes knocking, we're the ones who get hurt.
啊，放心吧，
Rest assured.
本次圣杯战争规则的最终解释权都归我老奥弟所有。
For this Holy Grail War, I have the final say on all the rules. Is he gonna bend the rules for
奥迪先生，
Scott?
我
Oh,
们这样当然
same
要
dialogue. Check on the status of the masters. So I can't even check I can't check the test quest dialogue. Trailblazer, Pom Pom, and then here we have Robin and Bootail, and then here we have Jade and Adventuring. Let's check this one first.
将异炮当成请柬，真有匹诺康尼当地的特色。
Using memory bubble as invitations, very Pentaconian thing.
不过更有匹诺康尼特色的，还得是这个，能实现一切愿望的万能许愿机。听听，像不像某个拙劣的商业骗局？还是在亚利洛6号这样的穷乡僻壤才能骗到人的诡
What's
计？
even more Pentaconian is this omnipotent wish-granting chalice. Doesn't it sound like a scam?
老奥弟端上了甘露，那么在杯中兑入的鸩毒，又是什么呢？
What kind of poison is mixed in the cup?
翡翠女士，你该不会真的在琢磨这个老头子玩什么把戏吧？
Are you actually trying to figure out what kind of game this man's playing?
为什么不呢？
Why not?
匹诺康尼的商界巨头抛下过去和气生财的形象，向家系之主和股东们发出邀约，进行这场梦中的角逐，允诺事后
Isn't it
兑现一个
fascinating?
你心底无法实现的愿望，这不是很有趣吗？
Jade also goes around trying to grant people's wishes, though for a heavy price. The one constant of fate, rules are made to be broken. Welcome back, Noble Arya.
有趣，位高权重的人生命每一分钟都价值连城，谁会愿意放下身段陪他消遣这样的把戏？
Adventuring's not interested.
如果事后证明所谓的圣杯只是纯粹的商业噱头，事情恐怕会变得更有趣了。
People with real power wouldn't waste a second of their time on something
老奥
like
弟显然明白这点。是什么样的收益让他愿意押上苜蓿草家系的商业？
OT should know this too. What kind of return is big enough for him to risk the Alfalfa family's reputation?
所以， 您认为这个万能的许愿机确有其
You
事？
think it's real?
纵观寰宇，通过某种方式攫取命途力量、达成奇迹的仪式并不罕见。我与人签订的点带契约，不也是一种助人心想事成的仪式吗？至于我们获赐的基石，更是如此。
这么说起来，您有兴趣接下这封请柬？
So Jade believes there is a chance.
我对圣杯战争确实感兴趣，但不是对圣杯本身，而是对那些会被奇迹打动、加入角逐的
What
人。
intrigues me are the people who joined this war for a so-called
将自己的
miracle.
愿望寄托在不知来历的圣杯上，就像一只全身涂满了油的狮子
It's like dousing
非要表
yourself
演
in
钻火圈。
oil and diving straight through a ring of fire.
前景不容乐观，但场面一定精彩。
Doesn't look promising, but it'll be one hell of a show.
这正是一个观察与结交的好机会。圣杯能满足的不过是一个幸运儿，而词语点压，不，公司的战略投资
She's
部
here to pick out
却
victims
能满足他们所有人的愿望。
for her bonded date
我们未
exchange
来的战略需要更多朋友。
and gather
傻金
allies.
你会接下请柬加入这场圣杯战争，对吧？
But she's not joining. She's asking Aventurine to join. Aventurine being like, no gamba equals boring.
我就
knew
知
it.
道我和匹诺康尼缘分不浅，只是把参赛资格烙印在身上的方式，真让人有些不快。
We need Aventurine to get wrecked again. I have to say, the way they mark the participants, not exactly pleasant. Aventurine doesn't like
说
getting
到朋
marked.
友，一位潜在的友人也回到了匹诺康尼。很显然，我们不可能与他建立任何官方往来。但好在他之前曾和你交换过
Speaking
情
of
报，
allies,
建立了
Buto's
些许
returned.
信任。我希望你能趁这次圣杯战争的机会，和他加深一些友谊。
Strengthen your bond with
如
Buto
您所愿。
as you wish.
这是战略投资部的人也会加入。
The IPC is joining too.
斯科特先生这是怕了。作为市场开拓部的成员，他们的手可管不到你这边来吧？
Their reach shouldn't extend to you, right?
没错，阿蒂先生。何况有您给我撑腰，就算是路易斯·弗莱明。
That's right.
咱们就让路易斯·弗莱明好好歇歇吧。斯科特先生，公司不过是广阔银河中的一个选择罢了。有时候我们需要为自己争取一飞冲天的机会。
Sometimes you
我
need to
看
fight
好你哦。
for your own shot at greatness. I have high hopes in you. Check out Robin and
帕姆
Buto.
先生，好久不见了。
Mr. Pom Pom.
真的宝贝的好笑。姐妹儿，我知道自己的身份比较敏感，但在刘梦娇还是直呼我的大名吧。
Just call me by my name.
打从猴子在这儿大闹一场后，咱俩确实有好一阵子没见面了。哼，经纪人怎么会放任你这样的大明星在这儿搞街边演出？
How'd your agent let a big-time star like you put on a street
真正的歌者
performance like this?
不会只向靠近舞台的观众献唱。
A true singer doesn't only perform for the ones who can afford front row seats.
倒是波提欧先生，你出现在这儿，代表着刘梦娇又要发生什么大事了吗？
Your appearance here means something big's about to go down again.
可别把我说的像是什么灾难警报装置。你知道圣杯战争吧？广告到处都是，匹诺康尼没人不知道。
He's here for the Holy Grail.
所以，波提欧先生是来参加圣杯战争的吗？
You're joining?
嗯？你怎么这么惊讶？
You
我是
seem
不
so
应该参加吗？
shocked. Am I not supposed to?
我当然不是这个意思，又或者说，我就是这个意思。
That's not what I meant. Perhaps that is what I
据我
meant.
所知，这场圣杯战争理应指向加系之主、公司高管
She's
和星穹
surprised
列
to
车发出了
receive
邀
an
请函。
invitation.
换言之，就是匹诺康尼的决策者们。
我帕姆先生不就是星穹列车的成员吗？
Aren't I Pom Pom, a member of the Astro Express?
我不是那个意思啦。
That's not what I meant.
开个玩笑，不知道发了什么神经，那个老可爱给刘梦娇也送来了一份邀请函。米凯担心事情会变得像过去那样，上面人找乐子，底下人挨刀子。
He sent it to Mika.
所以他把请柬转送给了我，说是我会感兴趣。
Louis Fleming, one of the 2 founders of the IPC. Who's the other one? You've never heard Siam Buto before. I'm used to hearing the Siam Buto with the 宝贝。
我明白，米凯先生可以说是在变相向您
Is
求
the
助。
other one the person that they don't like? Mr. Mika's asking for your
合
help
理
and his.
我高低也算是2次拯救过匹诺康尼的英雄人物啊，不管是星期日还是猴子。
I'm after all a 2-time hero of Penacony.
嗨，瞧我这欠爱的破嘴，跟你提这茬干什么？对不起，我对什么无无不爱的圣杯没兴趣，但圣杯战争，这听起来太他宝贝的危
I
险
don't
了。
care about the Holy Grail, but the war? That sounds
的确。
dangerous.
我也有同感。
Have that feeling too. Collab characters have voices in C and dub. It's only muted in E and dub. Oh, Dong Fang Xiqing. Dong Fang Qixing is the other one. Oh, I see. Thank you, Renesh, for the hydrate.
把死人从坟里召唤出来，彼此厮杀，然后赢家通吃，这鼻形兽样的比赛规则，实在和我爱不到一个壶里去。典型的公司小可爱思维。
Summoning dead guys from their graves to duke it out, winner takes all. Sounds like something the IPC guys would come up with. No heckin' way have I been.
既然接受了米凯的求助，我也要全力以赴，免得事情闹到收不了场。
Since Mika asked, I gotta see this
行了
through.
该准备准备了。接下来要按请柬的指示召唤英灵了。回见。
Summoning a heroic spirit.
这个人是通缉犯波提欧。
That's the wanted criminal
奥迪先
Buto?
生，您能不能撤销他的资格？让通缉犯参与圣杯战争实在太危险了。万一他许愿让公司员工全员暴毙，那不就完蛋了？
Can't you revoke his qualification? Letting a criminal join is way too dangerous. What if he wishes for every single IPC employee to drop dead?
孩子，你这是默认这位牛仔会打赢圣杯战争？这么灭自己威风可不好啊！
Where's your
一旦
confidence?
接受了请柬，烙印了令咒，身为狱主的资格便是无法撤回的。
It's too late.
那就请赶快派出猎犬，对这个通缉犯重拳出击。
He's scared. We should send out the bloodhounds and take the criminal down.
可是那位波提欧先生说的没错，他是2次挽救过匹诺康尼的英雄，贸然对他进行围剿不是什么妥善处
We can't
置。
jump the gun and hunt him down now. He saved Penacony twice.
斯科特先生为何如此忌惮这个家伙？
Why are you so scared of this guy?
因为一些小小的个人恩怨，
Personal history?
他对我们部门的同事下手时格外残暴。
Got a particularly brutal way of handling my department's people.
这不正是你为同僚们报仇雪恨的好机会？请您尽力获得胜利，将这位高傲的牛仔狠狠击落吧。
That is true. Scott's more of a criminal than Buto. Though Buto is definitely more merciless than Scott. Scott's just mean.
放心吧，
Like
奥迪先
the
生
bully.，
别说一个小小的波提欧了，只要
I
陷
got
阱和
this.
计谋准备的充分，就算是路易斯·弗莱明，也不过是待宰羔羊。
好，你不择手段的样子，有我年轻时的风采。
Pom pom time.
又是哪位乘客乱扔的垃圾？等我抓到他，一定要让他罚抄100遍列车卫生守则。
Thank you, Soy Dalian, for resubscribing. Happy 1 year. Thank you for the 1 year resub. Who the heck keeps tossing garbage around? The next passenger Pom Pom catches littering is going to have to write down the train sanitation rules.
匹
100
诺康尼第1届圣杯战争，诚邀星穹列车参与，这样凑热闹的事情，乘客也许会感兴趣吧。
I see, so we got the invitation, the express got it, and then Pom Pom gave it to
他似乎不在，不如转交给3月乘客和单横乘客。咦，帕姆的手为什么染上了一块涂鸦？
Wait, Pom Pom's gonna be a contestant? Maybe I should pass this to Martin Danhan instead. Wait, why is there graffiti on Pom Pom's hand?
擦不干净，
Pom Pom
到
got the
底是谁搞
command
的恶作
sealed.
剧派？
It won't come off. Who's behind this prank? Pom Pom?
真是伦常颠倒。
World
星
turned
穹列
upside
车上
down.
的动物竟然也能获得参赛资格？
Even the animals on the Astro Express can enter this tournament. Pom Pom.
奥蒂先生，需要我优先处理一下吗？
Should I take care of this first?
不必了，让这种选手参赛不也很有趣吗？
Letting a contestant like them compete? Wait, is Pom Pom gonna leave the Express? How's Pom Pom gonna compete on the Astro Express? Last but not least, oh, do we not get to see? Talk to Assassin about the current situation. Oh, I don't get to check. I guess we were previously here with the Trailblazer.
啊，舞台布置妥当，角色们也都纷纷上场了。不过，狱主，对你我来说，这场圣杯战争似乎有一些潜在的隐忧。
Stage is set and the characters are all in position, but Master, this Holy Grail comes with a few complications.
这一次的竞争对手，确
Doesn't
实
need
都
to.
不是
He'll
圣
just
徒
keep
的灯。
sweeping. Bro kept sweeping. Pom Pom gonna sweep to sweep the competition.
不，
Competition is no joke.
我的意思是，纵观这批登场角色的前十，主要可以分为3类：和你的部门有着竞争关系的，和你的部门有个人恩怨的，和你个人不共戴天的。
What I mean is, if you look at the backstories of the participants, they fall into 3 categories. Those who are in direct competition with your department, those who have a personal grudge, and those who see you as their sworn enemy. So who are the masters so far? Scott, Aventurine, Trailblazer, Pom Pom. We've only seen Buto. That's only 5 so far. Where are the other 2?
换言之，从叙事学角度来讲，我们目前所发现的每一位参战者，都会在第一时间将你作为目标。
In other words, from a narrative standpoint, every single participant we've identified so far is likely to target you first.
这叫引诱吗？我还不知道这里每个人都跟我有仇。
Like I didn't already know everyone here has a bone to pick with me. No one likes our Scott. Wait, Robin? It hasn't been confirmed, at least in the story, that Robin would be one. But I think from the trailer we did see, hasn't been revealed yet.
一点小小的个人经验，并不是每个人都和你有仇，孩子。你要学会区分利益冲突和私人恩怨。
Not everyone is your enemy. Learn to separate conflict of interest from personal vengeance.
这两者最核心的区别在于，前者有的谈，后者没得谈。
The key difference?
所以，如果我是你，
The first can be negotiated. The second, not so much.
就会优先处理私人恩怨。谢谢您，奥迪先生，我受益良多。
真是巧妙的故事回环，往日狭路相逢的角色，注定要在圣杯战争的舞台上分出胜负。
With a poetic twist, old rivals now destined to settle the score on the Holy Grail War stage.
所幸我抽到了你这张上签assassin， 凭借你的宝具，
and Mr. Rex as
能战的
assassin.
先机。
With your noble phantasm, we should have the upper hand.
啊，若要说占得先机，光得知对方要做什么恐怕还不够，就像光有剧本却不付诸拍摄可不行。我必须提醒你，狱主，你最讨厌的那位无名客，此刻正在准备召唤从者的仪式。
I'd like to remind your master your least favorite nameless is preparing the ritual to summon a servant. Saber!
嘿，无名客，老子必须先把你给撂
Gotta take care
了，
of
以
you
免夜长
first.
梦多。
Can't have any loose ends hanging around. We're gonna wreck Mr. Scott and Rekka first.
接下来就是最激动人心的时刻了。无名客将踏入召唤阵，念动咒语，召唤出匹诺康尼历史上伟大的灵魂之一。
Oh, it's all recorded. Sweetly will step in the summoning circle, chant, and summon one of the greatest souls.
究竟会是哪位匹诺康尼的历史名人会受召降临呢？是铸造梦境的格拉克斯，还是最初的猎犬？让我们拭目以待。
气氛都烘托到这里了，去召唤阵那里开始仪式吧。
It's time to begin the ritual. We already have Archer. Summon a servant in the formation.
开始吧。汝之身躯托无麾下
Robin?
吾之命运付汝剑上。
Heed my words, my will creates your body, and your sword creates my
因列
destiny.
车之鸣笛，
Well, these are all
是
of
香
them.
香酥酥脆脆的帕姆派而来者。
If you heed the express's whistle and obey the crispy, crumbly pom-pom pie, then
我
answer.
并非为成就世上一切善念而来，却注定为摧毁世上一切恶念而死。
I have not come to bring all the good in the world, but I am fated to perish, defeating all evil in
自
the
琥珀
world.
王之石心中流溢而出的7个魂灵，
Seven souls flowing from the Amber Lord's stony heart.
穿越平衡之轮出现吧，天秤的守护者。
Come forth from the circle of binding, guardian of the scales. So I only have 6? Oh, I don't have the text. You waited for a while, but nothing happened.
所以，从者呢？
So, where is the servant? There was no light pollution, no exciting music, and no soul that came down from the sky. There was only an awkward silence.
啊，我从者呢？
Where's my servant?
真想把你这个丢人现眼的时刻
Wait,
永远记录下来，当成传家宝，子子孙孙传下去。
The sparkle BGM. Should you wait for Cerebral or Poetribby? Poetribby. 开始自创了。I wish I could capture this pathetic little moment of yours and pass it down as a family heirloom for
我
generations.
还担心你会抽中什么了不得的幸运签，换来哪个可怕的从者。没想到啊，没想到，你是个神憎鬼厌的家伙。和你一比，拥有从者的我都显得不够孤狼了。
The troll
要不这名
BGM.
号借你用2天吧。
Not here to laugh at. Compared to you, even I seem less of a lone wolf now that I have a servant. Maybe I should let you borrow that title for a couple of days. Scott, are you my servant?
试问，你就是我的从者吗？
Tell me, are you my servant?
我才不是你的从者，白痴，我是你的对手。混蛋，你该不会认不得我吧？
You're so upset. 这句话可以切日配听一下。What does it sound like in Japanese? Oh, Japanese. Yes, this line.
どう？あんたが私のサーバントか？
そんなわけあるか！バカめ、私はお前の敵だ。まさか忘れたのか？
He sounds a bit more upset in Japanese. Baka. Thank you, Hakaishin, for the 3 months resub. Happy 3 months. The JP, they did a pretty good job here.
そんなわけあるか！バカめ、私はお前の敵だ。まさか忘れたのか？
Masaka, do you not seriously recognize me? It's pretty good. The JP Scavia is pretty good too. Hi, go back to our Chinese again.
就不浪费时间了。趁召唤仪式失败的最佳时机，连本带利尝尝过去我受的所有屈辱。
Summoning ritual just flopped. Now's the perfect time to serve you every ounce of humiliation you once dealt me.
既然你没召唤出从者，那我也不用从者来揍你。
I'm a fair guy.
兄弟们，杀！
Since you failed to summon a servant, I won't use mine to beat you either. Boys, go get them! I have a servant with me.
你可没说过对手实力有这么强啊！
这根本不是我们能对付的。
Arr,
你们这群混蛋，给我撑住啊！
来捉迷藏，你
捉迷藏
会找到答案吗？
用棉飞逝者再临，
别动呀！
真是不着。
看了的不，吹送，无处可躲。
能让我玩开心？
Gotta go finish it off.
我下手狠。
Ouch.
这些废物点心比我想的还不顶
Useless
事。
Max.
总之，先撤退吧。
Fall back. That was it.
斯科特先生，你该不会只有这2下子吧？
That's all you've got. That's
接下
exactly
来
what I was thinking.
换我来抓你了。
Guess it's my turn to hunt you down. Chase the fleeing Scott.
你还真有胆子追过来呀！
Really have the guts to chase me
可
down?
惜呀，可惜，你的圣杯战争之路就要到此为
The
止
Holy Grail
了。
War ends here.
目标已经进入包围网了，准备好了吗？阿萨西，
Targets in position. Ready,
随时
assassin.
可以拍摄，我的制片人。
Ready to roll, producer.
血浆横飞的星间砍杀喜剧 ，Action！
Blood-splattered interstellar slasher comedy. Another fight. Whoa!
这些是
I have
什
the
么东西
film rolls.
不过是些不值一提的群演罢了。
放尊重一点，
Why is
这
your
可是我
mouth
宝贵的一部分。
very valuable to me?
断水，
你们选错了对手。
Well, let's wait. I like the BGM here.
加把劲儿！战斗体验该有2倍速就这。
God face. TV.
看了的不，吹送，
Human.
来捉迷藏，
I need to
会
do
找
it
到答案吗？
Oh, I can't
别
say.
想跑！
我前来送行。
Hey,
The bone of my soul,
ulti is only single.
unlimited. Blade works. 穿身，
别动呀！
吹送，
在我喊卡之前，这些群演会永无休止的表演下去。
Until I yell, cut these extras.
打不死你也累死你。
If I can't
真是
kill
受
you, I'll exhaust you.
外行人居然在打圣杯战争，这哪是未来世界，
Who's this?
简直就是世界末日！
你谁呀？
Who are
给
you?
我看好了，臭外行，这种时候你就应该这样做。
Watch and learn.
逝者再临，
Whoa! It's Lancer! Oh! So that's how
头
Lancer
枪是
That's
怎么回事？
fear. What just happened?
怎么清场了？
Now wipe the field, Lancer! Oh, he even gets the
不
entry
会这
music.
家伙是你召来的从者吧？阿萨姐，快想想办法！
Assassin, do
有
something.
人搅局，制片人，正面作战可不是我的长处。
He can't do frontline combat.
这个来片场闹事的家伙显然不好
Has a
惹，
little. His outfit
还是
looks
先迈动
really
您高
different
贵的
here.
腿，开跑吧。
True damage Lancer unit. I wonder why we didn't get Lancer as like a new 4-star. It would have fit too because he's actually in the collab. Please be playable our next 4-star.
让狱主也灵体化了。
I wanna hear his JP.
阿萨信这个直接，怎么总是有些让人不快的本领？
Assassin class. Japanese.
て、マスターまで霊体化させやがったか。アサシンってクラスはどうにもいけすかねえ技を持ってやがる。
The Japanese sounds a lot closer to what I remembered. the CN Lancer, I think the JP Lancer sounds better here. Like this voice, that's the Lancer I know. We'll listen to this part in Japanese first. Are you my servant? Going around asking everyone. Do I look like it? You're the sacrifice. You can call me Lancer.
当然これが神明ってわけじゃねえが、お前はすぐこの舞台から降りる身だ。
Wow.
わざわざ名乗る意味もないよ。
Big words. You'll be out of the game soon. Does it even matter?
あばよ。サーバントを召喚できなかったマスターさん。
Farewell, master with no servants. Saber! Our servant's here.
と
I asked you.
あなたが私のマスターか。
Are you my master? We got our Saber. Contract formed. Servant summoned. Lancer was about to delete us right there.
てめえ、最悪な再会だな。
What a terrible reunion.
同感だ、ランサー。私がいる限り、マスターに指一本触れることは許さ
Saber,
ない。
I remember. As long as I stand here, I won't let you lay a hand on my master. This is just like that is like in UBW. The Saber entrance.
喜べ、ジョーちゃん。お前は特賞を引き当てた。
Lancer was about to delete Shiro in UBW too. And then Saber came in. Well, kid, you just hit the jackpot.
もう安全です、マスター。怪我はありません
It's
か？
safe now, Master. Are you hurt? You two know each other?
過去の聖杯戦争で幾度か刃を交えたことがあります。
And they even say they
彼
knew
と
each
は
other
敵対
here.
することが多かったものの、
It
悪
happens
人で
in
はありま
both
せん。
three FSM routes. I see. Our allegiances often clashed. We always clash. He's not a bad person. Lancer always gets offed. You don't seem to be from this world.
はい。それには私も気づいていまし
Noticed
た。
that as well.
限界の際、聖杯は今回の聖杯戦争に必要な知識を授けてくれました。しかし、そこには難解な概念が多く含まれており、
This world
ここは私の知る世界とは
completely foreign.
全く異なっているようです。
I want to hear the Saber in Chinese for a bit. See how she sounds. Safe now, Master.
现在应该安全了，玉主，你没受伤吧？
Ah.
在过去的圣杯战争中，有过几次交手。虽然我们经常立场相悖，但他人还不错，我也察觉到了。
Her CNV is not bad. But I like the
在召唤献祭
JP.
的时刻，圣杯给予了我参与这场圣杯战争所必须的知识，但这些知识中却充满了难以理解的概念。这里似乎和我熟悉的世界完全不一样。
Her voice has a nice. She does sound a bit more serious. I'm gonna go back to JP. OG
あ
Saber.
そういえば、自己紹介がまだでしたね。申し遅れました。
They translated
私は
Altria
セイバー
again
のクラスのサーバント、
versus
名を
Artoria.
アルトリア・ペンドラゴンと言います。セイバーと呼んでくださっても構いませんし、周りに人がいなければ神名で呼んでいただいても結構です。
You may call
か
me
つて
by my
キャメロットの騎士王として知られていましたが、その地については何もご存じないですよね。
We do have a Camelot here actually.
どうやら異
Yeah, I
な
like
る
the
世界であって
OST
も
here too.
何かしら共通点はあるようです。こちらのキャメロットは今どのような状況なのでしょうか。
Different worlds have their share of strange parallels. Does your Camelot still stand?
残念だけどもう滅んでるよ。でも生き残った人たちもいる。友達のグネビアって子がそこの出身なんだ。確かランスロットっていうお兄さんもいたっけ。
I have a friend from the Guinevere. She even has an older brother named Lancelot. Wait, what?
グネビアの兄上。
ランスロット血がつながっているのですか？
Lancelot? Biologically related?
それはひとまず置いておきましょう。
She's so confused.
どうやら異なる世界の間には
Let's put
随
a pin
分
on
と
that
大
for
きな
now.
違いがあるようです。
Clearly our worlds have some serious differences. Guinevere, Lancelot. Sir Guinevere was one of Saber's knights from the Round Table, but here they're related. To help the servant understand this dream world bathing and memorial, you go on a lecture about the interstellar travel and cosmic geography. I am surprised they directly mentioned Guinevere and Camelot. Only to suddenly hear a thunderous rumble. It's time to feed Saber.
申し訳ありません。初対面でこのような見苦しい姿をお見せしてしまうとはマスターには感知できないかもしれませんが、この世界にあるマナの量は微々たるものです。加えて私のような誰にも知られていない他の世界の英霊は知名度や神秘性による追加の力を得るのが困難となります。つまりマスター、この近くに比較的量の多い食事を提供してくれるお店はないでしょうか？問題ありません。味にはさしてこだわりはありませんし、空腹は最高のスパイスとも言いますから。じゃあここの名物の天かん手羽バーガーを食べに行こう。そっちの世界にはない食べ物だろうし。
At the same time in the golden hour.
不運と強運の間を渡り歩くギャンブラーの僕でも今回のドローはさすがに。
そうか、俺は結構気に入ってるぜ、あんたのサーバント。ルールを守るし、きちんとお互いの領分をわきまえてる。背中を任せる相手としては、あんたらみてえな腹に一物抱えた連中よりもよっぽど信頼できんだろ。
Hunger is the best seasoning. It makes so much sense. It makes everything taste yummier. Welcome back, Ding Dong. I have to say I kind of like your servant, a partner who plays by the rules and knows his boundaries. I take that over your schemers any day.
確かに素晴らしいサーバントのようだけど。
Oh!
君、
Brutal gets
ピノコニーの歴史上の誰？
Adventuring. I kind of like your servant. It's adventuring servant.
親愛なるマスター、この冗談のような世界と私に何かつながりがあるように見えるか？
I want to hear my outro in Chinese. Let me change my language back.
亲爱的狱主，我看起来和你们这个奇怪的世界有任何关联吗？
Do I look like I have any ties to this bizarre
看起来
world?
和你的从者一样，他也来自另一个世界。
Looks like just like your servant, he's from another world.
我倒是松了一口气，幸好不是我所属的世界，在未来变成了这副纸醉金迷的堕落样子。
It's actually a relief. At least this nightmare of indulgence isn't my world's
他
future.
宝贝的腿，两个外地人召唤了两个外地人，这圣杯战争怎么也沾上了地狱骑士？
Guto. Oh, Guto probably summoned Lancer.
是3个，有3个来自其他世界的从者。
I like the archer in CN. It's the same in Chinese as Hasonico. Make that 3. There are 3 servants
哟，
from
不
another
求力，
world here.
被人家打回来了。
Things didn't go your way, huh?
张嘴就把别人的真名报了出来，你到底有没有素质？
Did you just say my true name out
有什么
loud?
关系？这是个没人认得你我的世界，
It's okay, no
没
one
人
knows
知
it's
道
here.
爱你，也没人听过库兰的猛犬的大名。
不过这也意味着，我们不得不在劣势状态下，与受到本土力量强化的英灵们战斗。
I see, so only these 3 are from the other world. We're fighting against heroic spirits who get buffed by this world's
哥们儿，
power.
就让你探查个情报而已，
Just like how
怎么能累
Scott
成这
has
样？
Mr. Rekka. I asked you to do a little recon. How did you end up looking this
唉
weak?，
别提了，我原本能将2个狱主一网打尽，结果阿萨信掩护狱主一块跑了，另外一个灰毛召唤出
Almost
了。
got to. But then Assassin covered his master and the gray-haired kid
没有
summoned
灰毛，那是自己人啊，你爱他干什么？
gray hair? That's one of ours. Why were you
你
fighting
这家伙
her?
不是对我下达指令， 要我逮着最欠揍的那些人收拾吗？
哎，和他见面时得好好澄清一番误会。哎，你说他的英灵也和你们一样？
Guess we'll have to clear up that little misunderstanding when we meet. Wait, you said her heroic spirit is like you guys?
那是一位
their servant.
我俩绝不会陌生的 Saber.
Is a familiar a Saber we're both familiar with?
好，还真是意外的重复。
That is an unexpected.
你们经常被召唤到不属于自己的世界吗？
Are you guys often summoned into worlds that
不属于自己。我们大部分时候都处在不属于自己的境遇里。
That's all the time,
时代、国家、战争，
这样面目全非的世界，我还是第一次见到。
I've never seen a world so completely alien.
身为意志力的守护者，你们不必细究那是什么。我原本就应当出现在错误的圣杯战争之中。也许那2位也是因为相同的原因。 来到了你们的世界。
That said, you don't need to know what that means. My job is to show up when the Holy Grail War goes wrong. Maybe the other two are pulled here for the same reason.
我们是被你连累的。
That's your fault. We're all stuck here.
错误的圣杯战争是什么意思？
What do you mean by a wrong Holy Grail?
意思是说，在你们的世界中，圣杯战争是个很常见的仪式，而在我们的世界中，老奥蒂把这个仪式搞错了。
Did old OT completely botch the
在我们那里也不至于很常见，但你们肯定是搞错了。 首先，圣杯不是玩具，尤其不是你们这些魔术外行该去乱碰的玩具。
First off, the Grail's not a toy, and it surely isn't something amateur mages like you should be
这一
messing
次，
with.
我们的肉身甚至都不是经由魔力构成的。
This time, our physical bodies weren't even constructed from magical
按照我的
energy.
猜想，
How did
也
they
许圣杯调用了与魔术性质类似的存在，构成了一场拟似圣杯战争。
The so-called Grail must have tapped into something similar to magecraft to create this pseudo
被
Holy
篡改的
Grail
仪式，
War.
被某人占有的圣杯，作为参赛者的主办方，兰斯，还需要我说下去吗？
A corrupted ritual, a Holy Grail in the hands of someone who is the host of this war. Do you want me to spell it
简直
out?
像把幕后黑手贴在了自己的脑门上。
Might as well slap mastermind on.
好消息，这次的狱主不像是个会滥用令咒的坏东西了。
At least my master this time doesn't seem like the kind of bad guy who'd abuse their command
那么
spells.
事情很简单，我们一起去把主办这场圣杯战争的老可爱
I
给
see,
逮
this is
出
like
来
a。different kind of Holy Grail War. We just find the muddle fudger behind this Holy Grail War and drag them
但
out
如果
into
他
the
就等
open.
着我们上门，再把我们一锅端呢？
But what if they're waiting for us to wipe us out in one go?
受不了。虽然很烦人，但也没
And now
办
we're
法。
all gonna work together.
我应该是这里唯一受过正统魔术知识修炼的人。
See if we
由
can
我先试
figure
着去
out
解析对方的布置，
their real
方便
goal.
弄清他的目的。至于你们，躲着也好，主动出击也罢，应该没有谁能威胁到你们的安全。
As for you guys, whether you hide or attack head on, you should be safe for now. A breeze blows past, and the blue-haired man disappears.
嗯，这时候给我发短信干什么？他宝贝的
Oh,
这
I
台词，
texted Buto.
他给全美骑士夺舍了。哼，算了，反正也不是第一次见他这样。
Not the first time she's acted like this.
这么快找你兴师问罪来了？
Already hitting you up for revenge.
不，他让我们去克劳克影视乐园谈谈结盟的事情。
She says she wants to talk about an alliance. In the meantime, at Dream Flux Reef. That's Robin.
我本以为英灵的模样会
Who's Robin?
显得更特别。
I thought a heroic spirit would look more special. I thought Archer would be Robin's.
这似乎也并非我的本来面目，但很抱歉，我只能以如今这样平庸的形象与您见面。
This isn't my true form, but I'm afraid this is the only way I can appear
蒙您
before
的召唤而来，我是
She is
卡斯特，
Caster.
我自然希望能与您坦诚相待。不过，每次我尝试说出自己的真名时，
I
却会
prefer
变成
to
这
be
样，
honest with you, but every time I try to say my own name, it turns into this
不协和音。
dissonance.
可是，
Thank you,
那是
Karan,
你自己
for
的
the
名字。
hydrate. Low budget servant. It feels like Robin got a NPC servant. At least Scott got Rekka. Rekka, who looks like he'll be playable one day. Meanwhile, Robin got a random caster.
它被注册成了商标，而版权早已不在我的手中。抱歉，我的玉主。
It was, but it's been trademarked, copyrighted, owned by someone else. I'm sorry.
还是请叫我知更鸟吧，我不太习惯这样的称呼。
Just call me Robin.
知更鸟小姐，很遗憾让您失望了。我只是活跃在逐梦时代的一位过时的艺人，在娱乐业高速的新陈代谢中，枯萎凋零的一块死皮。
I'm just a faded star from the age of dreaming, a piece of dead skin in an industry that sheds its past without a second thought.
我创造过辉煌。
She looks very different from what I remember from.
也许翻翻那些故纸堆里早已被遗忘的旧杂志会有答案。我记得他们曾称呼我永恒的荧幕美人，稀配遗落的金色音符。
I was brilliant once. Who was I? Maybe you'd find the answer buried in some old forgotten magazine. They used to call me the eternal silver screen beauty, the golden note of Shipei's legacy.
我曾有过更多的名字，
I had even more names.
但自出道以来，就再也没拥有过自己的名字。
Ever since I stepped into the limelight, I've never
直到死
had
去，
my own.
直到又像如今这样被从坟墓中挖出，在这崭新的世界中。 重新登上我那陈旧的舞台。
Not even in death.
我仍只能对自己的名字避而不谈，稍有涉及，却会被不协和音所取代。
Even now, when I've been dragged from the grave to perform on this new world's old stage, every time I try to speak my name, it gets drowned out by that cursed dissonance.
那是我的名字，我的名字，我的名字。
But it's my name.
对不起。
Sorry. It's okay.
没
Let
关
it
系的，
out.
发泄出来吧，我完全理解。 有
Robin
时候
understands.
我也想要情绪失控一下，不过在舞台上，在聚光灯下，身为表演者的我们，只能强令自己平复。
Sometimes I want to lose control too. But when we're on the stage, under the spotlight, performers like us have to keep our composure.
既然你没办法使用自己的名字，
What should I call you?
那我该怎么称呼你
Caster?
呢？按照圣杯赋予我的直接，
Caster.
叫我 Caster 吧。
The title the Grail
不
assigned me.
我不喜欢这样的称呼。我想要一个你选择的名字，
I want a
而不是
name
一个
you
选择了
chose,
你的名字。
not a name that was chosen.
谢谢你，知更鸟小姐。
Miss Note?
请暂时称呼我音符小姐吧。
音符小姐。
我记得自己活着的时
Miss
候
Note?
并没有这么情绪充沛，大概是残缺的灵机对性格产生了影响。
I don't remember being this emotional when I was alive. Maybe my fractured spirit origin is affecting
没有
my
真理，
personality.
没有宝具，只剩这
But
可
she
笑
doesn't
的
have a
戏剧
noble
片刻。
phantasm either.
但我仍会竭尽自己微薄的力量，帮助你，也为我自己
Welcome
赢
back
取
to
向圣杯许愿的
Yamamoto.
机会。
We got our first NPC servant. Don't judge a book by its cover. True, maybe this NPC is full of personality. Why the caster also has a head circle? Because they previously were probably also a Holovian.
你也想获得胜利吗？
You want to win?
但在我看来，唯一的胜利只有让战争消失，
The real victory is making this war disappear.
而这恰恰是武器力有未逮，唯有歌声才能做到的事。
That's something weapons can never achieve. Only song can do that.
可惜人们总会记得那些打赢战争的人，而不是那些力图让战争消失的人。
People always remember the ones who win wars, never the ones who try to end
无论狱主想要令战争消失，还是
end
赢
the
取
war
胜
by
利，
winning the war.
都需要找到几个同盟。就像舞台上的演出，不能仅有主角独舞一样。
We need to find
这也
out.
正是我在考虑的事情。如今加入圣杯战争的人选中，至少有2位是我信得过的朋友。我已经向其中1位发出了邀请，打算和他开诚布公地聊一聊目前的情况。
There are at least 2 people I can trust. Sweetly, our trailblazer, and Bluto?
匹诺康尼，
Saber!
尝试像云朵一样。
Wait, I want to hear Saber in Japanese. Japanese.
勝手に口の中に飛び込んでくるアイスクリームと綿あめ。
Ice cream and cotton
本
candy.
当に不思議な場所です。
Just chirp and jump straight into your mouth.
マスターの言う通り、ここは夢に浸っている世界なのですね。
World is steeped in dreams.
しかし、このドリームリーフという地に足を踏み入れてから、ピノコニーは確かに聖杯が選びそうな世界だと納得しました。
Oh, but it wasn't until we arrived that I truly understood why the Holy Grail chose this place.
どんなに豪奢な宮殿にも、人目のつかない片隅には埃が積もるものです。
Ah.
そこには忘れ去られた人々の満たされていない無数の願いがひしめいている。
Every shiny palace has its
だからこそ
forgotten corners.
聖杯はここに降臨したのでしょう。
Gathering dust ignored, and in those places, there are people with countless unfulfilled wishes. That's why the Grail would come here.
ドリームリーフの存在がピノコニーは夢の地ではなく現実の誇張された投影に過ぎないことを証明しています。
I love Saber's ahoge. This land proves Penacony isn't a dream kingdom, but an exaggerated reflection of reality.
その話はまたにして、とりあえずご飯にしよ
Find some
う。
food.
セイバーのお腹の音を聞いてたら、こっちまでお腹空いてきた。
Listening to your stomach rumbles making me
ですが
hungry.
サーバントとして限界する際は
Is your wallet
その
good
世
to
界の
go?
通貨を持たないのです。
Servants don't
マ
bring
スタ
money
ー
when they materialize.
手持ちは大丈夫でしょうか。
Saber wrecked quite a few people's wallets this past week. Don't sweat it. I've got plenty of cash. Well, if we run fast enough, it's free. No worries. The fast food joints are cheap with big portions.
安心しました。私も歴戦のサーバント。
She just
質
wants
に
to
は
eat
あ
a
まり
lot.
こだわりません。
I don't care about the quality of food.
見えてきた、セイバー。あそこが無料ファストフード店だよ。
未知の世界の食堂。どのような食に出会えるのでしょう。
Time to run over with our archer. Look at how Archer can't reach this thing. How? He's like so close. How does the basic attack? He's too short. He like leans forward, but he can't slash this thing, Archer. Surely the skill can.
ブロークンファンタズム。
Got you. Archer, just use your bow. The blades are too short.
いらっしゃいませ。ご注文はどうしますか？
People die when they're killed. My dear guests, what would
あ
you
ら
like to...
我らがスター・オブ・ザ・フェスティバルじゃない。あなたも聖杯戦争に参加してるのよね。
You guys know the gossip around here too.
もう2までってどういう意味？ドリームリーフって情報が早いのよ。
This is the Dream Flax Reef. News spreads
お
like
隣のそ
wildfire.
ちらが召喚した英霊ね。ねえ英霊さん、あなたもピノコニーの歴史上の人物なのよね。
Saber's
一体誰なのかしら？
in a different world.
申し訳ありません。聖杯戦争において
Can't
神明
reveal
は
my
極
true
めて
name.
重要な情報のため
そうなの。大事なレシピを秘密にしておくのと一緒ね。
ところで
Secret recipe.
こちらのお店の看板料理は何でしょうか。
What's the best dish? I thought she doesn't care about quality. She should ask what's the biggest dish on the menu.
ドリームリーフが初めてなら天かん手羽バーガーをおすすめするわ。他ではまず食べられない美味しさよ。
I recommend the Halovian winged burger. It's a burger you won't find anywhere.
うちのパンとその他の食べ物は全て純粋な有機記憶域農地で作られた原料を使ってるわ。それらが育つ土壌には有害な感情が含まれていなくて。
I haven't had burgers in a while.
ありがとうございます。
We'll go with the
ではそ
burger.
の天かん手羽バーガーを。
よし、100個ちょうだい。
100 burgers?
かしこまって。100個
Are you sure about that? Wait! Just in case some of them fly away.
真面目そうに見えてそういった一面もお持ちと。
Bad jokes!
量も量だから少し時間をいただくわね。ちょっと待っててちょうだい。
I wonder if Saber can eat 100 burgers.
そういえば、セイバーは聖杯に何を願うつもり？
So Saber, what wish would you make to the Holy Grail?
幸運にも勝利をつかむことができたなら、
If I'm lucky enough to
私は
win, I hope.
この話は後にしましょう、マスター。
We got
サーバン
interrupted.
トが
転換手羽バーガーを2つ、それから数素水を2本。ノーツガールさん、これでいいかしら。
Oh, this is Robin's JP V8. Robin sounds pretty nice in JP too. 2 Halovian winged burgers. She's also here for burgers.
ええ、ですが落ち着いて食事を楽しめそうにはありません。すぐそこに
We
サ
have a
ーバントがいま
servant
す。
in front of us. This is a friend.
お久しぶりね。
It's been a while.
ノーツガールさん、こちらが先ほど話した信頼できる友人よ。
This is the friend I mentioned to you earlier.
マスターのご友人でしたか。
Talk with Robin. Now we have our 2 servants. Saber. What does Saber say? We can feel her aura bearing down on you as if standing before an army. Miss Note? I can't talk to Miss Note. Robin.
店主さん、こちらのお二人のお題は私が持つわ。それから
Put their
静
meals
か
on my
に食事
tab.
ができるよう手配をお願いできないかしら。
She must not know
お
we
礼
ordered
に
100
チップは
burgers.
弾ませてもらうから。
Make sure we have a quiet dining experience. I'll leave extra tip for that.
ええ、料理を持っていくとき以外邪魔が入らないようにしておくわ。
No one's gonna bother you.
そちらのサーバントさん、少し殺気を収めてはいかがでしょう。いつまでも剣に手をかけているとなると、
Tone down the
こ
murderous
ちらも
look.
ロビンさんを守るために相応の行動を取らなければなりません。
我々は今聖杯戦争中です。あなたたちがマスターに敵意を持たないと確信
Stay
で
on
きるの
guard
で、
until I make
この手を
sure
剣から離すつもりはありません。
protective Saber.
お話中ごめんなさいね。ご注文の料理をお持ちしたわ。
Burgers are
喧
ready.
嘩するならお腹いっぱい食べてからでも遅くないでしょ。
とりあえず食事にしよう。
Let's eat
賛
first.
成です。
こんなに注文していたの？
You two ordered all of this? We didn't see the picture. The 2 servants polished off the
お
Halovian
腹
winged
いっ
burgers.
ぱい
We
に
ate
なっ
everything?
て二人とも落ち着いたみたい。やっぱり食事の席は話し合いの場にぴったりね。
I thought they would show us a picture of the 100 burgers. Well, I guess 102, because we ordered 200. We ordered 100 and then they ordered 2. I can't believe they made 102 burgers so quickly. The burgers got off-screened. They don't show many things, says Nick. Thank you so much for treating us to the Halovian winged burgers.
気にしないで。空腹が満たされた人の幸せそうな笑顔を見るのが大好きなだけだから。
I wanted to see
そ
Saber
れに
eat
し
the
ても
burgers.
あなたのサーバントって食欲旺盛なのね。
セイバーさん、ピノコニーの歴史上に
I don't remember.
あなたのような人がいた覚えはありません。
Anyone like
それもそうでしょう。私はピノコニーの人物ではありませんから。
because I come from a different
もっと
world.
お話の意味がよく見えないのだけれど。
I don't understand what
私
you
は
mean.
別の世界に存在した王国ブリテンを治めていた騎士王です。ピノコニーの歴史には存在しません。そのため本来であればこの地の聖杯戦争に召喚されるはずはなかったのです。
King of Knights who ruled the kingdom of Britain. I don't exist in Penaconian history. I shouldn't have been summoned
し
to
か
this
し
Holy
今回
Grail
の聖
War.
杯戦争には少なくとももう一機私と同じ世界から来た英霊がいます。
Saber hasn't seen Archer yet.
初歩的な質問で申し訳ないのだけれど、あなたたち英霊は一体何者なのかしら。本当に歴史上の偉人が亡くなった後の魂なの？
What exactly are you, heroic spirit?
英霊とは歴史に名を刻んだものです。そうひとまず解釈していただいて構いません。聖杯の召喚に応じ英霊は魔力で構成された肉体で限界します。また生前の逸話をもとに再現された切り札宝具を所有します。
There are those who've been summoned and remembered by history. When summoned, they materialize in the form of bodies made of magical energy and use special abilities, noble phantasms, which are based on their famous deeds in life.
魔力と宝具とは
Do these
何な
things
のか
really
しら
exist?
そのようなものが本当にこの世界に？
この世界は神秘が極めて希薄な場所のようです。私の知っている魔術も大半は力を発揮しないでしょう。ですので、今回の聖杯戦争はこれまでのものと大きく異なっています。私の体を構成しているものは魔力ではなく別の基礎的な要素のようです。それからそちらのノーツガールさんはキャスターとして私よりも現状を把握しているのではないですか？
生前の私は偉人とは程遠い人物でした。英霊として召喚されたことに私も驚きを隠せません。
In life, I wasn't anyone special. Miss Note was an NPC and got summoned. I'm quite surprised to have been summoned as a heroic
セイバーさんのように頼もしくもなければ自分の神明さえも失っています。私のような力のないサーバントがマスターのために一体何ができるというのでしょう。
I don't have the sense of security that Miss Saber has, nor have I even retained my true name. I don't know what a servant as weak as I can do for my master.
だとしても英霊として聖杯に召喚された以上、あなたは自分の物語を歴史に刻んだことを意味します。
You must have left behind your
そ
own
れに
story.
聖杯戦争において
Because you were
英霊
summoned
の
after
力
all.
は勝利を目指す上での絶対条件ではありません。
ええ、その通りだと思うわ。以前兄様がこのように話していたことがあるの。ピノコニーに伝説はあれど英雄はいないと。
I wonder when Sunday and Robin can be reunited again. My brother once told me Penacony is a land of empty legends and no true
兄様からするとピノコニーの歴史に名を残す偉人も伝説に登場する英雄もその姿は後世の人々が脚色したものに過ぎないそうよ。それらはショーウィンドウに飾られた退屈を紛らわすための商品で夢でさえリアリティショーの景品になり得てしまう。
To him, they're all just half-truths, images created by later generations, like products and a store
けれど
window.
今この瞬間他の世界から来たセイバーさんも過去から来たノーツガールさんもちゃんとここに存在している。
マスター、慰めてくださってありがとうございます。ですが神明が封印されている以上、セイバーさんはおろか他の敵からあなたを守ることすら難しい状況。
I'm afraid it's difficult to protect
夢を
you.
叶えるとなればなおさらです。
私はオーク家に残された唯一の指導者であ
Robin
り
says I don't need to be
調和の調
protected.
律師よ。あなたが思うほど脆くないわ。
She also
そ
doesn't
れに
have a
今
wish.
更聖杯に託すような願いなんて持っていないの。
I feel like Robin would want to wish for a way for Sunday to be able to be back on Penacony. Well, everyone is still fine with Sunday. As of now, I no longer have a wish to entrust. I feel like Robin for sure should have a wish that she wants to come true.
マスター、一体何を言っているのです？聖杯に託す願いがないなら、なぜ霊樹を受け入れ召喚人を使って私を呼んだのでしょうか？
If you don't have a wish, how did you accept? Why did you accept the command spell? Step into the summoning circle and
私
call
も
me here.
最初は半信半疑で参加を決めたの。この胸にある漠然とした願いを叶えられるんじゃないかと思って、かつて兄様は自分の願いのために強大な力を呼び寄せ、ピノコニーを眠りの中の理想郷に仕立て上げようとしたわ。あの儀式がもたらした影響は今もピノコニーの人々の心の片隅に残っている。
Thank you, Lady Rebellion, for the raid.
聖杯の
I hope
力
your
で
stream went well.
そういった方たちの傷を癒し、
Thank you for sending everyone
兄様
over
が
after. I'm currently doing the Fate collaboration story in Starville. Welcome, Garbasaurus and Retrotom. What were you streaming today? Thank you for sending your community over after. Appreciate it. Robin did want to use the Grail to heal Sunday's scars and make up for her brother's mistakes.
その考えは間違っていたみたい。ノーツガールさんを限界させた聖杯には何かしらの力がある。そんな得体の知れないものに漠然とした願いを託すのは危険極まりないことだわ。
Well, this part doesn't make sense. Summoning Miss Note showed me that the Holy Grail does possess some sort of power. Don't you need power to be able to erase and heal the scars? Now she's saying because it possesses the power, and trusting her wishes would lead us down a very dangerous path. You still need to get Saber. You're streaming Mecha Break. I played the Mecha Break the other day. I played quite a few Mecha Break rounds last week. Hope your games went well. You still need to get Saber. Good luck if you're planning to pull Saber later.
誰のためであろうと、私の願いは独りよがりなものよ。
See, she thinks her wish
それは兄様が願っていたことと何も変わらない。
It's no different from my brother's wish.
ごめんなさい。
It's a bit
ノーツ
different.
ガールさん、あなたを召喚した瞬間、私は理解したの。自分が行おうとしていることの意味をね。
I'm sorry, but the moment I summoned you, I realized my true feelings.
ピノコニーの人々はエナの夢に救いを求めるほど弱くないし、私ももちろん聖杯に願いを託すべきじゃないと考えている。
Yeah, it is cool that they're doing this collab.
オーディさんが聖杯を利用して何をしようとしているかの方が気がかりなの。
I'm happy we get Saber and Archer as playable characters. The people of Penacony are not so weak that they need Anna's dream to save them. I shouldn't ask the Holy Grail for anything. What concerns me more is what does old OT want to use it for? Are we all gonna just
こ
end
の
up
聖杯戦争
fighting
に
old
不
OT?
審な点が多いのは間違いありません。私のいた世界では聖杯戦争はもともと魔術師たちの儀式でした。その神秘性を保ってこそ奇跡を起こす力が生まれます。
In my world, the Holy Grail was originally a ritual for mages, one that needed to preserve its mysticism in order to obtain the power to create
しかし
miracles.
あのオーディさんは
Old
主催者でありながら
OT is being
儀
set
式を
here.
大々的に喧伝した。このように神秘性のかけらもない儀式は本来成立しないはずです。
They should have tainted it, making it impossible to
これまで
carry
幾度
out.
か聖杯戦争を経験してきましたが、今回のようなものは見たことがありません。
This one is unlike anything
ですから
before.
慎重を期すべきかと。
Proceed with caution. Let's unite,
そう
everyone.
ね。
私の知るオーディさんなら何があってもこういったイベントを中止しないでしょう。
ええ。だからできるだけ多くの参加者を集めて同盟を結びたいの。この聖杯戦争の本当の目的。
オーク家の後継者は実に優秀なようです。ですが、その同盟計画は
We're being a
い
bit
ささ
too
か考
idealistic.
えが甘いかと。また、最後の勝者が決まる前に、あなたの信頼する友人とそちらのセイバーさんが
That's a bit
とはい
harsh.
え、今はひとまず指示に従いましょう。無論、他のサーバントと交渉している間に状況が変化するようであれば。
あれ、ブートヒルからメッセージ？
Bootel's
私の
message.
ところにも届いているわ。
Bootel says... Whoa. That is a long message to my dearest masters on Bootel. As the evening breeze of Astana carries with it the tender whispers, I humbly pray your noble selves remain in radiant health, untouched by the vexations of seasonal ailments. Holy essay! Though but a humble fugitive. It is my profound honor to stand alongside your esteemed selves in the pursuit of the Holy Grail. As such, with a heart brimming with reverence and gratitude, I extend to you a most earnest invitation. There I shall humbly offer a modest feast of wine and fare in your esteemed company. He must have gotten like ChatGPT to write this. And the season of Summer's Retreat Clock Studios theme park has transformed into a realm of poetic wonder. Should you decide to accept my invitation, I would be overjoyed beyond measure. May this humble gathering serve as a cherished testament to the bond we share. Yours humbly, Boot Hill.
このメッセージ、本当にブートヒルさんからかしら。
Mr. Boot Hill. He's cursing up a storm.
もう脳内でブートヒルさんの言葉に変換したの？待って、このメッセージ、あの人が書いたものではないと思うわ。
Absolutely isn't from him.
殺し合いはもう始まっているようですね。
Pretending to be Boot Hill. Looks like the mutual
やはり
slaughter
平和とは
has already
戦争の幕合いに過ぎないのですね。そのブートヒルさんも
He's probably already been taken
も
down.
しかすると
Surely
すで
not
に
so
やられてい
easily.
るかもしれません。
いいえ、彼は腕の立つ方だからこんなに早く負けるなんてありえないわ。きっと誰かが彼のスマホを使って私たちをクラークフィルムランドに誘い込もうとしているんじゃないかしら。
And there's no way he's out this early, but someone must have gotten their hands on the phone. I'm
それにして
using
も
his identity to lure
随分
us
と
in.
丁寧な招待状ですね。誘われたのであれば応じるのが礼儀というものでしょう。
Guess we'll have to graciously accept.
私もそう思うわ。それに今行けばブートヒルさんを助けられるかもしれない。どうかしら。
Maybe still save Mr. Boot Hill. Boot Hill will be fine. Welcome back to
私もそう
Tamara.
信じているわ。いずれにせよ、これはブートヒルさんと手を組むきっかけとなるはずよ。
十中八
The enemy
九、相
has
手
set
が
up a
罠を
trap.
張っているでしょう。しかし、そのリスクを負ってで
Only
も
one of
救
us
援
will
に
go
向かわ
over
な
it.
ければ。よし、さす。
Let us head out. Meanwhile,
待ち合わせ場所はここで合ってるよな。あいつどこほっつき
oh,
歩い
he
てやがるん
probably
だ。
also got. Alright, he also received a message from us, but it wasn't us. It was someone else posing as us.
なんか妙だ。まさか俺らが来る前に誰かにやられちまったなんてことはねえよな。
率直に言って、あのセイバーをたやすく倒せる実力者がここにいるなら、私たちでは
Archer
太刀打
has
ちできないだろう。
high opinions of Saber. If the hypothetical enemy could easily defeat your friend Saber, then none of us here would be walking away
ひょっとした
alive.
らカンパニーの人間が一緒にいるのを不審がってるんじゃないかな。それで物陰に隠れてこちらの様子を伺ってるとか。
Maybe your old friend's concerned about an IPC employee showing up, so they're lurking in the
なん
shadows.
だ、君たちはかつて敵同士だったのか？
Were you
昨日
enemies
の
once?
敵は今日の友だってこともある。
Past
そうだろ
enemies
カーボーイ。
can still become present day allies. Am I right,
カン
cowboy?
パニーの人間はともかく一緒に視線をくぐり抜けてきた俺のことは信じてくれたっていいだろ。こっちは何も企んじゃいねえ。そろそろ顔を見せたらどうだ。協力の話をしよ
う。声を張っても無駄だろう。
They're not coming.
ここに来るまでにいくつか可能性を考えはしたけど、どうやら最悪なのが当たってしまったようだ。
I went through a lot of possibilities before we got here, but I never expected to face the most ridiculous one of them all.
う。どこぞのラブリーがこの巡回レンジャーを騙そうとしてるってわけか。
Hold a scam on a Galaxy Ranger.
愛に飢えたベイビーたち、耳の穴かっぽじってよーく聞きやがれ。
Thank you to your sending all for the raid. I hope your stream went well. Thank you so much for sending everyone over. I'm currently in the collab story quest with the Fate collab and Star Rail. Welcome back to Maverick. Were you also playing through the story? Welcome Monster Gamer, Aqua, Aided Placebo, Kitsune, Theomine, Kurokami, and Meta Skipper. Welcome everyone from Yesenia stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope your stream went well. I'm playing through, I did a lot of Archer and Saber pulls, and then today I'm playing through the collab story finally. Hope you're enjoying if you're also playing some Star Rail.
聞いたか？出ていかないと生まれ変わった時に後悔するらしい。さすがはカンパニーに高額な懸賞金をかけられた指名手配犯だ。
But I like my... There's no Saber here. I can listen to this in Chinese. Our Chinese cut.
把我吓得肝儿颤肺抖呢。
Did you hear that? He's gonna kill us if we don't give ourselves up. He's every inch a serious criminal with a huge bounty on his head. I'm positively shaking.
等等。
Wait.
你身边这位不是实心食人的沙金先生吗？为什么公司通缉的重犯却和公司高管走在一块儿？
Isn't that Mr. Adventuring? Why is a criminal wanted by the IPC walking with an IPC exec? This part.
你要是被这该死的牛仔绑架了，哎，就冲我眨眨眼。
眨眨眼。
你们是老相识了。
If that blasted cowboy's got you kidnapped at gunpoint, just give me a blink. Or you two are.
公司高管吃里扒外，和银河通缉犯暗通款曲。阿萨西，一定要把这美妙的一幕拍下来。
The IPC execs secretly in cahoots with the cosmic fugitive.
你的从者是瑞克先生？不，仔细一看，气质上始终有些差。
Servants, Mr. Raka? No, now that I'm looking at him, there's something off.
瑞克边上那人穿着公司的制服。
The guy in IPC uniform next to Raka, you know him?
认得我这张脸蛋的公司成员，比茨冈尼亚沙漠里的沙子都多。我哪能费心记得他们每一个？
混蛋！别以为顶着实心食人的名头我就怕你。战略投资部的手再长，也伸不到咱们这边来。
The strategic investment department's reach may be long, but it will never reach my neck of the woods.
当我赢下圣杯，所有人都要看我的脸色行事。我要让你们跪在地上向我求饶，然后学狗叫，学猪叫。
He really hasn't forgotten how he got made to do the bark and the oinks. After I win the Holy Grail, I'll make everyone do as I say. I'll make all of you kneel before me and beg for mercy and bark like dogs, oink like pigs, croak like frogs. He is Wukong's VA. He does sound like Wukong because he is the Wukong VA. Good morning to Aino Nightfall. The oinking was great. That explains everything. He did a really good Wukong voice. Thank you, Maverick, for the hydrate.
真是浪费啊！竟然用圣杯让人学动物叫唤。
What a waste. Using the Holy Grail to make people do animal noises.
所以，老奥蒂居然向贵部门的人也寄出了请柬吗？可我记得他们往匹诺康尼派驻的成员寥寥无几。莫非你就是？
Old OT even sent invitations to your department, but I thought you folks barely stationed anyone at Penacony, unless your name is.
难道
You've heard of him?
听说过我的名字
You've actually heard of me?
算了，我怎么可能记得无名小卒的名字？
Never mind. There's no way I'd ever remember the name of some nobody.
你们这群高高
Got
在
his
上的
hopes
干
up.
部，从来不把咱们这些底层员工当回事儿。一句话，把我派去仙州那样的蛮荒之地；又一句话，调来匹诺康尼。我本来还以为这会是个美差。
You high and mighty execs have never treated us basic workers as people. You would send me to a primitive post like Shanzhou with one word and then switch me over to Penacony with the next. I thought Penacony might be juicy, but...
天天低着头和一群皮皮细谈业务，我的颈椎病都快恶化了。
But all I've done every day is talk business to a bunch of pepeshi. It's making my neck crank even worse.
不过这些都将成为过去。
I'm gonna replace you, adventuring.
就让我代替你，成为新的实心食人。
I'm the new Stoneheart.
你的宝具，为我带来胜利吧。
Oh, they're fighting now.
Assassin!
Assassin, use your noble phantasm.
终于可以见识见识这家伙的从者了吗？阿恰，准备战斗。
Archer, get ready for a fight.
你这乐在其中的样子是怎么回事？
What's with that happy smile? Oh.
拍摄已经开始，请演员们各就各位。
The filming's begun. Scott equals Monkey King makes so much sense.
就让相机启动，胶卷旋转，回到那永不腐朽的默片恐怖秀。
Let us return to the silent horror picture show.
演出。
Ready?
Action.
Action. Wait, this isn't spirit form. He just vanished. Where's my voices? The servant's presence concealment is more disturbing than I imagined. Wait, is this part not voiced? Where's your voice? Oh, it's really not voiced. Her voices got stolen. Where's my voice? Fork and hell, son of a fork. It's no use. I've tried analyzing this bounded field. It doesn't just mute sound. Something far more dangerous is closing in. If there's no sound, how did you know what I just said? Look, there are subtitles here. The VA strike reference. This must be the EN dub experience. We have fourth wall. This must be what it's like playing through the game on EN voice. There's no sound, but you can read the subtitles. No voice for EN. We got you. I've always wanted to see you people like this. A bunch of idiots subjected to my every whim. That's not fair. Why do you have a voice? This is like everyone else asking the other languages, why are you voiced?
那当然是因为我是主角，你们这些臭跑龙套的待遇能和我比？
Because I'm the protagonist.
我已经等不及听这些家伙在这场恐怖展映会里发出震耳欲聋的尖叫了。
You extras will never be treated in the same way as me. I can't wait to hear what kind of petrified screams you'd be making. I thought they don't have any sound. How can you hear their screams? Oh.
抱歉，我忘了，在阿萨辛的宝具中，没人能听到自己的尖叫。
I forgot. No one can hear their own screams in Assassin's Noble Phantasm. A moment later, the cowboy's friends arrived, equally clueless. Robin's lost her voice again. It's unusually quiet. No sign of Mr. Boothill, the enemy who lured us here. Saber's the knight who gives her all to. I'll protect everyone to the best of my ability. Please don't stray too far from me, but with the enemy in the shadows and us out in the open, even the greatest caution can't guarantee our safety. In a wide open area like this, if the enemy sends Archer to attack from range, we'll lose the initiative and be at a serious disadvantage. Saber knows there's an Archer, even though we haven't seen Archer yet. From what I know of old OT, he's the type to hire the lowest scum as his pawn. Check, summoning the most wicked servant to eliminate anything in his way. Haven't you noticed, since earlier our voices vanish when we speak? Could it be the enemy's so-called noble phantasm? More importantly, I have a question. In this world's history, is it possible for a non-primate to become a heroic spirit? Say, a billboard, or maybe a TV? If it weren't in Teletron, that's at least plausible, but a billboard? A TV? And what's that little thing up ahead? A TV appearing out of nowhere turns its polished rare to the crowd. Creak, creak, creak. Obviously a trap. Scan the surroundings and look for anything unusual. If this is a decoy, the real enemy's probably lurking nearby, waiting for us to take the bait. We should steer clear. Stay away from the shady TV. You can't even get that close. Getting close to it doesn't do anything either. Go to the mission target. A frigid force drags you violently back to where you started, and then a voice you know all too well murmurs by your ear.
踏进了斯科特大人的地盘，还想走？没门儿！
You want to leave after entering Boss Scott's turf in your dreams? Why Why does this sound like a dog barking? Scott? The IPC specialist who does those bionic voice impressions? Unbelievable. Scott's really made a name for himself. Even the acclaimed Robin knows who he is. Alright, I'm the one who told her. Can't a gal share a few wild travel stories with her friends every now and then? The brief silence that lingers between you was enough to convey every ounce of fury and exasperation from this old acquaintance. See? Always so hasty. The battered TV wobbles, buzzing with static noise, but alas, this is a silent film. You can't hear a single crackle of the snowflakes. You're on TV, bro! Seriously, now's not the time for this? Watch out for his servant. That guy turned this whole place into...
没有配音的配角，就别说这么多台词浪费观众的时间了。
Supporting characters with no voice dubbing shouldn't waste the audience's time with your lines.
演出
Oh.
Action.
Ready? Action. The Silent Stage Act 1 Midnight Chainsaw Rhapsody? Lead actor Scott. What is going on here? You're all awake in a sealed chamber. The TV static crackles singing death's lullaby. Separated from your servants, I see this is the director's cut OST. You run into another pair of familiar enemies. As for your cowboy and songstress companions, vanished without a trace. Why are you here? Scott sent a scam text to Mr. Butel in your name, and you know how that goes. Let me think. How will he bark this time? Forget that third-rate nobody. What I really want to know is, where did he send our servants? Splitting up in a horror movie? That's a dead flag. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. That monster in the room sure is an eyesore. Investigate the strange body. A nameless corpse lies before you. Don't ask why it's still twitching. More importantly, you find no clues on it, but I've got a little hint for you all. You are employees of the IPC. To reward your outstanding performance this year, the IPC has organized a special vacation at a hotel. But when you arrive, the hotel is completely empty. As midnight strikes, its true nature is revealed. This place? This is already the 5th room! Hey, can you hear me? What a bunch of troublesome fools. I can't believe that even you fell for it, Archer. That's our friends on the other side. Just so we're clear, I was against this from the start, but those 2 blockheads insisted on investigating. Now it's 3 blockheads. Masters of an otherworldly Holy Grail War, not a hint of caution among them. This is how I end up with frown lines. Isn't it a little late for her to say all that? Listen carefully. This place... This Holy Grail War is strange indeed. It's my fault. I have failed as a servant. I should have kept my master away from this trap. Right on cue. Master! I saw your subtitles. I'll find a way to get you out. Hold on. If I were the enemy, I'd disguise myself as a master and wait just behind this door. Archer, listen to my voice. It's obviously me, right? Sorry, this is a silent film. All I see are subtitles. If you want to prove you're really my master, you'll have to spill 10 humiliating secrets that only my real master would know. You really don't know who I am? Will this ever end? This is a horror film, people. Background characters. Start acting scared. This place was once an IPC prison where criminals were banished. Its deadly traps ensured none escaped. Now the inmates have passed, leaving only bloodthirsty, vengeful spirits. I wanted to ask this since your first line, why target the IPC workers? But they ignore him. Back when this was still a prison, the IPC scoundrels turned it into a living hell. What do audiences love most? Watching those criminals suffer. Saw off someone's leg and the door unlocks automatically, but if nothing happens after a system hour, boom! The room explodes. You, the guests, will also go up in flames. I know this one. The room you can't leave unless you do a particular thing. It's one of those classic tropes from Penacony's vintage horror flicks. I did not expect someone your age to know that much about Penacony's early dream bubble cinema. You have a bright future ahead. That's right, I was the one who gave the world my genius vision with my first film in Penacony's early days. So this noble phantasm is based on that. The guy's really getting carried away and started babbling. No wonder the scene feels so awkwardly shoved in. Now it all makes sense. Randomly cobbling together old school horror tropes. Not exactly groundbreaking. Take that sawing off someone's leg bit. Originally, the protagonist was restrained by feral fluid shackles and had no choice but to cut their own leg off. But here, it's just a lazy copy-paste. Welcome in onto the stream. Time to sleep. Hope you rest well to Zaiduel. Thought you were playing an EN. We're getting the EN dub experience currently. I'm still playing through the story. Kid, I take back every compliment I said about you. Your screams will be played on loop in the most conspicuous spot at Grady's films. Revealing your true name on purpose. Let me guess, part of your dramatic flair?
萨西，你这个白痴，怎么把真名给暴露了？说好了，真名对英灵来说意味着弱点呢。
You weren't supposed to reveal your true name, assassin. Don't panic, producer. I'm not some legendary hero. Just ask them. What does Grady even mean in Penacony? I've only heard of Clock Studios. As expected, soon you'll see who Penacony's greatest director is. For now, I'll slip behind the scenes. So, what will it be? Self-sacrifice, or will you turn your blades at each other right before my eyes? Take what little time you have left and talk it over. But keep stalling, and while tick-tock, boom. We haven't seen Pom Pom. Discuss with adventuring about your next step. You finally meet a kindred spirit and I don't get any fan benefits. Master, you heard him. Pick a leg, a left or right. Honestly, if I could get a bonus, I'd rather go for the arm with the command spells. Hey, you're my servant, remember? At least consider cutting off Sweetly's leg instead. Wait, old pal, don't give me that look. I was kidding. Everyone, don't dance to his tune. Don't let him pull us along. The more chaos he sows, the calmer we have to be. Still not turning on each other yet? Room's about to blow. I'll have to saw off my leg. Saw off Adventurine's leg. What class are you, bomber? Let's vote. I vote for my flamboyant master. No need to egg things on. You already figured out the real answer, haven't you? A sealed room, a bomb's about to go off. It sounds dramatic, but rationally speaking, as a servant, wouldn't it be easier to just cut the door down? Master, please take 2 steps back. Sword-wielding girl unleashes a fierce shout. Crack! Hey, it looks like we got through. Master, stay close to me. I don't know what the assassin plans to do next, but it's still dangerous here. Using brute force in a horror film? Heroic spirits from another world clearly have no sense of art. A blonde beauty like you, shouldn't you be screaming for help and waiting for the hero to save the day? Skulking assassin, once I reach you, scream all you want. Call for anyone to save you. Then you better reach me first. It looks like we have to fight first. Chainsaw Scott. Thank you, Maple, for the hydrate. Let me drink some water. Time to fight the Chainsaw Scott first.
手里的电锯了吧？在阿萨西的力量加持下，这2把沾满光亮的电锯能够瞬间3次无敌的斩击，这是6次。
Time for Archer to destroy you.
违反，快看那翅膀，别让敌人逃离。
I don't have that many skill points.
别动呀！
真是不长记性。
What made you shoot once? Come on, I'm gonna work this one.
加把劲儿！
Oh, that was easy. What kind of evil spirit gets beaten to pulp by its victims? Forget it, producer. Take 5. I'll be needing you again later. So this is the power of heroic spirits from another world? Figures. Penacony is just a backwater speck with 10 amber auras. With no real legend or history, of course we pale in comparison to true heroes. But that's also why you're going to lose. I'll take each of your runaways one by one and turn you into obedient extras for my film. Pray tell, does anyone look like they're running from you? Don't get ahead of yourselves. Act 2 is about to begin. After a brief pause, you exchange the information you gathered with one another. Boothill, Robin, and Miss Note are still missing. Scott and his servant could strike again at any time. So they're giving us time to breathe, huh? Guess they're pretty confident about their trump card. Archer's Master, you seem very familiar with films. What do you know about this Grady? I've only heard the name before. The guy was some terrible director back in Penacony's early days. He cranked out a ton of cheap horror silent films and was a master of interesting commercial gimmicks. But people in Penacony forgot about his name ages ago. I only found the film he used to trap us through sheer luck. Picked it up at an interstellar junk market. So we're dealing with a total nobody? What makes you say that? As heroic spirits who left a mark in history, our legends usually hint at our greatest weakness. Like that one warrior who bathed in the river of the underworld and became invincible except for his heel. I was hoping you know something about that person's past. But turns out he's just some washed up no-name that even you folks have not heard about. Fits right in with Mr. Scott, doesn't it? A pair of nobodies with shady tricks up their sleeves. But I've got this feeling, even if they've got the upper hand now, they have no real way to finish us. He was a film director in life. That means he's not gonna suddenly become a powerhouse after turning into a heroic spirit. His noble phantasm proves it. He built it off of one of his old horror flicks, basically a reality marble. Though it's a rare ability, it feels more like a trap, one that only ensnares its victims. If the trap can't hurt the prey, then it's the hunter who will be in trouble. Now he's got 3 servants in his stomach, while the strongest fortresses always fall from the inside. You really do have the mind of a leader, always so sharp on reading the situation. I'd better pull my way too. He might not have an obvious weak spot, but if we can find Assassin's true body and let my arrows give him a proper haircut, that reality marble of his would no longer exist. Sounds like everyone's got their sights set. I know I've butted heads with the Express crew before, but that was just a difference in perspective. As for this time, I've got no interest in the Holy Grail. My boss is more concerned about what old OT has up his sleeve. So we're all gonna just ally together and face off against Scott, Mr. Raka, and old OT. Maybe we can actually work together this time. Deal? You see that, Master? It looks like Miss Robin's alliance is starting to come together. This army has a goal, and now it's time to move. We saw the exit on the way in. Let's head that way while we still can. Find a way to leave here. This reminds me of our previous Penacony quests. Oh. Fade back to the Age of Silence, an endless corridor, a layout completely different from before. What an annoying bounded field. If we can't bring this space to calm, we might never find a way out. Feels like we just loop back to where we started. If we don't find some kind of countermeasure, we could be stuck running in circles forever. Master, why not leave some of your chips and dice behind as markers? I've already tried it, but didn't expect Grady to be such a greedy money grubber. Don't go throwing shade, extra boy. I was just cleaning up the set. The next scene is all about IPC employees trapped in a haunted hallway and cursed to suffer forever. Nowhere to escape and no one will ever come to help. And here, any struggle is just wasted effort. Is that... Hey! They actually played Robin's song! Best way to win the Holy Grail is to not play. Welcome back, Nappy. Grady, looks like you forgot that you didn't only trap us and your noble phantasm. That's what you get for cutting the budget, Grady. While you're busy writing, directing, and starring as yourself, Miss Robin already found the way out on the other side. Everyone, follow the music. Producer, you useless piece of junk! I sent you to ambush 2 mere low-threat characters. How did you still mess that up? And this music. Why can't my noble phantasm suppress it? Looks like you've been dead for too long. Forgot your own trade, huh? Even in the silent film era, movies had soundtracks. Oh. Grady Films' anniversary special, now dominating 45% of Penacony's local film market. Was this Mr. Grady back in the day? Thanks to Mr. McCoy's excessive confidence, he gave me the so-called honorary chairman a dividend share, treating it like spare change. It was that money that helped fund the initial stages of Penacony's War of Independence. Mr. McCoy died while trying to crush the rebellion, and the original Grady Company became history. But the Nicodium Cinemas and the assets he left behind formed the foundation for rebuilding our film industry later. Follow the notes guidance. We found them! A gentle force of harmony floats through the tight space at its heart. 2 singers light the way for the lost. But at the same time, evil spirits approach them, determined to shred and consume these visitors from beyond the sky. By my command spell! Whatever you have in mind, it's already too late. In a blur too fast to track, Miss Snow grabs the attacking monsters and viciously smashes their head into the floor. Miss Snow actually OP? Oh no, my cathoid ray tubes! Don't hit my screen with your microphone, ow! Honestly, that might be the first R-rated scene in this whole movie. You start to wonder if Robin actually summoned a berserker. That's it? The guards backing us down in prison were tougher than these things. Bravo! Truly Penacony's brightest bloom. Brilliant in both drama and action. This terrible wardrobe, the nonsense plot. No one else could have cooked this up but you, Grady. Maybe she knows Grady. I spent so much of my effort clawing my way out of the grave, so quit burning my eyes with your barge and bin flicks. Of course, real directors know when to leave the stage to the actors. You and Grady seem to have a bit of history. Let's just say it was unpleasant. We meet again. As a caster, your combat style was quite a surprise. Can't say that counted as a fight between mages. Guess people in Penacony really have a broad definition of caster. Really? I thought it was pretty normal. An archer dual-wielding swords isn't qualified to talk about this. I managed to feel out the right path using the power of harmony, all thanks to Miss Note's protection. I saw you covering me in that fight. Even if you can't say your name, I know you must be someone great. I believe in that wholeheartedly. Master, this cannot change the present situation. Without a true name, I'm just a weak Iris family artist. No, the way you shielded your master just now proves you're an exceptional servant. You'll never understand the despair when even your name is taken away and you've been wrung dry of all worth. Exactly. Powerless, barely able to protect her master, let alone win this Holy Grail War. Now why not work with me again like before? Mr. Odie can grant all your wishes. Shut up! You're a fool with less artistic taste than an automatic instrument. Your work doesn't even have the artistic value of a ruined roll of film. I didn't realize there was so much unvoiced parts in here. Heavy sigh. Sorry, Grady, that was a bit harsh. But why are you serving that opportunistic fat old fart? Hiding somewhere off screen, Grady sighs too, his voice full of melancholy. Because he summoned me, of course. Even in death, forgotten by the world, Penacony clutches our souls like a miser. But hey, sweetheart, at least we have a chance to rewrite our past failures this time. This gloom won't do. Let's kick off the final act of the Midnight Chain Rhapsody. The true evil awaits at the end of this haunted hotel. Scott? Whoa, the director really went all in this time. Grady, is this what you meant by giving me more power? The surviving protagonist finally reaches the heart of the hotel. The evil spirit appears through the screen, Mr. Scott. Then I gather all the lights and effects on you, shaping you into an invincible monster. Lyndon Scott, you'll become a legion of evil spirits, a horror icon etched in movie history. Scott's the big bad at the very end. I'm all fired up. Now I will take back everything you took from me. You shall pay tenfold. No, 1,000-fold. Honestly, the way this guy keeps coming for you, even the wildest British hounds would call it obsessive. Master, what did you do to him? We made him bark. Is it still possible to make it up to you now? Just some private disagreements?
因为你从中作梗，3番5次被迫学动物叫，被贬值调职的悲惨人生，竟然被你轻描淡写的概括成一句私人恩怨。
You made me bark and oink and face a demotion, and you call it private disagreement.
还有你身边这群龙套，也就能长跑这几秒了。
You won't get to be cocky for much longer. The power inside is breaking out.
有分裂，一个斯科特，2个斯科特
，2个斯科特，3
个斯科特
，3个斯科特。
后脑勺好痒啊！哎呦，有2个我卡住了。
My scalp is scratchy. 2 got stuck in here. Master, your line. Say your entrance line. Oh. 1,000 face cut.
睡梦里，在你背后，我无处不在。在我，群狼的主人，切面的斯科特，将撕咬万物。
Fear me, mortals. Let's see how Scott voiced this in Japanese. Oops. Japanese.
凡人ども。
He sounds more evil.
夢の中、そしてお前の後ろ、私はどこにでもいる。狼の群れの主、洗面槽のスコートが全てを引き裂こう。
But the JP's VA is pretty good too.
力がみなぎってくる。体が分裂していくぞ。 スカウトが1人、2人、3人。ああ、後頭部がかゆい。2人の私が引っかかってしまったようだ。
It's pretty great. I think I like all the Scott VAs. Let me change this back to Chinese. Time to fight 1,000 face Scott.
见识见识，什么叫亮点？把赤面。
来点刺激的，来捉迷藏，你会找到答案吗？战斗体验该用2倍速这儿。 我下手很轻的，别动摇。
真是不长记性。
看来不，是的，这波是不是你打的有问题？
Time for Archer to multi. Arrogant Scott.
Unlimited Blade War。
Goodbye, Scott.
欢聚于此，
Serious,
是为
Scott.
了深切缅怀牺牲的众多斯科特，纪念他们反复献出自己的生命。
We've gathered today to commemorate the many Scots who have sacrificed their lives again and again.
这些累赘拖后腿，我早赢了。
If those dead weights weren't dragging me down, I'd have won
真
ages
正的
ago.
是无形，只有乌合之众才成群结队。
A true lone wolf walks alone. Only weak rabble
你
stick
这贱人，全程都躲在后面。
These are all
我
the
的眼睫
different
毛出的力都比你多。
Coward, you've been hiding at the back all this time. Even my eyelashes did more work than you. The Scots start bickering and tossing blame around. What a scene. Fighting someone like this? There's no honor in it.
葛瑞迪，你还想不想赢下圣杯了？
葛瑞迪，
改写剧本，改变布景，给我更多的力量，让我碾压他们，像个真正的魔鬼那样把他们捏在掌心。
You even want the Holy Grail? Go change the script. Move the stage props. Give me more power. Let me crush them all. Crush them in the palm of my hands like a true villain. Sorry, Mr. Scott. I was wrong about you. Yikes. Welcome, Runat. Is there no voice for other... There's no voice in all the languages. This is a silent film experience, apparently. You're a natural comedian who's only good at playing comical characters. Dropping you into a horror flick? That's not just a miscast, but an insult to the lens. Yikes. Even the servant is dissing the master. Gray minds think alike. That's the troll music again. He turned into a frog. Grady, are you trying to betray me? Don't forget I'm your master with my command spell. You'll have to. Nana listened to this in Japanese and then he got silenced.
おい、裏切るつもりじゃないよな。私はお前のマスターだってことを忘れるなよ。私がレイジを使えばお前なんか。
The ribbon sound effects. I'm kind of curious with the JP, not the JP, what the Korean ska sounds like. Not the Korean. Quickly download the Korean voice. Maybe I got some water. I'm gonna be right back real quick. I'm gonna listen to the Korean ska in a bit. I'm gonna get some water. Me back. Time to listen to our KR Scott. Scott's gonna end up as the final boss. I'm so surprised they brought in Scott for the Fate collab quest. The Fate collab, I haven't finished the story, but the story's different than what I imagined. Thank you, Karans, for the welcome back, and Osan Randile, Sarah B. Kicks, Ariana Knick, Sayad. Thank you for the welcome backs. Pause our BGM. Let's see what KR sounds like.
그래, 설마 반항하려는 겁니까? 잊지 마시죠. 전 당신의 마스터입니다. 제가 영주를 사용하기만 하면 당신은 바로 개굴.
the different sound effects of the ribbons. Wait, Scott's voiced in English, right? Is he? Only the collab characters are not voiced. They have English voices, right? For Scott. Let me download the English voice pack. Wow. That was quick. Let's see if Scott has a...
Greedy! Oh. Are you trying to betray me? Don't forget, I am your master! With my command spell, you'll have to... Ribbit.
But the English ribbit's pretty good, not gonna lie. I feel like the EMVA did a great job with the ribbits. It sounded so on point. Welcome Manish Ande to the stream. Watching on YouTube, thank you for checking in on Twitch too. The animal sound effects are really great. Is that the VA for Scott? Kyle? The voicing was on point. Let me change it back to Chinese. Great in all languages. It's like our PRL. Trying to dominate me on my set with just 3 command spells? Mr. Scott, consider yourself fired. The servant's firing the master. Apologies, cast and crew. We had to witness that little meltdown between director and actor. Underestimating the power of harmony was on me. I also shouldn't have brought you all together. So, I'll be a little more thoughtful with your stage entrances next time. I look forward to hearing your piercing screams all over again in our next film. We're back! Act 2, A Haunting of Clocks. Lead actors? Question? Did we just leave his reality model, but we're still in the middle of the silent film? Something is off. Each night, the clockland will reveal its unknown side. As the protagonist, you open your eyes and find yourself trapped in a nightmare with no exit. And now, a terrifying enemy is standing right beside you. Knowing we're allies, you still go out of your way to stir up trouble and sow discord? Mr. Archer, you don't strike me as someone married to a contract. Wouldn't it be smart to take this split-up operation and eliminate a rival for your master? Welcome Strays guys to the stream. I might give it a thought. Don't let him get in your head, Ribbit! Saber, help me! Should I kill her? I turned that question over 12 times before you woke up. If I had decided to act, you wouldn't even get the chance to open your eyes. Yikes. Too bad. I thought you were smarter than this. Guess you'll have to suffer for it. The wicked watchmaker brought from hell evil spirits that wield different curses, disguised as harmless amusement park mascots. They drag victims into sleep and torture their souls for eternity. Excuse me, I'm the director at Clock Studios. Do you own the rights to our clocky? Don't worry, Mr. Odie's PR team will handle it. I used to dream of turning Clock Studios theme park into my own nightmare park. Who knew I'd get my wish this way? It's even more satisfying than biting into a triple stuffed Stargazer's pie. Soak it in, dear character, until you become toys for the evil spirits. If you're just gonna stand there, I might take Assassin's advice and write you out early. Come on, according to that great director, it's time for us to be tortured by the evil spirits. Find your lost friends. That person up ahead, is that Miss Note? Well, we can't hear what she's saying. Granny Note? My bad, sweetheart. Almost forgot. Your voice is already my personal property. First it was the copyright of your songs, then your image, and finally your name. They found a younger, prettier girl, slapped the name on her, and put her on stage. And you'll die in despair in the desert of Dreamscape. I'll devour your body piece by piece, and even that fake name, Miss Note, will be mine. We'll defeat you! Let go of Miss Note. Finally, and right on cue. Let your friends get a good look at how far you've fallen. Don't be so quick to charge in, Red Handsome. I might look frail, but I could still drag Miss Note down with me before you land a hit. And why would I spare an enemy servant? 2 birds with 1 stone sounds perfect to me. You seem like just another hollow loudmouth like Grady. Figures. Foolish outworlders don't realize just how powerful this nameless servant can be in, like, Penacony. Call it a charitable performance. Let me give you a taste of what caster can really do. That's a lot of... The voice of harmony will compel all life to dance to my tune and become my familiars. And you? You'll drown in syrupy oblivion. We'll see about that. Saber is here! Anyone who fights with a stolen weapon is bound to get hurt by it. If I were you, I'd think twice before swinging something you ripped off from Miss Note. Master, are you alright? Let's fight side by side. No need to trouble yourself with small fry like this. I like the BGM. Trying to steal the spotlight from the star? Get them! Whoever takes them down gets a lifetime supply of Soul Glad. For Soul Glad, for free meals. Seriously? Soul Glad and 2 bottles of syrup and you're all in for the devil? What happened to your pride as monsters? I'm a background extra. Who has time for pride? Human or monster, beast or demon. If you've got a mind of your own, then you've got the right to chase hope with your own 2 hands. Your soul's worth is far more than the pittance your employer is offering. I can't promise you paradise, but I swear I'll always fight on the front lines, not hide behind you while you die. So what'll it be? Spend your life as a dancing puppet for him, or live one moment as a knight? Saber's recruiting her knights! It's not too late to turn back now. There's only one answer to that. Wheresoever my king's sword points, our hearts shall follow. Hey, she swayed them! I was here first! How are you controlling my familiars? That's what the writing skill is for. Call it leader charisma. You traitors! One pep talk and you're switching sides. You're just extras. Don't you want your paycheck? Look at you acting all high and mighty. What else can you even do besides throwing money around to strong-arm us? I'm the king of Knight's Mount now. Oh, Saber's sitting on the tracks. I thought she was standing behind him, but she's actually riding on it. I bestow upon you the name of my beloved steed, Lamray III. Now come with me, let us vanquish evil before us. In the name of the king. Wait! If you kill me, you all vanish too. You're still my familiars. I failed to protect my master, was forced to separate from her, and now to make matters worse. Hey, Miss No got her voice? Got her subtitles back. It's the enemy who came to save me. I thought we were gonna have a 5 versus Granny Note, but it seems like Saber just vanquished her off screen. This is where you say thank you instead of sorry. But no excuse can cover up my incompetence and negligence. A powerless servant is nothing but a worthless doll. About Miss Robin, there's something... Never mind, just come with me. Follow Saber's guidance. Riding B. Archer and Saber. Oh, wait, I see the stage. I'm not sure what the enemy did, but she split into pieces. Took me a while to find these few. We have Robin's lipstick and her halo, and then her singing stand microphone. I figured I've managed to do nothing at this war. I don't even deserve to be called a heroic spirit. It's Grady who plays dirty. Love using your little harmony tricks on me, huh? Then I'll scatter your singer across my nightmare park and see who's helping you to get out of here. Singing Robin, please don't be sad because of us. You've already done your best, just like an iris by the riverside. Call it what you want, she's still too weak. No need to sugarcoat it. That old fool. Once I find that darn Odie, I'm gonna tear his puffball and stomp it right down to the ground. That was polite Robin. Scholar Robin. Judging from what I can tell, splitting us up like this was probably an act of revenge, but our minds naturally tried to reconnect. Theoretically, if we can reunite all the me's, you'll go back to normal. The correct answer is, she'll merge back into her original form, that is, if you survive the curses from the devils. Then let's get going. Take care to Duenos. Let me drink some water. Wait! You're really planning to drag all the deadweights with you while you fight? Heads up, I don't have the action part of Robin with me. I only think I don't do. Wait, please, someone must stay behind with me to protect Miss Robin. I know this is asking too much, but I'll even offer my life. Victory gained through coercion is a disgrace to any warrior. Since Miss Robin is our ally, protecting her is only right. I'll stay. Let Archer stay, then let Saber stay. I'll stay. As a master, your resistance to magecraft is far weaker than ours. If Grady knocks you out, I disappear with you. And that's exactly what the enemy wants. How about Archer? Sorry, miss. I don't take orders from you. My master is still missing, so I've got no reason to babysit this shattered kid for you. Looks like Saber has to stay. This is indeed the best solution at the moment. Archer, please protect Sweetly. This is all I ask as an opponent. Don't place too much faith in me. I always have faith in every friend of mine. Master, good luck. Alright, let the knight stay here with the princess and we'll go reap some enemy lives. Just like how I'm using Archer. What do they say here? Archer may have a sharp tongue, but when it comes down to it, he's a solid ally. Archer is kind of like Ren in personality. He's also kind of like a tsundere. Master, best of luck to you. Robins cast their blessing-filled gaze your way. Not that you can actually see their eyes. How about Miss Note? My master, I'm counting on all of you. Find the lost Robin. I don't go this way. I go this way.
格林，为何你如此憎恶人类？
She's so riveting.
一点爱和善良都没有。
Evil spirit, why do you despise humans so? Is there not a single ounce of love or compassion in your heart? Traitors don't get to boss us around. Before I lose my patience, here's your chance to switch sides. Kill the one next to you and return to us. Despite its rough design, the dog-shaped monster's name suggests it's modeled after a classic figure from the Clocky cartoon, likely a derivative of the werewolf brother Hanu. Stop pushing yourself, Mr. Scott. Its target is me. You don't have to throw your life away for nothing. Origami Robin.
我在这里退缩了，和其他斯科特还有什么分别？
So this is actually against Scott.
跟我相近，除非
The Scott of justice. If I back down now, I'll be the same as all the other Scots. So if you want to hurt Miss Robin, you'll have to walk over my dead body. Never thought I'd see this god. This nightmare. Terrifying. You've arrived just in time. Help me. Together we can crush this blasted evil. As long as Miss Robin is safe, you can do whatever you want with me. 1 or 2, it makes no difference. You'll get stuck in an endless cycle of suffering and play Hanu's adventure for the next billion years. The Lone Wolf brothers let out a very satisfied huff. Enough chit-chat. Time for the most terrifying torment in all of humanity. With a blinding flash, your body shrinks and you're forced into the outline of Brother Hanu. Now you'll know the horror of being trapped in Hanu's adventure for life. They turn people into cartoon animals? Is this a magecraft from the age of the ancient Greek gods? No, the mechanics feel entirely different. Help! Don't tell me all I can say here is humph again. Where's my rocket launcher? I know you have a lot to say, but to preserve the integrity of Hanu's adventure, all you can do is let out a very urgent huff. They even lost the ability to speak rationally? Maybe I should just leave her. It's not like she was all that helpful anyway. You let out a terrified huff. So you can't understand. Guess I can't just leave her. Can you make sense of what she's saying? Of course. Brother Hanu says he's gonna punch that evil spirit right in the face. How did it come to this? Is this a nursery or a zoo? Surrounded by animal echoing cries, a vein throbbed faintly on Archer's temple. It was the worst mental trauma he'd suffered since the Holy Grail War began. And this quest is starting to remind me of the banana quest. Thank you, Maple, for the hydrate. Let me drink some water. You really want to tell Archer you need a Hanu TV to return to normal. Maybe you should look around for clues. Use Hanu TV to return to your normal form. Can we talk to everyone? All the best, ultra cool Hanu Trailblazer. I believe you can defeat the baddie. Old friend, I'll be rooting for you. Archer? Enough messing around. Let me think how we can lift this curse. Think you can turn back using a TV? The Lone Wolf brothers already smashed every Hanu TV in the theme park ahead of time. What? Is there something weird about this TV, or is it part of the solution to the curse? Let out a dejected huff. Clinging to the smallest of hopes. The way they drew Scott's face here is pretty funny though. Clinging to the smallest of hopes to glance at Scott, but as a righteous TV, all he can offer is anything but help. Maybe it's just your imagination, but his expression seems 30% smug, 70% mocking. You lash out, kicking Scott in frustration. Alright, let's do this. Every time I ask you a question, if the answer is yes, kick him once. If it's no, kick him twice. This TV is the key to lifting the curse, isn't it? Yep, kick once. Poor Scott of Justice. By usual magecraft logic, destroying the core should nullify the effect. Should I smash the TV? No, give him a few more kicks. And let's think in reverse. You want me to repair this machine or restore it to its original state, right? Yes, kick like crazy. He actually does a song here. How does this sound in the other languages? Time to listen to all the different Scott sounds.
Ribbit, 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 ribbit.
But yeah, just sing it once. The ribbit song, and then we have a Korean voice. I thought Korean sounds so different. own. The KRVA really went crazy. And the Korean guy sounds more crazy. The KR sounds so unhinged. How does the JP sound? Japanese, Scott. He doesn't sound that crazy in JP. He sounds like he's singing like almost happily in JP. I kind of like the Korean voice. But they're all pretty good. They're like very different. All the voices for Scott doing the ribbon sound is very different. Let me change it back into Chinese. Yeah, in JP he does sound kind of like a granddad. I feel like the CN one sounds more like an animal sound. The CN one sounds like the least human-like. Yeah, it does kind of sound like a duck. Scott carrying this entire event. Scott is great though. I like seeing Scott at the events. This did sound more like a quack. Time to end this trace on. Oh, unexpected trace on. Back to normal. Thank you, Haruchita, for the 5 months resub. Happy 5 months. Impossible. You actually found a way to break the curse? That's cheating. Doesn't count. I demand a rematch. You think you'll get a second chance with the same trick? Ashura really is the #1 electronics fixer. Looks like I won't have to step in after all. Hey, it's Boot Hill! And Ranger Robin. Thanks, pal. We'll be taking this thing's head now. Anytime, any place. Galaxy Ranger serving justice. Die, you son of a fork. Oh, that was it? Long time no see. Though it's only been a little while. Ever since that shirt had sucked me into the TV, I've been lost in the hotel, sending my greetings to all the little other fudge pies along the way. Just a moment ago, the whole space cracked and collapsed. When I regained my footing, bam, there was Miss Robin right next to me. Didn't expect it, but that girl's got a bit of that ranger vibe in her. By the way, what's that fudging thing raised by the nosewalker next to you? A prisoner? A hero of justice. Huh? About Scott of Justice.
在先前的战斗里，葛瑞迪把我的意识分成了无数份，就像现在的知更鸟小姐。
He actually talks normally here. Grady split my consciousness into countless fragments in the previous battle, just like what happened to Miss Robin.
说实话，我也感到不可思议。斯科特这个存在的内部，居然留有一丝正义。但我不放。
Thank you, Toho Sniper, for the raid.
始终燃烧着义愤之
Thank you for
心。
sending your community over after. I'm currently in the middle of the Fate story quest in Starville, which is taking a very different turn than what I imagined. I hope your stream went well. Welcome flying to this stream. I'm honestly as shocked as you are. Who would have thought there's justice in that man called Scott? And yet my chest burns with righteous fire. Scott of Justice is not like those evil ones. He threw himself in to protect me. You trust the son of a nosewalker? Might as well believe I'm a general of the Shandro. No offense, but making someone like him turn over a new leaf is like asking the Antimatter Legion to plant trees in the kingdom of banditry. I completely agree. We can't afford the risk. If the enemy cursed him or turned him into some kind of special familiar, then...
万一这也是斯科特的阴谋呢？如果邪恶的他只是在我的身体里沉睡了，随时准备醒来。
Then I thought, what if this is all part of Scott's plan? What if the evil side of him is lying in wait within me, ready to spring to action at any moment?
我想和你们同行，救下其他的知更鸟小姐。为了防范斯科特的诡计，我也需要有人能及时杀死我。
I want to go with you to save the other Miss Robins, and I also need someone to kill me if Scott ever takes over my body. Wow. I wasn't expecting a hero of justice, Scott. Talking normally, but then you see his face, that's true. Let's not be too hard on him. We don't have time to waste. As the old saying goes, every trotter deserves a second cookie. How about we take him in for now? If he turns good, great. If not, we can always chuck him at his servant as a projectile. Well, since the victim herself said so, to honor the trust placed in me, I will never bend to evil. Miss Ranger will count on you to escort this little bird back to Saber and the others. We'll wrap up fast, find the rest of Miss Robin, and track down my unreliable master. I'll prove my justice with my actions. Find the lost Robins. And so we continue on. What's this? The report. Following multiple scandals involving famous actress. Oh, this must be Miss Note's backstory. All major associated companies have terminated her endorsement contracts and canceled her Dreamscape tours. However, several Dream Chaser organizations that received her sponsorship maintain that their charity performances in the wilderness area will proceed as scheduled. Mr. Alfalfa noted that they had starred in various classics at their invitation. Her songs became household staples. Mr. Alfalfa expressed deep regret over her downfall. Reports indicate they've already found a replacement to inherit her stage name, with the second promising to present a better image while continuing the legendary story. See, maybe... I wonder if Mr. Grady was involved in her scandal. However, per contract terms, the Alfalfa family retains the right to reclaim all related copyrights, including musical products, film and television rights, and the registered trademark. That's why she doesn't have her name. Additionally, a Grady film spokesperson announced they will terminate their partnership in 10 system days due to her recent negative impact. Their upcoming film, scheduled to begin shooting, will now star the second, selected by Alfalfa's agency instead of the original. We should have Sparklebee. Quiet, so quiet, you can hear the ticking of clockwork gears, the breath of an evil spirit trembling with glee. Tick-tock, so you've come after all, here to steal the last Robin, are you? You'll never succeed. Every Robin belongs to me. And once I've gathered them all, I'll summon the god of Robins, swallow all of Penacony whole, and become the king of nightmares. Too many new plot twists. I don't even know where to start complaining. Dream Bubble Cinema, a history. So Grady invented the Dream Bubble filming technology, and then he teared up the patent copyright. Why abandon rights to such astronomically profitable technology? Grady never offered an explanation. The Dream Bubble patent long since restricted the film industry, forcing talented creators to abandon their dreams. While copyright awareness grew, so did copyright trolls. Many believe the death directly influenced her decision to tear up the patent, serving both as a memorial to her and a gift to the newly formed Hememia Films. Her death was a complete tragedy. When almost everyone turned their backs on her, she still sang for the most vulnerable, ultimately losing her life during a charity performance. We all bear responsibility for what happened. More backstory. Oh. Before I judge you all, I must first deal with disobedient pawn Scott. How utterly despicable that you'd side with them. So desperate to play the hero, are you? I felt an ominous chill run down my spine. Why waste your breath on it? One bullet to fudge them up and we're done here. Thought I'd just play along in your little hero fantasy? Mr. Grady gave me a special bullet that never misses. one pull of this trigger and the master with the most dialogue will drop dead on the spot? Die, sweetly. Scott took the fatal hit meant for you. Oh. A hero of justice, Scott. This is like the one nice fragment. I can't keep going with all of you, but I'll die happy knowing that I gave my life for justice to keep others safe. Wait, more story about Scott? Tell Lakshmi the night we broke up, I lied to her. There's... Wait! Oh! Wait, what? There's no such thing as a Scott of justice? No way! We got trolled? He was playing... This is the long con! The justice is a part of the name. It doesn't mean anything. What do you think? How would you rate this shocking reveal? I suppose it's fitting, of course. Director, heal me up. I worked so hard to lead them into the trap, and now you're shooting me in the butt? Hanakoni profanity. If your worthless, scene-stealing self hadn't blocked that bullet, old Clocky would have eliminated Sweetly already. Who are you to have the audacity to act proud? I sent you undercover to deliver a crushing blow at the story's climax. Instead, you couldn't even manage basic narrative structure. Even a child could tell you were putting on an act. Since you're so desperate for attention, congratulations, Mr. Scott! You're hereby demoted from actor to stage decoration. Now what about my butt? Just one more bullet and no more pain. Old Clocky, quit playing dead. No completed scene, no paycheck for you. TikTok, what gave you the impression I was faking? My clockwork has been ticking away this whole time. Did you know? For a demon, manipulating human emotions is like playing an instrument, just a light touch, and you get something like this. Find Buto to discuss the situation. Instead of running around aimlessly, maybe lend a hand to your old friend Buto first. Where did everyone else go? Buto. That was so fudging satisfying. Time to break out the Helderin smoked mochus to celebrate. Uncontainable joy surges through the man's heart, sending him into euphoria, and yet this is nothing more than a common mental attack. Watchmaker, witness this! Your most prized trick now belongs to me. Darn it, for some bizarre reason, I have this sudden urge to dance with this jerk. TikTok, behold the clockwork invented by the watchmaker, the devil who once ruled Penacony. In its presence, even the strongest minds become nothing but blank pages, easily rewritten at will. What are you so proud of, you cheap imitation? Messing with your bro Buto? Big mistake. Come on, Sweetly, let's show this knockoff what actual clockwork can do. Please reset Buto's emotional state back to normal. Oh, we're clocking in Buto. If you're reading this, it means you chose the wrong opponent. Wait. Untunable. Well, who do we have here? A poor little thing trying to save your friend from a curse when you can't even protect yourself. Surprised your clockwork is useless? Shocked? Confused? Well, of course you are. Power of your clockwork comes from Clocky, but I am old Clocky. When the junior meets the senior, it's only natural for you to fail. Now it's time for the old man to teach the kid a lesson. A A feeling beyond words clutches at your mind. Not one of Clockwork's 4 different emotions. This is darker, heavier, like a silent quagmire. Departed loved ones, betrayal by those you trusted most, the shadow of approaching death. These manufactured emotions burst in your heart, leaving just a black void that watches you with the empty eyes of a corpse. You'll finish with your little show yet? I don't have time to play pretend with you. Impossible! I use Clockwork to turn everyone's emotions to pure despair. How trite. Your dialogue is straight from Villains 101. These pathetic attempts at manipulation are less effective than vultures squawking over a corpse. What took you so long? Was that whole silent, badass act really necessary? If only it were that simple. Unfortunately, my magic resistance isn't nearly as OP as Saber's. I wanted to see how deep this monster's hell could go in this strange universe of yours, but it seems your world still has hope and a future after all. Despair? Please. I've witnessed enough scenes of despair to submerge this entire playground of nightmare. I've seen corpses hanging from gallows that stretch like endless forests. I've witnessed the charred remains after doomsday battles where people became nothing more than ravenous beasts devouring each other. Just who in the world are you? A hardworking guardian, though admittedly somewhat of a workaholic. I've seen far too many forms of despair, but to break me, your fake illusions don't even come close. Cranking power to maximum, I refuse to accept anyone could resist my clockwork. Ever seen bodies mangled under war chariots? Trace on. Oh, time to fight with RJ again.
好像有点棘手。
好像有点棘手。
来点刺激的。
断水。用免费逝者在临。
战斗体验该二倍速就这。陪我多玩一会儿嘛。
真是不长记性。
别动呀！战斗体验该优化了，二倍速就这。哦。
领受天赐。
来的不错。
偿还吧。
来点刺激的。
One kill for each of you.
别想跑！
别想跑！ Don't get smug. The director will avenge me. Extra lines won't earn you extra pay. In that case, I'm dead. Let us regroup with the others. Hey, we met up with adventuring again. Looks like you crawled out of a tough fight. Forkin Void sound well. Now you decide to appear after we did all the work? Well, I did do something. Some evil spirit called the Revolver Governor got all clingy with me, insisted we play a game, and ended up losing 10 years worth of savings to me. Look, I even brought an old friend back with me. It's Robin's quill. It's Sleepy Robin. After a short break, the scattered allies finally reconvened from across. I had no idea so much was happening. Thank you for keeping my master safe. I just didn't want to give Grady the satisfaction. Let's save the thanks for later. Didn't that girl say if we brought all her split selves together, she could return to normal? I proposed this theory assuming none of the Robins would be in a defect status. There's a dissonance in the melody. Despair. You old clocky. Dang it, Grady, what foul language are you having me use? Anyway, the emotion affecting the last master hasn't disappeared despite the enemy's demise. Are you saying Robin can change back? My resonance isn't nearly as powerful as Miss Robin's, but it's enough to clear this minor dissonance. Master, please stay quiet and don't disturb my melody. Ignore whatever you see. These are just my internal doubts and won't hurt anyone else. Now rebuild a melody that's truly your own. Robin's back! Thank you everyone for your help. Without you, I would definitely have been fudging. Sorry, seems the consciousness splitting effects haven't completely worn off. Everyone please come closer. I've decoded this film's melody. With a few adjustments, we should break free from Grady's noble phantasm. Master, you gave me the chance to join the Holy Grail War and I saved you once in return. We're now square. What a pleasant surprise. Old friend, have you finally understood that who it is that can truly grant your wish? The evil spirit must still be affecting you. Let me tune you properly. Master, you're far too kind-hearted, with no interest in the Holy Grail. That's why I must pursue this path myself. Mr. Odie is a businessman through and through. His price will be astronomically high. And would you really betray your friends just to let me win the Holy Grail War? Here's some advice. While I'm still here, use a command spell to kill me. Just like all those others who toyed with my fate. If this is beyond you, Miss Robin, then we must part ways here. Miss Note's leaving us? Is this a declaration of war? Since you're no longer Miss Robin's servant, I have no reason to let a potential enemy walk away. I can tell you're still hesitating. Before I draw my blade, there's still time to change your mind. Everyone, didn't you forget something? I'm still here! My old friend has finally found her path to fulfilling her wish, and I won't let anyone block her way. You want to escape my noble phantasm? Then I'll just have to add some more excitement. Thank you, Karans, for the hydrate. And this BGM is quite comfy. The second screening has ended. See you in the final nightmare. Goodbye, Master. May your kindness never meet betrayal. Director, what about my butt? My... The Silent Stage Act 3, Plan 6 from Outer Space. Lead actors, the self-deceiving heart. Welcome, Zealous, to the stream. Hero's blood, monster's blood. In this third act, the story details how explorers cause bloodshed in strange worlds. This is exactly what dream chasers of the pioneering age live for. The Gumawoobabu. When will this ever end? Aren't these movies all the same? Oh my. Even a proper pioneer like the cowboy can't bear to watch any longer. Director, well, I don't know your life story, but surely a box office disaster and a miserable end seem all but fated. And you, Mr. Scott, did you change your tune because you're planning to abandon the darkness and embrace the light? Looks like not even Assassin's Master can tolerate his trashy films anymore. Director, did you place me in the wrong spot? I'm still among the bad guys. No. Given your stellar performance earlier, our partnership ends here. As for old OT, I'll file a claim for accidental casualty compensation on your behalf. It'll be issued to your family. See, it's everyone versus our Rekka. Welcome back to Digistar. I didn't take off the voices. This whole part is just not voiced. Because the ending of this Plan 6 from Outer Space is no survivors. Grady, since you've shown no mercy, don't blame me for returning the flavor. Director, Aventurine. My earlier hostility was just an act to fool our enemies. I infiltrated Odie's group specifically for this moment. To help you win the Holy Grail? Is this how Aventurine turns into the big bad that Saber needs to slash? Ah, Mr. Scott, I know things haven't been going smoothly for you, but if you can show enough commitment, the Strategic Investment Department might have a better spot for you. How do you accept such things so easily? Grady, you don't think I was truly going to let you play me like a fool, right? As an actor, I'm a part of your noble phantasm too. As such, being the former protagonist, I can naturally use your second noble phantasm power. How dare you? Director of Venturing, this is my show of commitment to you, deploying staff access. One-click noble phantasm skip? Apologies, the broadcast is having technical issues. Progress bar is progressing rapidly. Lead actors, everyone, please stop acting. Lyndon Scott. Wow, obscene language from the prison world era, me. How can there be an audience so uncultured? You skipped all the best parts of the movie. They actually used the skip button in the scene. This is the result of my entire life's work. And it was trash. You know nothing. I am the creator of the Dream Bubble movie genre. It was I who established the first film company in Penacony. If I hadn't given up my monopoly on filmmaking technology, the Watchmaker and Maven would never have achieved what they did. So, would that make the films you made not bad? I'm even feeling a little bad for you now, Director Grady. You were thoroughly outclassed by true amateurs. As a master of marketing or an inventor, you're undoubtedly a success. But the audience doesn't care what you gave in your efforts. They just know that your movie is terrible. You can't feel the limits of the audience's patience. It's just an endless, cliche-ridden, silent series of utterly unexciting gore. What a waste of everyone's time. It's no surprising the audience eventually abandoned you. Well, it's hopeless. The guy's probably gone mad. Archer. What? I simply offered him a final shot. You're the one who drove him insane. What a sharp-toned, amusing, and flamboyant actor you are. It's rare for anyone to make me go completely speechless during a debate. The swarms are here. And this part is kind of ironic, I feel like. Didn't see that coming, did you? Strangling you all in this nightmare and pantomime feels a bit dull now. Tell me, would you be interested in siding with old OT? What are you yapping about this time? Trying to drive a wedge? If we join forces, we could sweep the rest of these opponents off the board in an instant. Surely a senior executive who understands investments better than anyone would make the right choice. He's trying to sway Venturing. You seem particularly obsessed with me, Director. Is it because I, as an amateur film critic, repeatedly tore apart your masterpiece? Of course it's because you're the cleverest one here. Most aware of the fact that despite your apparent power, none of you have actually escaped my bounded field. For someone like you, betrayal is always an option, not a moral absolute. Someone like me? You may be a terrible filmmaker, but you're not bad at reading people. Fork me, you're not seriously. A good businessman always evaluates the situation and adjusts their stance for better investment. I'm tired of this endless farce. Eliminating this many competitors at once is quite profitable. Adventuring, you're double-crossing me? Apologies, I wasn't being honest. Great! I love flexible actors like you. Now let me show my goodwill. Let's move to the next scene. Your caliber deserves a much bigger stage. The silent stage special feature, the Golden Gatekeeper. Lead actors.
阿恰，作为从者，
Eventually,
你会
he
站
gets
在
his
我这
voice
边，对吧？
back. As my servant, you'll come with me, right? Is that how Archer and Saber fight? Taking orders from a hack like Grady, seriously? Makes sense. compared to this lot, you and Grady are clearly cut from the same money-grubbing club.
为了胜利，卑鄙些又何妨？
What's wrong with being a little underhanded if we can win? This is going to be the way tougher than Scott was. Totally misjudged you. Guess I'll need to use a few extra fudging bullets on this guy. Maybe Adventuring is double-crossing the enemy. Maybe he's joining forces to help us in the end, surely. No, it should be my sword that delivers the final blow to the enemy commander. Master, if you're just joking, I can still cover for you if you apologize now, but if you're serious, this won't end without blood being spilled. I'll ask one more time. Shall I remove your legs first, or should I start by cutting off that irritating hand of yours, Mr. Adventuring?
拒绝吗？我本该用令咒让你屈服，但我实在讨厌这种烙在身上能使唤别人的东西。
So you still refuse? I should use my command spells to force you into submission, but I hate brands on the flesh that bend someone to another's will.
如果站在他们身边是你的愿望，随你便好。只是有时候，人终究要换个位置，才能看清赌局的全貌。
If staying with them is your wish, then so be it. But sometimes a change in perspective will make you see the gamble in its entirety. That's right. Killing you would erase my existence. Well then, sorry everyone, I surrender. I give up? Archer? You gave up way too quickly. What did I expect with my awful summoning luck? I told you, a guy covered in gold is never good news. But as your servant, I'll follow your commands. Wait, director, I can be a traitor too. I want more scenes too, director. Fantastic. 2 more exceptional leads at once. I'll give you bigger roles, turn you into unstoppable monsters who tear everyone apart. Step into the spotlight, Mr. Adventuring, and enjoy the special featurette I've crafted just for you. Oh, this is only 5 Adventuring!
用棉飞逝者再临，断水。
战斗体验该由
该 covered in gold.
好眼力，
来点刺激的。来捉迷藏，你会找到答案吗？
真是不长记性。
看了不，吃迷藏了。I am the boon of
Time
my
factor
soul.
to activate my implant.
Still limited.
My quantum implant.
What?
Okay, we don't need the implant.
接受。
Get destroyed, Adventuring. Oh, here's the fighting.
你应该看清楚敌人的为什么，阿恰。
Oh!
就是现在，结束战斗。
Wait, what happened to the... Was that right? I was right about Adventuring. He was
为什么
joining...
恐怖片里演员总是看不见怪物从何而
He
来？
was joining them to
只要电
destroy
影仍在
them.
继续，就一定会有新的怪物跳入镜头。
I believed you, Adventuring. Why do actors in horror films never see where the monster's coming from? Why do monsters keep popping into the frames as long as the film is rolling? We got our voices back!
因为真正的怪物诞生自片场之外，也即导演的镜头。
It's because the true monster is born beyond the set. The director's lens is the real cradle of horror.
你的气息遮断，不过是因为电影中的角色无法察觉到镜头外的拍摄者而已。
Your presence concealment skill is basically a manifestation of the theatrical rule that characters in the story cannot see the cinematographer.
而怪物是恐怖片的灵魂，
So you have to
是
turn
镜
into
头
a
的焦点。
monster first.
他们的目光永远正对着暴露的机位，所以扮演怪物的斯科特才能看见你。
Monsters are different. They're the soul of horror films. That's why he turned into a monster.
我输了，输得心服口服。
You win I concede.
魔鬼藏在镜头之外，让真正的怪物穿过荧幕走进影院。这是我最得意的一场线下营销。没想到在几百年后，还有人能看穿我的把戏。
Having the devil lurk behind the lens and getting real monsters to step into the theater. That was my finest offline marketing campaign ever. Who'd have thought that someone could still see through my tricks hundreds of years?
你是怎么做到的，朋友
？How did you do it?
我没有说过吗，格瑞迪先生，我是你的粉丝来着。
I'm your fan, Mr. Grady.
一个死了几百年的烂片导演，能让战略投资部的大人物看上。感谢你的安慰，但你显然不太会撒谎。
Thanks for the compliment. That was a pretty bad lie from you.
对自己自信些吧，导演先生。在偶然看过你的第一部电影后，出于好奇，我曾经翻阅过葛瑞迪影业的历史资料。在进影院前和观众签生死状，让真正的异域迷音在恐怖片场中进入影厅。这些互动和营销手段完全超越了所处的时代。
You had each moviegoer sign a death and liability release. Wait, why? Before entering the theater? And you released memory zone memes into the theater at intermission? Holy, these interactive marketing tactics were way ahead of their time. Wait, so he basically killed people that went to the theaters?
能敏锐地察觉市场需求，用有限的成本达到最好的效果。如果我在那时候遇见你，一定会在营销部门给你预留一个位置。
Could smell out exact market demands and deliver maximum impact with minimal resources. Had we met back then, I would have made sure to secure a spot for you in the marketing department.
偏偏是在这种地方被人承认了，不甘心呐。
I'd rather not be recognized for
明明可以
those
腰缠万贯，
achievements.
却把所有的钱都投入了电影，去追求心中的艺术。光凭这一点，我愿意承认，你是一位值得尊重的导演。
You could have been rolling in riches, but you poured everything into filmmaking to create something you loved. You're a director worthy of respect
但你的
for
所作
that
所为，
alone.
绝不值得原谅。
But what you've done is
大明星
unforgivable.
你这话简直和当年钟表匠说的一模一样。但我认了，我就是没有才能，拍不出真正的艺术。
The watchmaker said almost the same thing to me back then. But like I said, I concede. I have no talent and can't create true art.
人一死，似乎对什么都看得开了。
I've come to terms with that after dying.
既然如此，你能把老奥蒂先生的计划告诉我们了吗？
What's old Ochi's
如果他真的
plan?
想要实现愿望，完全可以随意雇佣几个狱主参战，像综艺节目那样内定结果。
If he truly wanted to achieve his wish, he could have easily hired a few masters to stage a variety show with the rigged
可他
outcome.
反倒故意找来一群不受控的危险人物，打上一场根本不可能打起来的圣杯战争。
But he deliberately gathered a group of uncontrollable individuals to participate in a Holy Grail War that might never even
在来之
happen.
前，奥蒂先生给了我一个后备方案。当我落败时，老老实实向诸位认输，并诚邀大家前往大剧院做客。
Mr. Oti even gave him a backup plan. When I lose, I'm to humbly admit defeat and invite everyone to the
他和
grand
圣杯
theater.
就在那儿等着各位。从他的口中，你们会得到所有问题的答案。
Mr. Oti and the Holy Grail will be waiting for you there. You'll hear all the
另外，
answers from him.
就当是为粉丝提供一点额外的服务吧。在我个人看来，奥蒂先生找上各位的原因很简单，单纯是收视率会比较高。
And you, my fan, this little behind the scenes is just for you. I believe the reason he reached out is simple. You bring higher ratings for this
你们觉得
show.
葛瑞迪的话可信吗？
Saber's talking again. Let me change my voice back to Japanese, though I can understand it a bit better in
纵观
Chinese.
匹诺康尼，
We'll continue
没有比
in
大剧
Chinese
院
for
更
a
合
bit.
适节目落幕的地方了。
Time
只
to go
是
to the grand
波提欧先生，
finale center.
为什么你看我的眼神有点奇怪？
Why are you looking at me like that, Mr. Blue?
没想到你这浓眉大眼的，竟然会是那种家伙的粉
I
丝。
didn't expect you to be that Fudger's
应该
fan.
说，我狱主的审美品味向来表里如一。
You could say my master's taste is as tacky as his outfit.
比起狱主这种让人不快的等级称谓，我还是更喜欢你刚刚发明的沙金先生。
I prefer you address me as Mr. Adventure.
瞧见了吧，红色的哥们儿，这群做生意的都一个样，
40
无论是
for the
唾骂
hydrate.
还是讽刺，他们统统笑纳，就像子弹打在棉花上。
English collab characters are mute. See, red guy, those business crooks are all the same. They take everything you throw at them. Insulting them is like punching a cotton fluff
那
ball.
我就恭敬不如从命了，
Ain't no fun at
沙
all.
金先生。
And I'll graciously
剧院的决战
comply.
想必那位奥蒂先生已经为我们准备好了战场。占据圣杯的他，只会比葛瑞迪更难缠。
As for the final showdown, I'm sure Mr. OT has already prepared the battleground for
攻城
us.
战和集结的战士，终于有点战争的感觉了。
Now this is starting to feel like a real
我也和你
war.
们一起去，音符小姐，无论她现在是敌是
Looks
友
like，we're all heading
我都
over.
要把她带回来。
Make OT pay. The princess rescue mission is on. Come to think of it, wasn't there someone else? Not far away, he's slowly slipping away with high
有件
steps.
事我忘了问，波提欧先生，你知道斯科特是哪个部门的吗？
Mr. Buto, do you know which department Scott's from? Well, the voice acting eventually flashed a grin more sinister than the devil's own, his lips barely moving as he silently mouthed the name of that department. The space cowboy let out a hearty laugh, cracking his knuckles with a sharp snap, a wicked smirk spreading across his face as he strode towards Scott. Uh-oh, Scott. Yikes! You hear a cry straight out of a cartoon. Over the top, full of flair and surprisingly heartfelt. And you just know for a fact that Scott won't be getting out of that hospital bed anytime soon. I wonder what this sounds like in the other languages. English. He's still ribbiting in the English. They did completely different renditions. I was not expecting him to still be ribbiting. How about the Japanese? That was a pretty good cry. Poor Scott. It's time to listen to the Korean Scott. The KR one really sounds like he's gone crazy. KR is just like doing all the different laughs. all the Tom and Jerry noises. All the Scott VAs had a very different take, but they're all pretty good. The CN was... Just listening to the CN one in a vacuum is also pretty good. All the Scott VAs had times of their lives. It's like a Scott soundboard. These are kind of like the Tom and Jerry sounds. Yeah, he really is Wukong. This actually does sound like a monkey. I can actually hear the monkey sounds. Yeah, I feel like this thought. Well, he does voice Wukong, but he really channeled the inner Wukong for this line. pretty great. But have faith in the medical advances of the cosmic age. No ska was irreversibly harmed in the Holy Grail War, especially not in a dream.
这下收摊了，咱们出发吧。
That's more like it. Time to move out. Let us move out the great Grady. Oh, we get a story Saber. Saber, can we play the... Maybe I can bring in my adventuring. And then we can play our... I can bring in my Elia might not have her pieces on. We can bring our 4. Wait, why is my team full? I need to get rid of Sparkle. Can bring on our 4 party members. We'll put adventuring last. Clara for Elia. The Saber doesn't have... I can't click on... Wait, can I click on her? I can click on my Saber. I don't think I can click on the story Saber. I don't think I can check the story Saber's actual stats. Happy birthday to Janaz. Did I actually take everything off, Clara? Let me take a peek. Oh. Clara has relics. Clara has her light cone too. Looks good. Well, what is my adventuring? Adventuring has stuff too. I've taken these for.
明明只是一场似是而非的闹剧，却有如此精妙的布置，这一点让我百思不得其解。
Let's switch back to Japanese for a bit.
腑に落ちねえ。たかが真似事の茶番だってのに、こうも手の込んだ準備をしてるとはな。どうにも腑に落ちねえ。時間の流れを意味する12の時、そして全ての時の中心にあるこの月。
12 hours that reference the passage of time and this moon placed right at the
魔術を多少なりともかじった人間なら絶えず力がここに集まってるのを感じるだろうよ。
He has a pretty sick outfit
この世
here,
界
the
には
Lancer.
魔術もなければ魔術師もいねえ。
Anyone with magecraft training can feel power continuously flowing into this place, but this world has no magecraft or mages.
じいさん、この聖杯戦争を仕組んだのは本当にあんたなのか？魔術師って感じじゃなさそうだが。
Did you really design this whole Holy Grail War? He's like sitting on a piano chair. You don't exactly look like a mage.
はあ、どこに次の一手を打つべきかは商人の勘が教えてくれたのです。そして私の知りたい情報は全て聖杯が教えてくれました。
The Holy Grail has told me everything I need
あ
to
なた
know.
はあの巡回レンジャーのサーバントでしたね。その嗅覚はハウンド家の犬よりも鋭いようだ。
You are the servant of that Galaxy Ranger. I didn't think your nose would be even sharper than the Bloodhound family's minion.
ですが、今あのカウボーイは囚われの身。そんなマスターを放って単身で切り込むとはいかがなものでしょう。
Oh no, he has rings on every
おそら
finger.
く彼はあなたの助けを必要としているのでは？
Is it really wise for you to charge in here on your own?
世話の焼けるマスターだ。だがよ、ここで
Is
てめえの
Lancer
首
gonna
を
get
はねりゃ
sacrificed again?
あの鉄塊のマスターを助けたことにもなるだろう。
If I blow your head off right here, that saved my metal clump of a master too, no?
経験者として一つ忠告しといてやる。聖杯は決して人の思い通りにはならねえ。聖杯が残すのは欲望に溺れた亡霊だけだ。
Let me offer you some advice. The Holy Grail never grants wishes the way people expect. All it leaves behind are dead souls buried by their desires.
ご忠告
Laughing
痛
JP
み
is
入り
pretty
ま
good.
す。ただそれゆえに私は聖杯に新たな価値を見出そうと考えたのです。そして作ったのは願望機よりもずっと投資価値のあるエンターテインメント番組。
Entertainment. I appreciate the advice. In that case, am I not giving the Holy Grail a new purpose? It'll become an entertainment spectacle, much more worthy of investment than some wish-granting chalice.
あ？エンターテインメント番組だ。なるほど。そりゃ聖杯と相性がいい。聖杯戦争も起きるってもんだ。
No wonder it managed to power this
この
Holy
神秘性を
Grail
欠いた
war.
世界じゃ、たとえ聖杯を手に入れたところで、酒を継がせるのが関の山だろう。
I've been wondering what you could possibly put into the Holy Grail apart from wine.
だが魔力とは別に、聖杯に奇跡を注ぐ熱量があるのなら、話は違う。
But if something can replace magical energy and manage to infuse the Holy Grail with enough power to create miracles, well, that changes things
神秘の
entirely.
秘匿を守らなきゃならねえ聖杯戦争が、誰もが見られる番組にガラリと変わった。
Instead of something that must maintain the concealment of mystics, the Holy Grail War will become a public entertainment spectacle
そして
instead.
人々は、この夢の星で聖杯の儀式を知り、英霊の召喚を見て、聖杯がもたらす奇跡を信じ込んだ。
Then the people on this dream-soaked planet will come to believe in the miracle of the Holy Grail through learning its rituals and witnessing the summoning of heroic
ここの
spirits.
連中の小さな願いがエネルギーとなり、聖杯には偽りの奇跡が塗られた。お前の仕切るこの茶番は、そいつらの願いを踏みにじった上で成り立ってるってわけだ。
And so, little by little, their wishes will turn into fuel, coating the Holy Grail in a fabricated miracle. And the farce you've orchestrated will end up stomping all over those wishes.
ほほう、これはまたとんでもない見方をされる。他の世界より訪れたサーバントよ。
The
あな
Holy
たが
Grail
現
needs
れた
you
のは想定外でしたが、
as fuel.
実のところ必要なことでもありました。聖杯にはより純度の高いエネルギー、つまりあなたたちが必要になります。ノーツガールさん、いや
Miss Note?
さん、今こそピノコニーにあなたの魅力を見せる時です。
It's time for you to show Penacony your true charm. The curtain fell with the soft rustle veiling the stage in
頼まれた
silence.
ことはちゃんとやりま
What
した
happened to Lancer? I did what you wanted me
ご
to
苦
do.
労様でした、我が友よ。長い年月が経ちましたが、
Lancer disappeared.
私は今でもあなたが演じたシーンを、ダンス、歌声を鮮明に覚えています。
Well done, my old friend. So many years have passed, but I still remember every performance you gave, every dance you danced, and every melody you
当時のあなたはまるで鮮やかに咲くアイリスのように輝いていました。ですが今のあなたはそれ以上に美しい。
You were like a blooming eye.
余計なものを取り払った飾らないあなたの方が。
But I prefer how you are now compared to your heydays, stripped of all the external pretenses. So simple, so ordinary.
そういうのは結構です、オーディ。時代遅れの比喩は
I've
身
kept
の
my
毛が
promise.
よだつものなので、
What did he promise her?
約束は果たしました。
そう焦らないでくれ、我が友よ。あなたの願いは魔術や奇跡に頼らずともお金で叶えられるものだ。聖杯とはただ黄金で作られた容器に過ぎない。
Everything you desire can be obtained without magecraft or miracles. Money is all it takes.
間もなくこの番組の主役たちが到着します。儀式の最終段階が完了するまで足止めしてください。成功した暁には必ず約束を果たしましょう。
The real stars are about to make their entrance. Your job is to hold them off until the last step. Once that's done, I'll honor my
オーデ
end.
ィ、あなたの詳細はこの星と一緒に落ちてしまったようですね。
Looks like your business acumen has rotted along with this
先ほどの
world.
サーバントを捕らえるのでも精一杯だったのに。
How do I
今度
take
は
them
彼
all
ら
on?
全員。
そう自分を過小評価してはいけませんよ。グレイディとは異なり、あなたは本物の芸術家なのですから。舞台上で何千という人々の人生を演じてきたあなたは、まさしく英雄の天敵にふさわしい。彼らを圧倒できるよう、聖杯に溜まった力をあなたに預けましょう。この盛大な儀式を成功させ、素晴らしい結末を迎え。
Sphere, welcome back. Happy 38 months. Thank you for the 38 months resub. Happy 3 years and 2 months. Thank you for the tier 3 resub. Let me know if there's a song you'd like me to play on stream later. Welcome back to Sphere. Thank you, Maple, for the hydrate. And good night to Maverick. Thank you for joining in today. I will give you the power of the Holy Grail so you can crush them all. Head into the Grand Theater and unmask the mastermind. Oh, I can't click on the story Saber.
Holy baby! あの青髪のあんちゃん、様子を探りに行ったきり連絡一つね。まさか、あのラブリーな年寄りにはめられたか？
Wasn't that blue guy supposed to scout this place ahead of us? Haven't even heard a single peep! Poor blue guy. Could that man have pulled a fast one on him?
争った痕跡はないようです。ランサーらしくありませんね。
No signs of battle. This doesn't seem like something Lancer would do.
あの男のことだ。売らなくてもいい喧嘩を売り、満足して立ち去ったまであるが。
From what I know about that man, he might even stir up some pointless fights just to walk away.
ローツガールさん、ご無事で何よりだわ。
Miss Notes, not the Miss Notes, you know.
待った。様子がおかしい。ノーツガール。ここでランサーに会ったんじゃないかい？
Miss Note, I trust you've seen Lancer here, haven't you?
大劇場に到着するなり、オーディを槍でスクリーンに突き刺そうとしていました。彼の判断はとても素晴らしいものでしたが。
He came to the Grand Theater with his spear raised and ready, eager to impale Mr. Old OT on the curtain. I couldn't agree more with his approach.
せっかく手にした2度目の命です。願いを叶えるためにも、彼には少しの間休んでもらうことにしました。
I still have dreams left unfulfilled in the second life of mine, and so I asked him to take a break.
そして皆さんにもしばらく休んでもらわなければなりません。オーディが儀式を終わらせるまで。ご心配なさらず、苦しくはありませんから。さあ、舞台上の燃える情熱と野心を忘れるのです。楽屋で役者たちが仮面を外すように、ゆっくりとお休みください。
Leave your passion and ambitions on the stage, like how actors shed their fatigue and makeup behind the curtains. And rest. Oh!
閉幕の時です。カノンカンクリザンス。
This was quite powerful with the power of the Grail. Saber! We caught her at least. Oh! Wait, this is our Idis Elysiae. Where is this?
バカな。どうしてブリテンに？
How is this possible? Why am I in Britain? Oh, Saber recognized this place as Britain. How is this Britain? Welcome back to Nick. Oh, you're actually at work today, aren't you? This isn't Britain. Today I learned Idis Elysiae equals Britain. I remember this place too. How is this possible? Why am I in Finance homeland all of a sudden? Wait, Finance British? Limited budget works. I am work, says Nick. Good luck at work today. Where did she send us? Is this her homeland? So Saber came from the same place as Finon?
ええ、この地を忘れたことはありません。
I remember it
す
all.
べて覚えています。この草原も風も。
But this is exactly the same as our hiatus at Leisure.
キ
This
ャ
was
スタ
so
ーは
sad
私
to
の記憶
see.
を利用して閉じ込めようとしているのでしょう
1
か。
year and reusing our Lyria assets. I remember it all. Every tree, every blade of grass, the fields, the wind scent, and this town. This caster thinks she can trap me with these memories. So this is supposed to be her hometown, but we're just back in Finon's homeland. Baila, what Japetola? Finon's like my homeland got stolen.
この町は私が騎士としての一歩を踏み出した場所なの
This
です。
town is nothing less than where my life as a knight
よ
began.
アルトリウスじゃないか。あんたも剣を抜きに来たのか？
Down village
ア
neighbor
ルトリウス。そうですか。
Artorius.
ではあなたはエイデン。
Aiden.
まあ試したくなる気持ちもわかるよ。あのマーリンとかいう魔術師が岩から剣を抜いた人間がブリテンの王になるなんて大層なことを言うんだもんな。見習い騎士だって一回くらい挑戦してみたくなる。
I knew it that Mage Merlin spun such a tall tale. Something about whoso pulleth out the sword of the stone is right-wise king of all England. Even an apprentice knight wouldn't be able to
でも
resist
な、
that.
小柄なあんたが先手の剣を抜いて
Shadow
王になるところ
man,
は
that's the
さすがに
shadow
想
over
像できない。
here. That being said, a little fellow like you drawing the sword and becoming king? I really can't picture that.
そうですね。私もそう思います。
I
岩の
agree.
剣はどうか正しい王を選ぶように。
I hope the sword in the stone manages to pick the
行き
right
ましょう、
king.
マスター。ここに用はないは
Let's
ずです。
go, master. What did he just call you?
私の男性名です。当時
The male
ブ
name
リ
I
テンの王
used.
が女性だと知られれば統治に支障をきたしますから。
After all, a female king would have had a very difficult time
今
ruling
私た
Britain.
ちがいるのは私が先手の剣を抜く
We
直前の時間
returned
でし
to
ょ
the
う。
moment right before I drew the sword from the stone.
私たちを足止
I
めする
can't
た
believe
め
this looks the
キ
same
ャ
as
スターは魔物や異民族の国
Finon's
竜と
homeland.
いった手勢を用意していると予想していましたが
Dem has to borrow assets from other teams or purchase unity assets at their own cost. I thought Caster would use monsters, foreign armies, or even dragons to trap us here, and Caster just brought over Amphorius.
本当に何もかも懐
How
か
I
しい。
miss all this?
騎士として村を出てから戻ることはなかった。私がまだ何者でもなかった時の幼い夢の話です。
I never returned here after I left as a knight. What we see before us is the childish dream I had when I was still just a nameless nobody. The girl seemed drawn by something. Her gaze wandered to the end of the
た
path.
だ惜しいのはこうして私に合わせて作られた幻だ
What
と
a
いうの
shame. She
乗れる馬がい
created
ないことです。
such a fantasy for me, yet
幼
I
少期の
don't
一番の夢は
even have a
愛馬を
mount.
持つことでしたので
I'll find you a trampler.
当時の私は騎士に憧れを抱いていました。
Aww.
馬に乗ってこの道をかけ草原を抜けた先にあるエクターの家へ行くことを思い描いていたのです。
My greatest dream as a child was to have a mount of my own. To become a knight, ride a horse, follow this very path across the fields, and reach the grasslands where Ector's house lies. Ector?
私を預かり育ててくれた老騎士です。
He's the
ある
old
意味
knight tasked with
私
raising
の
me.
父と呼べる存在でしょう。
My father, in a sense.
彼はいつも眉間にシワを寄せていましたが冗談を聞くと誰よりも笑っていました。
He always
それ
wore
か
a
ら
stern
口癖のように
expression.
私にこの地の理想の王になってほしいと。
He laughed at the smallest things. He always told me he hoped I would become the ideal king for this land. Leave your assets. This is a never before seen area, truly Britain indeed. I see what people mean now.
彼が王になった私の姿を見ることはありませんでした。
But in the end, he never got to see me become a king.
ああ、申し訳ありません、マスター。昔語りが過ぎましたね。
We're gonna get a tour of her homeland.
ただ、夢や幻の類である。
We've already walked around this homeland multiple
私の故
times.
郷を案内しましょう。
Continue forward. Fate aria of rotten gold. There beneath the tree, a tiny doll. Wait, this is the troll saber. A tiny night doll rested, as if lost in a dream that would never end. I can't believe they actually included the satyr in here.
これがキャスターの召喚した兵士なら、さぞ手強い相手でしょうね。
If this is the soldier summoned by Caster, they must be an incredibly powerful opponent. It looks a little bit like you.
このようなおもちゃは見たことがありません。
I've never seen a toy like this.
生まれてから15年。私は大半の時間を馬の飼育と剣の稽古に当てていたものですから。休んでいる時は魔術師のマーリンが夢に現れ、王として国を治めるのに必要な知識を教えてくれました。
My first 15 years were mostly spent caring for horses and honing my swordsmanship. During my breaks, a mage named Merlin would visit me in my dreams and teach me about ruling as a king.
あなたはどのような子供時代を過ごしたのですか？あなたの過去についてはまだ聞いたことがありませんでしたよね。
How did you spend your childhood? We never talked about your past, actually.
覚
We
えて
don't
るの
remember
は
our past.
宇宙ステーションで誰かに起こされたってことだけ。
The only thing I remember is being woken up by someone in a space
そうでした
station.
か。マスターの性格がいささか自由なのは過去のしがらみを持たないからなの
No
です
wonder
ね。
you're so carefree. Is it because you don't have a past holding you
この
back?
記憶が始まったのは軍政に向かう列車に乗った日からなんだ。でも気の合う仲間たちに出会えたし、過去はないけど未来はある。
My earliest memory was boarding a train headed for the stars and meeting many kindred spirits as friends. Though I have no past, I have a future. I became the person I wanted to be.
私はなりたい自
Thank you,
分になれ
Zane,
た。
for resubscribing. Happy 30 months. Thank you for the 2.5 years of support. Welcome back.
それは苦しくとも良い旅を続けてきたのですね、マスター。生前の私もそうであればよかったのですが。
Does Saber even know what a space station is? Probably if she got all the knowledge of the current era. Even in the face of hardship, you're still continuing on your wonderful journey. I wish I did that in my life.
かつて私には目指していた人物像がありました。白き竜と化した費用ボーティガ
I
ン
like
から
this
この
part
地を
though where
救
we
い、
talk.
異
Despite
民族に蹂躙されてい
the
る民を
accents.
解放するため。
Once upon a time, I also wanted to become a specific person. I wanted to save the land I stood on and the people who lived upon it. I wanted to repel the tyranny of King of Vortigern, the White Dragon. I wanted to deliver my people from the foreign invaders'
皆が
hostile
望んだ通
rule.
り、ブリテンを救う理想の王になる。
Saber's tied to her
その
ideals.
ためなら全てを捧げてもいいと。
This part kind of reminds me a bit of. I did really like the scene in Fate Zero where they were discussing their various definitions of kingship between Saber, Gilgamesh, and then Iskandar. I wanted to become the ideal king my people dreamed of, someone who would save Britain. For that, I would have sacrificed everything.
岩に刺さった先手の剣を抜けば私の願いは叶うと魔術師は言いました。
The mage told me
ブリテンは救われると思った。
if I could pull the sword from the stone, I could achieve my wish. Everyone thought I would save Britain. So that's our sword. It's Condor, the life of the party. Yes, it was the drinking party night. I didn't save Britain.
ボーティガンを撃ち、異民族を駆逐し、円卓の騎士を集め、難攻不落のキャメロット城を築けば、ブリテンに平和が訪れると信じていました。
I once believed that once I slew Vertigan, expelled the foreign invaders, gathered the knights of the Round Table, and built the impenetrable castle, peace would finally come.
しかし、それは束の間の美しい夢に過ぎませんでした。配下の騎士たちは去り、中には私に刃を向ける者もいました。
But that was all a fleeting
やがてブリ
dream.
テンは再び戦火に飲まれました。
The knights who once served me abandoned me, and some even raised armies to challenge my rule. Britain was once again engulfed in war.
先帝の剣を抜く前から、マーリンはこの顛末を私に伝えていました。
Merlin had already warned me of all this before I drew the sword
剣
of
を抜けば、
selection.
すべての人に意味嫌われる悲しい結末を迎えると。
He told me once I drew the sword, I would meet a tragic end, hated by all.
そして、国が最も繁栄していた時に、
He also told
ブ
me
リテンはいずれ終わりを迎える。今の繁栄は
she
王の苦
suffered,
痛に
she
よって成り立って
sacrificed
いる
too
んだ。
much. That Britain would one day fall, and its current prosperity was built on the suffering of its king.
私が国の苦しみを背負うことで、人々が安寧を得られるのなら、その悲しい結末を迎える価値はあると思いました。
Yet I thought I could carry the weight of the kingdom's pain and trade it for the peace of the people. The sacrifice would be worth it, and I would be willing to face my thankless end. You remind me of Sunday. I like how that's the first choice. You recount the fantastical dream you had during Penacony's Charmony festival to Saber. How a man dreamed of creating a paradise kingdom with his own power.
ロビンさんの兄上ですか。確かに、当時の私の考えや行動は、
His thoughts and
その
actions
人と似ているかもしれま
do
せん。
sound a lot similar to mine.
皆に理想の国を描いてみせたつもりでしたが、ブリテンに残されたのは終わりのない戦いと血を流す戦士、
I promised everyone I would
飢え
build
た子供だけでした。
the ideal kingdom, but I left the land of Britain with endless wars, dying warriors, and starving children.
破滅を迎えるべきは私であって、私の国や民ではなかったはずです。
The one who deserves to face destruction is me, not my country or my people. It's how it should have been. Continue forward. And this is exactly the map for our Itis Elysiae. I never watched Apocrypha. I'm not quite sure if Saber and Sunday are quite alike. Here's our sword.
先帝の剣。
This is the sword in the stone.
この剣を抜かなかったらと。
The sword looks
私よりも王にふさわしいものがいたらと。
This is a traditional British architecture. At least Saber doesn't yap about the same one bird for a billion times. I've wondered countless times, had I not drawn this sword, or had there been someone more suited to be
私が
king?
王位につかなければ、ブリテンは理想の国となれたのでしょうか。
Would Britain have truly become the utopia I
私は
dreamed
どのような人生を歩んでいたのでし
of?
ょ
I
う。
don't think so. What kind of life would I have lived?
先帝の剣を抜いて王となるか、その道を捨て故郷に残り、自分の人生を穏やかに過ごすか。
Pull out the sword and become king, or give up and stay in my homeland to quietly live out
彼
my
女は今、
days.
私を選択の時まで戻したのですね。
She's brought me back to the moment I made my choice. Saber, do you wish to stay?
マスター、 私は少し疲れてしまいました。
Master, I'm so tired.
やはり馬が欲しいですね。日が落ちる前にそれに乗って草原を駆けるのです。
I wish I had a horse to ride across those fields before the sun sets. What happened? Wait, what? Triple redeem emotes? Oh, how come I said 3 emotes? Thank you, 4Ts, for the hydrate. Welcome back, Khan. I'm playing through the Fate story currently. Did you already play through? Saber! You called out, your voice echoing, but the drawn-out words never reached the servant. In the moment she hesitated, fate had already been sealed. You thought we were going to ask to be her horse when you first read this? Thank you, No Harm Dono, for resubscribing with Prime. Happy 4 months! Thank you for the 4 months of support. In truth, you were never here at all. What remains in this place is merely a shadow of you who fell into a noble phantasm, lingering in the dream of another.
彼女はどこにでもいる少女です。王を演じるのは大変な苦痛を伴うというのに、なぜ英霊という幻の中でまでそれを味わわねばならないのでしょう。
She was nothing more than an ordinary girl. Playing the part of a king was already painful enough. Why should we force her to continue in the delusion known as heroic
剣も
spirit?
栄光も捨て、舞台を降りるのです。観客となり、他人の喜びや悲しみを楽しむ側に回ればいい。
Better to cast aside her sword, abandon her glory, and become a nameless nobody who watches the world's grand show on the
さあ、
sidelines.
その英雄の仮面を外してあげましょう。あなたたちの最初の選択を、これまでに味わってきた苦難を消し去ってあげます。
I'll help all of you remove the hero's garnish bit by bit until I've wiped away even the choice you've made to become a hero. Until I've wiped away all the pain you've endured on this thorny road.
皆さんに平凡で幸せな人生を用意しました。もちろんあなたにも。
I've prepared a simple and happy life for all of you, including you. Now...
それでここに残るのか、新入り。
Wait, we're back in the space station? Level 4 geography? Newcomer, are you staying?
君みたいなやつが宇宙ステーションヘルタに入れたのは一生分の運を使ったからだと思うけど、
This is like our alternate life, the simple and happy life. Someone like you probably already burned through all of your luck just trying to get into the Herta space station. I'll go through the motions and confirm it anyway.
チリカの仕事は君が思ってるほど楽じゃないからね。
Just so you know, working at the department isn't as easy as you think. Where did she send me?
彼女ってミスヘルタのこと？
Madam Herta?
どこって、ここはあの人の宇宙ステーションに決まってるだろ。まったく、僕が新人の時も君みたく、けど時間が経てば分かってくる。
We're just a
ここにい
regular
る自分
researcher
は
here
一
now.
階の職員に過ぎないってね。
But I defeated Tattler.
なんだそれ。
Who's
ゲームの
that?
キャラか？
But I'm the galactic baseballer.
それが？僕はチリカの研究員だけど。
But I'm the cosmic geographer. But I'm the nameless. I don't belong here.
おいおい、正気か？休みを取って医療科で頭を見てもらったらどうだ？
I'm gonna check up at the medical department.
まあ、気持ちはわからんでもない。僕も請求列車のちょっとしたファンだからね。あの列車には輝かしい冒険をした七死人たちが乗ってる。対して君はどんな冒険をしたんだ？
I faced the Doomsday Beast ultimate.
ああ、聞いたことあるよそれ。宇宙ステーションのコレクションが盗まれて正体不明の侵入者に飲まれたんだろ？しかも反物質レギオンの襲撃にもあったって。
was stolen or swallowed by a mysterious intruder, which then led to an attack from the
ミス・ヘルタの
anti-National
助けがなか
Legion.
ったら僕たちはとっくに宇宙
But
の
it
木
makes us
図に
look
な
so
ってた
bad.
ところそうお嬢さんのことだ
The
よ
only reason you got a
け
job
ど
here
心優しいアスター所長が
is Asta took pity on you. I defeated Fantilia.
この間戦士
Let me listen to this part in Chinese. We don't have a saber here.
不久前出现在仙州，大闹了一场的绝灭大军。据我最近听到的消息，他的计划被罗浮将军挫败，
Plan was
但仙
foiled
州
by the
人
general.
也付出了巨大的代价。
See, all of history
好
is
心提
different
醒你
here.
别拿人家的灾难当成自己吹牛的谈资。
I woke Penacony from the eternal
让我猜
slumber.
猜，接下来你是不是要说你被邀请去参加了协乐大典，还在匹诺康尼成了盛会巨
We
星？
were invited to the Charmony festival. The man looks at you with exasperation written all over his face, visibly biting back with a snarky remark. I don't know what to say.
我早该猜到了。最近硬物科进口了一批梦炮，有不少没见过世面的年轻科员都整天沉迷在里面，连工作都甩到一边去了。
I know what's happening. The department imported a batch of dream bubbles. Loads of young, naive researchers have been wasting entire days ignoring even their
想必你也是意志入脑，幻觉缠身吧？
He
不
thinks
然怎
we're
么会
just
觉得
having
自己成了列车
illusions.
上的无名客呢？不过我也不是不能理解。我听说
This is
列
the
车
life
本
of
来
a
邀请
turned
你和他们
down
一
the
起上路，
express.
可是你拒绝了。
I heard the
现
express
在后悔了？
invited you to join them, but you turned them down. Are you regretting that choice now? But I did board the express. You tried to yell at the researcher before you, but your wavering voice gives a different response. I became afraid.
我害怕了。
But was that answer truly what you thought? Or was it some sort of elusive manipulation? You try to piece together what has happened, but your memories feel more distant with every passing second. About the Astro Express and the Nameless, like sand under the waves, your memories crumble and fade, and suddenly you understand why Saber chose to stay even just for a moment. Why didn't you step aboard the Astro Express back then on that split-second impulse? It no longer matters. The researcher in the department standing before you watches you closely, perhaps searching for words of comfort, or maybe looking for the right joke to shatter the heavy silence. Eventually, he speaks.
看你的简历似乎没什么特长，我先给你安排
Your
点轻松的
resume
工
doesn't
作好
have
了。
any particular skills, so I'll start you off with some light
整理
tasks.
地盖科过去半年的经费报表，预约未来1个月的研究会议，收集各级科员的课题申请，
That's a lot of work, bro.
够你干上一段时间了。
Sort the expenditure reports, schedule research meetings, collect project proposals. Am I really a researcher?
要不然呢？你总不可能是黑塔吧？
What else could you be, Madam
我走了
Rita?
派给你的活儿，好好
I'm
干啊。
off. Be sure to do your job well. He turns to leave, yet could not help himself from looking back
我
at
偶尔也
you.
会后悔，自己14岁那年没去进修量子历史，而选择了环宇地盖。我当时觉得数学太难了，
He also
常常
has
问自己，
regrets.
如果我做了别的选
Everyone's
择，
turning point of
还会是今
decision.
天这副衰样吗？
Sometimes I regret picking the geography of the universe course when I was 14 and walking away from quantum history. I felt math was just too tough for me back then, but now I ask myself, would I still be stuck in this dead-end job if I made a different choice?
都是瞎想。
Don't
亲爱
worry
的
about the what ifs.
别为已经做出的决定后悔。你看我，这样不挺好？
Why waste time regretting a choice you've already made? Look at me. Things aren't so bad here, are they? This is all wrong. You scream internally, but the fury is fleeting. Report at the workplace? Oh, we can run away somewhere. I don't think we can run very far. None of these doors open. We can actually run to the side corridors. I think eventually we won't be able to come back. Holy the 9 to 5 experience, there's no objectives. I feel like I can't actually read the mission objectives without quitting out. Report to the workplace. And they don't have the usual mission objective thing that I can read. Time to get to work.
你迟到了，新人。再晚了几个系统日，报销时限都要过了。
A few more system days and we'll miss the reimbursement.
看在你初来乍到的份上，就不为难你，赶紧干活吧。
I'll cut you some slack given that you're new. Get to work.
好乱的桌子，是要我把这些全都整理干净吗？
What a messy desk. Am I supposed to organize all this? Where do I even start? Sort by mood.
太慢了，像你这样搞，等到琥珀王敲下一锤都弄不
完。Keep going like this and you'll still be here when the Amber Lord makes their next hammer swing. Why don't you do it? You're on the verge of shouting, but just then a sliver of doubt creeps inside you. Is this really what you want? Take a breath, don't lash out, focus on what you truly need to do. Take out the baseball bat and give them a good beating. The bat you always have by your side is no longer there. Then again, did you really have it in the first place? I quit! But where would you go? Is there anywhere you can go? You're young with no special talents. Isn't your best bet a cushy job with full benefits clocking in every day until the world ends? Complete the basic
还愣着做什么？
tasks.
以为会有太空仿生田螺替你干活吗？
This is like our 9 to 5. What are you standing around for? You think space bionic snails are gonna do the work for you? Sort by budget category. Yes, that's it. Calmly and nicely drop the fight. By now, the job feels like second nature. Might as well tidy up the last of the files. Keep organizing the reports. Document. Did you know human memory cannot simulate non-existent things? Never having taken this path, you cannot possibly imagine the research content. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I am you. At least a fragment of your subconscious. The final cry before you don't belong here. Quick, hurry, she's become aware. Now you must on your own.
这报表怎么好像无穷无尽的？
These
而
reports
且
are endless.
他们记录的东西也很奇怪。
The stuff written in there is really weird. 3 slices purchased from Bellowbog. With unique properties purchased from Luofu, the gaze of the Aeon had no significant impact on the fundamental nature. There's a potential for escaping, but no one can truly break free from. Do not step onto the stage. Do not aspire to become a hero. There you'll only find. Do not go down that sorrowful path.
那边的人总感觉很熟悉。
Archer!
如果你想说我们是不是在哪儿见过，那我可以回答你，没有。
If you're going to ask me, have we met before? You definitely know me. You glance at his work tag. He has a work tag? Oh, it's just a single letter A. Department Domestic Services. Wait, when did the space station have a domestic services department?
说起来 ，A 叔，
A 叔，
你难道不觉得
Uncle
自己
A
不属于这里吗？
Don't you ever feel like you don't belong here? We shouldn't be here.
我明白的。每天都有一沓科员跑来和我聊天，他们都宣布自己不属于这里。
Dozens of researchers come up to me every day claiming they don't belong here.
因为现在的生活不称心如意，就觉得自己应该属于其他地方。这不过是另一种美化了的逃避现实的借口罢了。
They think they should be somewhere else because life isn't going their way. It's just another dressed up excuse to escape.
即使逃去其他地方，只要后退的本性不改变，迟早有一天会无处可去的。
As long as your instinct is just to back down and run, you'll run out of places to go, even if you manage to get out of this
依我
place.
看，这里不挺好的吗？没有世界危机，没有想要毁灭人类的怪胎，厨房也很方便，除了食材有点古怪。
I think this place isn't so bad. No world-threatening crises, no freaks trying to end humanity. The kitchen's convenient too. though the ingredients are a bit odd.
虽然照样有个挥宝石如土的小姑娘，对绝大多数人也算是理想乡了。
We still got a little girl who throws around gemstones like dirt, but it's pretty much a utopia
平凡
for
的人
most
生，
people.
等离开了再后悔，就来不及了。
There's no turning back once you leave your ordinary life behind. I like his title, Mysterious Researcher A. You glance at him, wanting to say something, but decided not to.
打消念头了？我就说嘛，你没那么想离开这儿，对吧？
Changed your mind? I knew it! You don't really want to leave, do you? Days pass. After long hours of sorting, you're finally done with the work. Although an uncanny feeling lingers in your chest, before it's resolved, you should take a
好
break.
累，感觉已经没法思考了。
I'm exhausted. I feel like I can't
可我
even
还是
think
觉得
anymore.
自己不应该属于这里。
But I still feel like I don't belong here. Rest. Oh? Drifting quietly over the surface of a dream, suspended in the moment before you sink.
让我们来说说王的故事吧。一位名为尤瑟的王，
Let me tell you a story about a king named Uther.
在我到来之前，他曾统领不列颠的子民；而在我到来之后，为了捍卫不列颠的子民，他向摧毁一切的白龙发起进攻，以败北告终。
He ruled the people of Britain before I showed up, and after my appearance, he launched an attack against the White Dragon to protect his people, a battle that ended in defeat.
可即便如此，人们仍称他为最伟大的国王。在你看来，是什么令他成为了英雄？
Even so, people still called him the greatest king. What do you think made him a hero? The courage.
举剑挑战自己绝对无法战胜的龙，剑蛇公断，身首异处。他身为人类的一切，注定是失败。
He raised his sword to challenge a dragon he knew he could never defeat. The sword shattered, the bow snapped, and he was beheaded. As a human, everything about him was destined
但
to
他为了
fail.
拯救什么而举起剑的模样，却在不列颠的至黑之夜里，留下了一颗星星。
But the way he raised his sword to bring deliverance left a shiny star in Britain's darkest
我们
night.
所目睹的星星，虽然并非他们本来的样子，但光却不是谎言，它会照耀很久很久，直到照亮下一位英雄的道路。
The lights, the stars we see may not be their original forms, but their light isn't a lie. It will shine for ages, lighting the way for the next hero.
舞台，那位失去名字的英灵如此称呼我们的人生。他用宝具抹去了星星的辉光。
The heroic spirit who lost her name referred to her lives as a stage, and she used her noble phantasm to erase the stars' radiance.
玉主，如果你仍然保有勇气，
So this
如
is
果你
our
愿意
Saber
成为
talking
星
to
星，
us.
所有目视你的观众也都将登上舞台，成为英雄。
Her Siam voice isn't bad. Master, if you still have courage, if you're still willing to become that star, then all the spectators who have seen you will also step onto the stage, becoming heroes themselves.
不知不觉间说了些大道理，虽然只是对梅林的蹩脚模仿。
Look at me, talking big all of a sudden and doing a bad imitation of Merlin. Where
我
are
在等待
you?
一个即将登台演出的人，也在骑马穿越荒野，梦见。
I want to listen to this part in Japanese though. JP.
あなたの夢も私の夢も
My
もうす
Saber.
ぐ終わりを迎えるでしょう。
The dream is nearing its end, Master, for me and you. I'm waiting for someone who's about to take the stage. I'm also riding through the wilderness. Oh,
変な夢。まあいいや。今日の仕事を終わらせないと。ちりか。
ようお嬢ちゃん、お前もサボりか。
hello, lass.
悪いがもう満員だぜ。
If you're here to slack off, you're a bit too late. The place is already full. I'm a model researcher employee. Thank you for her teas for the hydrate. What is the spam 3 emote?
まあいいじゃねえか。お前は仕事、俺はサボり。ここはお互い干渉せず仲良くやっていこうぜ。
No worries, you work here and I'll slack off. We each get what we need. Wait, is our glasses also not working? I've been doing doubles and triples all day. For now, you ignore the security department staff's careless attitude and lower your head to resume your task. You've got this! You're not losing to some grown-up who's slacking all day. First on the list, a quantitative analysis of microphage cluster interference on planetary magnetic fields. 15 attendees must be scheduled within the next 2 days. This morning. Sorry, there are no conference rooms available at your requested time. The next afternoon. Same. The night after the next day. Or there are just no rooms available. They're fully booked even at night. People here really are workaholics.
ああ、思い出した。お前さん、あの性格を入れられたやつだろ？ちょいと聞きたかったんだよ。
Firefly!
寝てる間、ホタルみたいに光るの。
You are the stellar one they were talking about. When you sleep, do you glow like a firefly?
こうしてあったのも何かの縁だ。一つアドバイスをくれてやる。お前みたいな若いのは、どっかで死でも見つけて、自分の居場所を作った方がいい。英雄のように縛られずに生きるべきだ。
Like you should really find a mentor, learn some skills and carve your own path. Live like a true hero, no strings attached. Ignore the distractions around you. Let's look at the next meeting details. We're really focused on completing our task. On what planet are macrophages going to interfere with magnetic fields? 1 year later. Something stirs in your memory. Sparks from an engine streaking past the space station. The faint weightlessness before the Express conducts a warp jump. Wait, no. None of that is real. Researcher, you should be focusing on your task at hand. You've still got 899 more meetings to schedule. You'd better hurry up and finish before things spiral out of control. Man-made ore symposium. Alright, including the 2 new system-generated meetings, just 897 more to go. Monthly budget review. That's right. Exactly. Uh-oh. Our choices are getting censored. You're in the zone now. Handling the work before you with practiced ease.
ところでお嬢ちゃん、釣りに興味はねえか？外は真空だが、意外と釣れるもんだぜ。
You ever tried fishing? Don't be fooled by the vacuum outside. There's still plenty to
回遊する無形の白蓮。熱い戦いを期待できる軽素軟骨魚。そうそう。この前なんかプーマンも釣り上げた。
The migrating invisible carp, the silicone-based soft-bone fish that put up a fight. I even caught a trotter last time. Although you're exhausted beyond a measure, the man's expression moves you. Your entertainment during a momentary respite from work, a fishing rod. Life at the space station isn't as bleak as you thought. Maybe this is your utopia.
そういや、請求列車がまた来るらしいぜ。今回はしばらくここに滞在するってよ。せっかくだ、見物がてら近くまで行ってみねえか。
Want to go check it out? Just for fun.
あの時、私は請求列車の誘いを断ったけど、その選択は本当に正しかったんだろうか。
Did I really make the right choice? I still remember back in the day when we first started playing Star Roll and we can turn down. Let me change my game back to. Wait, where's my settings? Back to Chinese. Thank you, Criscos, for the 15 months resub. Happy 1 year and 3 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the 1 year and 3 months of support. Meet an old friend from the Astral Express.
好久不见
Himiko!
在空间站过得还好吗？
I actually saw Himiko just recently. I kept losing to Himiko. It's been really bad. Great couldn't be better.
看到你能适应这里的生活，我也就放心了。
Glad to see you've settled in here.
唉，上次告别之后，我们又去了很多地方，贝洛伯格、仙州罗浮、皮诺康尼，
we missed out on.
一路上也算是有好有坏吧。
We've traveled to many places after we parted ways. Belobog, Luofu, Penacony. There were both good and bad moments along the way. How's Danheng doing?
丹恒虽然中间有不少波折，
He's
但
back
他
on
还
the
是回到了罗
Luofu.
浮。毕竟那里本来就是他的故乡。
That's where he's from. How's Mr. Young?
你知道
Himiko
地球
save
吗？
us from the 925.
在丹恒离开后不
But
久
I pulled 10
瓦尔特如
Himiko's
愿以
this
偿
patch.
找到了回家的路，但愿他能平安抵达那里。
Wal went back to Earth. Wal went back to Honkai Impact 3rd. Soon after Danheng left us, Walt found the way back home just as he had hoped. Let's pray he makes it there safely. How's Pom Pom? We haven't seen Pom Pom during this whole Grail War. Himiko frowns as if your question caught her off guard. An unsettling sensation flickers through your mind. You've never boarded the express, so who is this Pom Pom you speak of?
你是从哪儿打听到了列车长的名字？是丹恒告诉你的吗？
Where did you hear the conductor's name? Did Danheng tell you?
帕姆还是老样子，但看着列车上的人越来越少，总归会有些寂寞吧。
Pom Pom's still the same, but with fewer and fewer people on the express, it must be getting lonely for them.
我有时也会想，如果你跟我们一起离开，会发生什么变化？可惜，开拓之旅从来不存在后悔和
I
如果。
sometimes wonder what might have changed if you had come with us. Sadly, the trailblazing expedition doesn't leave room for regrets and what ifs. What about March?
小3月，我不知道
She
该
is
怎么。
still in the... She is still frozen.
希望一婷的朋友能治好她。
March, I'm not sure how to put it. I hope that friend from the garden can cure her. Any new passengers aboard?
无名客的生活并不轻松，在离开这里后，有些乘客曾和我们短暂同行，但如今都各自散去了。
We did have some passengers traveling with us for a short time, but they've all gone their
最
separate
近，
ways
星际
now.
和平公司的朋友建议我们去卡美洛一趟，
Make
那
us
里应该
stop
早就
at
被反物质军
Camelot?
团摧毁了，但最近却传出了负数的求救信号。
Planet should have been destroyed by the Antimatter Legion long ago, but we've been picking up multiple distress
我们顺道
signals.
在空间站停靠一段时间，
As
也
I
来
time
见
to
见一些
join
老
them
朋
for Camelot.
如果你愿意，这回也可以和我们一起离开。
I'll pack my bags right away. Is that really how you feel? If joining the Astral Express doesn't change your life for the better, what then? What if what awaits you isn't a grand adventure, but endless cleaning, constant repairs, wounds that never heal, and death steeped in despair? What will you do then? What if you can't help anyone? What if you become a dead weight on the express? What if a nameless gives their life to save you, yet everyone silently wishes you just leave? What will you do? Think about it.
我
What
考虑一下
answer，should you give?
在列车离开前，我一定会给你答复的。
I'll think about it. I'll give you my answer
好啊
before the
无
express
论你想要留
leaves.
在哪里，我都会尊重你的选择。
I respect your choice no matter what you pick.
好累，
Oh,
还是先回去吧。
maybe I should head back first. The Astral Express. Go get some sleep. A peaceful dream. Robin! Stirred by birdsong beyond the window. However, can a robin really sing in the vacuum space?
让我们来说说一只鸟儿的故事吧。
Oh, it's time for the story of the bird!
他曾是一位歌手，因为谱写不受权贵们喜爱的歌谣，而被投入铁牢。
But this is Miss Note telling this story. Let me tell you the story of a bird who was imprisoned wrongfully. She was once a singer thrown into a dark cell for composing songs that the powerful didn't like.
在囚笼中，鸟儿听到了许多悲叹的声音。于是，她为同在笼中的人们歌唱，抚慰他们的思乡愁绪，鼓舞他们起义的壮志。
The bird heard many voices of sorrow, so she sang for the others trapped inside, soothing their homesick hearts and inspiring them to rise up.
最终，鸟儿和一块怀表、一头狼，还有无数同伴一起冲破了牢笼。
In the end, the bird broke free with a pocket watch, a wolf, and countless companions by
鸟
her
儿以为
side.
赢得自由后，她能开始全新的生活。她能在舞台上和荧幕中展示自己美丽的羽毛与歌喉，像过去那样，为一无所有的人们带去希望。
The bird believed she would begin a life anew after gaining freedom. She would shine on the stage and the silver screen, displaying her beautiful feathers and voice, just as she had once brought hope to the hopeless.
她错了。伊诺康尼很快变得面目全非。鸟儿所唱的歌曲、出演的电影，还有她自己的生活，
I love this
全被
BGM
关
so
进了名为
much,
金钱的笼子里，
but
成了商品。
she was wrong. Penacony soon became unrecognizable. The songs she sang, the films she starred in, and even her own life were all locked away in a cage called money, turned into mere
电
commodities.
影公司想将鸟儿打造成美丽的符号，鸟儿却想要飞离这片令她窒息的臭水沟。
The movie studio wanted to turn the bird into a symbol of beauty, but the bird longed to escape from the suffocating, filthy
于
gutters.
是，他们夺走了她的艺名，
So that's why she got kicked
找来一
out.
只全新的雏鸟替代荧幕上的她，又用污浊的流言和臆想，将她饿死在不明
Then
誉
they
的结
randomly
局
made
里
up。a slander. They stripped away her stage name, replaced her with a fresh-faced chick, and smothered her with slander and rumors, leading her to a disgraceful end.
所以，你想报复那些令你蒙受污名的人？
You will wish to seek revenge on those who tarnished your name?
恰恰相反，再次回到这个世界时，
I don't think that's what she wants.
我发现自己已经没有可以报复的对象。
When I returned to this world, I realized there was no one left to take revenge on.
所以，我要
She
索
just
回
wants
我被
her
夺走的
name
名字，
back.
抹消所有属于我的作品，
Or she wants
让
to
身为
erase her work.
实存在过的一切痕迹不复存在。
I will reclaim the name they took from me and erase every single work I've ever produced. I'll destroy every trace of my existence.
既然曾经被囚禁、被夺取，那么如今，您更不应该将所有为终结这场圣杯战争而来的玉柱与英灵困锁在宝具中。
You know how it feels to be locked up. Why do you still trap the masters and heroic spirits in your noble phantasm?
老奥蒂先生或许能实现你的愿望，但他所要的却是更高昂的利益。这一点，和他曾同处于一个时代的你，比我更清楚。
Oh, though he may be able to fulfill your wish, but the cost he demands is far greater. As someone born in the same era as him, you should know this better than I do.
奥蒂是只肯噬匹诺康尼的虫子，
Of
他当
course
然
I
不可
won't
信。
trust him.
但狱主，他是只对圣杯有所求的虫子，而你，圣杯无法收买你的心智。
He's a worm who has a wish for the Holy Grail, yet there's nothing the Holy Grail can do to sway
想让我
you.
解除宝具，那就用令咒命令我吧。狱主，像那些人用合同与法律夺走我的名字、事业一样。
But Robin
来吧。
won't do that. If you want to stop my noble phantasm, you have to force me with a command spell. Come, Master. Take away my free will, just like how they took away my name and career with their contracts and
你知道我不
laws.
会这么做的，音符小姐。我们来打个赌吧。虽然我这辈子 从未和别人赌过什么。
You know I won't do that, Miss Note. Let's make a wager, though. Though I've never once gambled in my
我打赌，
life.
那些被你剥夺英雄妆容的狱主与从者，绝不会被你的宝具困住。我对他们有信心。
I bet those masters and servants will not yield to your noble phantasm as your sleeping self here. Even though you strip their identity as heroes, I trust them.
那么，我将拭目以待。
I look forward to seeing. The bird song fades into
似
silence.
乎做了个奇怪的梦，但细节
I feel like I had a strange
怎么也
dream.
想不起来。
The details keep slipping
身体
away.
好沉，不行，
There's more
还有
work
今天的
left.
工作要做。
Thank you, Yuchiha, for the hydrate. Let me drink some water. Collect project proposals. Workbench. Sweetly, how many days has it been since you started working at the space station? 30? 90? Even longer? Do you still remember what you need to do now? Compiling project proposals from all levels of researchers. By now, it's second nature, something you could do with your eyes closed. Breeze through the work. Still thinking about the Astro Express? You've been wrestling with that choice for ages and still haven't made up your mind. They'll be departing soon. You wish them a journey full of wondrous encounters. I want to stay, I want to leave, I don't know where to go. What if you choose to stay? If you board the express, what waits for you may be nothing but danger and the terrifying unknown. Your deeds will be forgotten in time and your journey will eventually come to an end. So you're glad you stayed. No ticket, no bats, no danger. Just a quiet, peaceful, and undisturbed life. Thank you, Gemini Count, for resubscribing. Happy 23 months! Thank you for the 23 months of support. The work you had piled up took far too much of your time. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Maybe you'll never catch up to the Astro Express again. You're tired. Find a room and take a break. Oh, let's
这不是
order
我
a
们的星河
Lancer!
小姐吗？原本打算给你调一杯酒的，看在你未成年的份上，还是算了。
Isn't that a stellar run, girl? I was about to mix you a drink, but since you're still underage, we're underage. I'll hold off for now. I was once a trailblazer.
巧了不是？我有时也觉得自己不该是个空间站保
None
安
of。them believe us.
所以，你想登上星球列车？
You want to board the Astro Express.
像你这种
That's
想
right.
登上列车的科员，每年都会出来几个。可事到临头，他们毫无例外都退缩了。
Every year, there are researchers who want to go with the Express, but when it's time to leave, they all back down without
他们明
fail.
白，自己只是想要逃避沉重的生活，而非一场随时会交代掉小命的冒险。
They know they're just seeking an escape from their stressful lives instead of actually wanting an adventure that could cost them their lives.
所以，你是哪一种？
So, what do you really want?
保持现状就好，反正会有更适合的人。我只是微不足道的凡人。
Staying where I am is fine. Someone better will come along. I'm just an ordinary person.
后悔？这世上哪有不会后悔的人？
Why speak of regrets when everyone who has ever lived has regretted
可如果
something?
人人都因他们而踌躇不前，我想，世上就不会有英雄了。
But if everyone turned their back because of fear of regrets, humanity would never have produced
即使不知道
any
前路如何
heroes.，
仍旧有人出发了，为了追逐某个愿望。这固然愚蠢，但正是这种愚蠢， 催生了无名客，开拓者催生了英雄。
Even if the road ahead is unclear, some still set off, driven by the desire to chase a wish. It may seem foolish. That's what gave birth to the nameless, to trailblazers and to humanity's heroes.
你身上的那个玩偶，
The doll
就
we
是某位
carry?
英雄存在过的证明。
Wait, what doll? Do you
一个
know what
蹩
it
脚的
is?
工艺品吧，
Oh, we have a
却因为某人
satyr!
天真的愿望，最终在历史中留下了记录。
A shabby little trinket that left a trace in history because of one person's silly
列
wish.
车或许已经出发了，又或许没有。但只要你真的想要踏上这条道路，即使没有列车又如何？
The express may have already left or may not have, but if you truly want to walk this path, what does it matter if there's no express?
如果你真觉得自己是无名客，那你要做的只有一件事情。
If you truly believe you are nameless, then there's only one thing left for you to do. I must set off.
我该出发了。
I need to set off. It's time for me to go. Go catch up.
列车已经离开了，过去只会扑一场空。
Strange researchers. So they're all chanting the same thing.
到研究室去，到餐厅去，去钓鱼，去看电影吧。
The cafeteria. Let's go fishing. Let's go watch a movie.
在空间站的生活不好吗？有多少人会羡慕你在这里的生活？
Isn't life on the space station wonderful?
这里没有反物质军团，没有丰饶孽物，这里是宇宙最安稳的乐土。
This is the most peaceful
有什么在阻止我
paradise
离开这里？
in the world.
我得躲开他们。
Something stopping me from
我
leaving
们哪有
this
拦着
place.
你？有空聚个餐吗？
We're not holding you back. Let's have lunch together.
不要再前进了。
Stop.
无名客的未来只有一片虚无和绝望。
The future of a nameless is nothing but emptiness.
你以为自己很特别吗？那些比你更优秀的无名客，提尔南也好，凯勒贝克也罢，他们全都被黑暗的深空吞没，再也没有回来。
So you'll finally admit that I'm a nameless?
所以你终于承认我是一个无名客了？
The voices that once spoke to you fell silent in an instant. They never spoke again. Proceed toward the destined path. Oh, guess I can keep walking past them. It's back to where we first spawned. It's a baseball bat! A bat plain, unimpressive, yet strangely familiar. You once believed you'd never hold it again in this lifetime.
即便拔起它意味着不幸的结局，你们这些人也会照做不误吗？
Would you still pull this weapon out, even if it'll bring about a tragic end? So bright.
梅林也曾这么警告过我。
Admit it's Saber. Back to our Japanese ways. Merlin once told me this too.
だから私はあなたたちのために優しくて穏やかな夢を紡いで差し上げたのです。
Which is
こ
why
れ
I've
こそが
crafted
あなたたちの望んでいたものなのでしょう。
such gentle dreams. How can working all the time in the space station be such a gentle dream? Isn't this what you've been looking for all this time?
確かに私よりも先手の剣を抜くにふさわしい者がいたかもしれない。そう考えたこともありました。
Whether someone else might have done a better job as king if they pulled out the sword of
ですが
selection.
私はカリバーンを抜いたあの少女を責めることはできません。たとえ身の程知らずであったとしても、彼女はただ白き竜に挑んだ王のように
But I can't
何かを
blame the
救いたかった
girl.
だけですから。
She just wanted to deliver something from disaster, just like the king who challenged the white dragon. March and Duncan.
もし再び選択の機会があるとしたら、私はこう伝えるでしょう。過去の自分を超え、より良い未来を切り開けることを願っている。
I was given another chance to make my choice. I would tell her, I hope you can do better this time.
マスター、平和な無境で十分に休めましたね。さあ、私と共にここから離れましょう。
Master, you've had enough rest in your happy dream. Our dream wasn't really that happy. Now let's leave this place together. Our dream was kind of nightmarish.
後悔することになりますよ。
You'll regret this. Grab the bat.
後悔なんか絶対しない。
I'll never regret. Oh! It's just like Saber grabbing the sword. I like this part with the music. We're embracing our destinies again. Aww. Oh, it's time for a fight.
どうしてそん
Wait,
な
Miss
無謀な
Notes?
勇気を持てるの
Sleepy?
後悔という感情は
Don't you ever
知ら
feel
ないとで
regret?
も言うのですか。
I wasn't expecting Sleepy to show up here.
ベッド
必ずや勝利を。
Save.
トライクエア。前。この明かりは星の希望。地を照らす命の証。見るがいい。
Excalibur.
エクスカリバー。
Sound effects are so good. Oh no! Saber! You got taken!
階段
クララもみんなを守り助けてすまらん。
Lore accurate.
サイはな全てを失うかはたまた手に入れるか
Give me Saber back. Oh, Saber can ulti again.
この明かりは星の希望。地を照ら
Time
す
for
命
more
の証。
Excalibur.
見るがいい。エクスカリバー。
Archer. This Archer can be too
カナドゴルムトレソン
Dude!
私はそんな愚か者にはならない。
Not become a fool like
あな
you.
たたちの選択を認めるわけにはいきません。
Oh! My two red characters!
サイは投げられた
Eventually, why is your ulti AoE over here? It's free on Archer.
全てを失うかはたまた手に入れるか気をつけて
経験解放。この明かりは星の希望。地を照らす命の証。見るがいい。エクスカリバー。
We're all so fun!
指示マスター。
クララもみんな捨ててすま
Or
らん。
an ulti first.
経験解放。
I am the bone of my soul.
Cast the Archer ulti.
Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades,
Our chance.
unknown to death, unknown to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet, those hands will never hold anything.
So,
As I unlimited
Oh, I forgot the last
blade
word.
works.
our puny archer damage. Mana burst. Attack Archer to ulti again. That means for Saber to ulti again. So satisfying. Clara! Clara, finish him off! Elia!
生きていた頃と同じようにまた失敗してしまいました。
I failed, just
裏
like
切り
how I
者には
failed.
ふさわしい結末ですね。
This is a fitting end for a
舞台
traitor.
に立つのがそんなに苦痛だったなら、どうして牢獄を出た後もピノコニーの舞台にとどまることを選んだの？
Why did you choose to remain on Penacony's stage after leaving your prison?
私が歌えば乱暴な囚人たちは静まり、泣いていた子供たちも笑顔を見せてくれました。些細な出来事かもしれませんが、そのおかげで私は牢獄の中にいても自由を感じることができたのです。
Because I still remember how the rough prisoners fell silent and the crying children smiled whenever I started to sing. Those small moments made me feel free even in that iron
でも
cage.
ピノコニーは変わってしまった。多くの琥珀期を経て、かつての姿は失われ、今ではすっかり見知らぬ
Penacony
場
has
所に。
changed. After
そ
so
して
many
私は
Umbrellas
この新しい檻に閉じ込められています。
become almost unrecognizable, and now I'm locked in this newly forged prison.
もういいので
It's
す。
time to end this.
すべてを終わらせてください。
A
マスター
servant
を裏切ったサーバントに存在する資格などありません。
who betrayed their master has no right to exist.
なら、あなたの望み通りに
Then, as you wish.
霊樹を持って命ずる。アスナ、
Robin's using
ピ
her
ノコニーを代
command
表
seal
して
to help
あ
her.
なたの名を変換するわ。たとえ名前を商標登録され全てを奪われたのだとしても、
Of course,
あな
Robin
たは
would.
価値のない敗者なんかじゃない。アイリスの母よ、顔を上げて重ねて霊樹を持って命ずる。あなたの英霊としての証をここに変換する。
Pretty epic.
その死をきっかけに歌手やタレントたちは商人から自
She's
由
the
と尊
founder
厳
of
を
the
取り戻
Iris
そうと思
family.
うようになった。あなたは五大クランの一つアイリス家を供した偉大な
Mother
人。
of Iris.
決して名もなき影なんかじゃないわ。だからこそその名を借りたのでしょ。弟子であるメイフンと友人の時計屋が作り上げたキャラクター、ドリームタウンで自由に歌うノーツガールの
Robin
名
looks
を
so pretty here.
重ねて霊樹を持って命ずる。舞台に立つ後輩としてあなたに人としての自由を変換するわ。アイリスの母、今日からあなたは誰からの支配も受けることなく自分のためだけに踊ることができる。
Turns out, you don't need the Holy Grail to realize your wishes. You only need Robin to use her command seals on Iris, mother of Iris. You only need Robin to use her command seal on her. You will no longer be controlled by anyone from this moment on. You will now only dance for yourself.
このお芝居はもうすぐ幕を閉じるけれど、その前にどうか大劇場を出てその目で今のタレントたちを見てきてちょうだい。どれだけの誹謗中傷を浴びても彼らの目にはあなたが英雄として映っている。それを確かめてほしいの。
The farce is nearing its end, but I hope you can step out of the Grand Theater before you disappear and meet Penacony's artists. You're still a hero to them, no matter the slanders your name bears. Well, I can't hear Robin chant her earlier words. Meanwhile, the master and the servants, freed from the dreamscape, stepped into
魔
the
力に似た
stage.
強い力を感じます。儀式がすでに完成に近づいているようですね。
The holder is about to complete the ritual.
残る2機はライダーとバーサーカー。待ち受けているのはどちらか。いや、両者が同時に襲ってくる可能性もある。いずれにせよ、相手に聖杯を占有されている以上、苦戦を強いられるでしょう。
We haven't seen any riders and berserkers. We had Ellie on berserker. Which one will face us, or will it be both? With the enemy already in possession of the Holy Grail, it looks like we're in for a brutal fight. I'll lead the charge!
マスター、この剣にかけて必ずやあなたを守り抜くと誓いましょう。
I swear on the sword, I will protect you no matter the cost. I really like the part with Robin so far.
ブーとヒルたちも出てこれたみたいだし、
Boo Tail and the
様子を
others
見に行こうかな。
got out too. Should I go check on them? Chat with the
もう
master.
一つの人生か。
Oh, this part doesn't have Saber. Let me listen to this in Chinese.
伊诺康尼的梦泡确实有害健康。
Thank you, Angie.
那场
Thanks
邪月
for the
大典
6
要走了
months
我半
resub.
条命，刚才那个从者所编织的幻境又拿走了剩下一半。
Pentaconi's dream bubbles are pure cancer. The Charmony Festival near killed me, and the servant's fantasy almost finished the job. I wonder what he saw.
所以你被他关到哪儿去了？
Hey, Buto's asking.
一个不管赌上什么也永远赢不了的梦，在那里我成了一个老老实实的侍者，戒掉了所
He
有
was
压住的念
reformed?
头。
I had a dream where I could never win. I got to live as an obedient serf and gave up on even the thought of
宝
gambling.
贝的，戒赌还真是富有教育意义。
That must have been interesting to see. Adventuring, not gambling. That's quite the educational dream you had
你呢
there.？
你又被送去了哪里？
And you? I wonder if Buto got put in a place where he didn't have anybody to.
我们只是经历了一次久违的重逢罢了。
Had a long-awaited reunion. As they talked, Buto had already loaded his gun. Next up, the final battle with the mastermind. Why did they disappear after? Archer and Lancer.
这不是第一个被关进固有结界的英雄吗？没好好活用你那两条骄傲的腿吗？
If it isn't the first heroic spirit to get trapped, didn't you use those long legs of yours well enough?
刚一回来就要听你说这些屁话，哎呀我去，头好疼啊！简直像经历了一场漫长又惊心动魄的冒险。
Feels like I've been through a long and thrilling
不知道为什
adventure.
么，记忆里对方似乎长着鱼的脑袋。
Not sure why, but I think my enemies all had fish heads. With enemies on the way, the two servants were more than ready to fight. Time to settle the score with old OT. Maybe I'll change my game back to Japanese again. Surely our Saber will be talking. My little bubbles. The way it runs is really cute. Hello, old OT.
どうやらアスナさんもしくじったようですな。実に惜しい。あと一歩でサーバントの皆さんの仮面と夢の炎を引き剥がして燃料として聖杯に捧げることができたというのに。
She was just one step away from tearing the flame of dreams off the servants and tossing them into the Holy Grail as fuel.
まあ仕方ありませんな。どれだけ優秀なパートナーがいても肝心な部分は結局自分で解決しなければならない。
Business world for you,
これ
no
も
matter
業務提携の常識ですから。
how capable your collaborator is. You gotta handle the most critical parts
ど
yourself.
うだ。聖杯戦争なんざ引き起こして一体何を企んでやがる。
time to tell us what kind of stinking pie you're cooking up with this Holy Grail?
そのシワだらけの顔から考えると、ああ、あれか？不老不死でも狙ってんのか？
What are you trying to wish for?
まさか。
まさか。
私はすでに10琥珀期以上の時を生きています。さらに我が医療チームが頑張ってくれれば、さらなる延命だってわけありませんよ。
ではライバルを消そうとしたのか？マスターと一悶着あったと聞いている。
Maybe he just wants to have some fun. Are you trying to crush your business rivals?
とんでもない。
What a great
商売の
misunderstanding.
世界に永遠の敵など存在しませんからな。
There are no enemies that can't be made into friends in the world of
それは
business.
そうだけど、やっぱり僕はオーディさんの真の狙いが気になっちゃうな。
I'm very curious about your little
私の知る魔術師たちの中には、万物の根源に至るためなら命も人間性も平然と捨て去ることができる者たちがいます。
Surely you're
あなた
not
も
like the
その
Tosakas.
類なのですか？
Surely you're not like the mages I know, willing to forsake both life and humanity just to reach the root of all.
そのようなものに興味を持つのは
That's not
天
for him
才クラ
either.
ブの方たちだけですよ。
What then is your real reason?
最初から言っていたことですが、調和セレモニーがあっけなく幕を閉じてしまったことで、ピノコニーは新たな経済成長の起爆剤を必要としていました。
We need to create a
つまり
business
我々は
venture.
誰もが注目するビジネスプロジェクトを立ち上げなければならなかっ
He
た
is
の
doing
で
it
す。
for the show as a publicity stunt. I do know the Scott CMBA is the Wukong CMBA. 欢迎回来 CY.
願いを叶えられる聖杯、これは金の卵を産むガチョウに他なりません。一度聖杯戦争が成功すれば、ピノコニーは調和セレモニーをも凌駕する壮大な祭典を手に入れ、次の10琥珀期にわたる繁栄が約束されるでしょう。
He just wanted to create a grand ceremony, a grand show. A holy grail that grants wishes is just the golden goose we need. If this ritual works, then Penacony will own a glorious show to keep the money rolling in for 10 more Amber Arrows. A carnival that even the Charmony Festival
もちろん
can't compete
今
with.
回の第1回聖杯戦争には
He didn't tell us his
私の
personal.
個人的な目的も含まれていますが、それは皆さんには何の関係もないことです。
Why don't you just ask the Holy Grail for cash?
無から生み出される富などインフレを引き起こすだけ。
He actually
経
has
済
an answer
の
to
成
this.
長は願いだけではどうにもなりません。
He didn't want inflation.
繊細なバランスの維持と
Can't just print
緻密
money.
なコントロールが必要不可欠なのです。確かに私はお金が好きですが、
That pops out of
ひた
thin
す
air
ら数字が
only
増える
to
だけのゲ
inflation.
ームになど興味はありませんぞ。
It requires precise balancing and expert handling. I like money, but I don't like to play a numbers game. He doesn't want inflation, he wants actual value. Fair enough.
私は群衆がピノコニーに押し寄せ、全財産を投げ打ち、必死に聖杯戦争への参加権を得ようとするのを見るのがたまらなく好きなのですよ。ルーサン兵が緊迫の時から銀河市場へと流れ込み、目まぐるしく売買される様子には思わず心が躍ってしまいます。
What I like is watching people swarm into Penacony, spending their entire fortunes just to buy a chance to enter the Holy Grail War. I like having alfalfa credits pour out of the Gilded Hour, entering the cosmic exchange.
敵が手のひらの上で踊らされ、最後には全てを奪われる光景を見るのは至高の喜びそのもの。無名の企業を次々と買収して 私のビジネス帝国の一部にする快感は
He's touching his
何
jewel.
者にも代え難い。
I like seeing my business rivals being crushed and manipulated and then lose everything in the end. I like to acquire companies that I've never heard of, fusing them into my empire with the mere wave of my pen. I guess in his view, as long as this succeeds, he can achieve a lot more.
黄金の時では私の顔色一つで商品の価格が決まり、ブルーの時では私のためにピノコニーのファッショントレンドが
He's trying to become
作
the
ら
god
れ
of
てい
a
く。
sort. Good morning, your rice. Welcome back. Happy almost 3 years. Thank you for the 36 months of support. Welcome back.
夢、願い。ピノコニーがそのような虚しいものの上に成り立っていると本気で思っているのですか？ピノコニーを真に支えているのはあなたたちが低俗だと蔑んだ尽きることのない貨幣の本流、金。それこそが宴の星の最も堅固な基盤なのですよ。
The VA did a pretty good job. Jade's story is that she does grant wishes, but the prize is for like a cost, and the cost is usually pretty steep. Thank you, Jerks, for the hydrate.
何が目的であろうと聖杯戦争の勝者は一人だ。残念ながら君のこれまでの行いは全てのサーバントを敵に回す結果となった。
No matter what your plans may be, there can only be one victor in the Holy Grail War. Your actions in this farce have already placed every servant squarely against
そして
you.
今私たちは君の目の前に立っている。これが何を意味するかわかるだろう。
Now we stand together before you, shrewd
俺は
merchant.
数時間前の続きがしてえな。魚の頭はもう飽きた。願いが潰れて悔しがる老いぼれの顔なんざ見せ物として上等だろ。
I just want to finish what I didn't get to a few hours ago. I'm sick and tired of fish heads. The head of this old desperate fogey with broken dreams is what I'd call
悪
a
巧みしか
real
頭にない
trophy.
老快を見せ物に楽しもうとは。いささか品が欠けている
I
な。
love Saber commenting on Lancer's comment. I thought you had better taste than that, Lancer.
皆さん、まるで私がすでに敗退したような物言いですな。しかしこのゲームの勝者が一人だけというのなら、
Is he a part of the Holy Grail
私が
War too?
敗れた後、あなたたちはどうやって勝者を決めるおつもりですか？
How do you plan to decide the victor after I've
というわ
fought?
けで、ここで一つ
Why don't we
提案です。
collaborate?
どなたでも構いませんので、私と手を組みませんか？
Why don't
他
we
の参加
discuss?
者を全員排除していただければ、その方に聖杯への願いをかける資格をお譲りしましょう。
Whoever can eliminate the others shall have the chance to make their wish.
希望されるのであれば、契約を結んでも構いませんよ。
We can even formalize it with
正
a
確で
contract.
理路整然とした言葉をもってすれば、全員の願いを同時に叶えることも不可能ではありません。
No peaceful resolutions, please. This far into the show? Are you trying to make me laugh?
全員の願いを汚すことで成り立つ聖杯なんざ壊した方がいいに決まってんだろ。違うか、マスター。
A holy grail that sullies everyone's wishes is just a counterfeit for us to smash to pieces.
いや、違わねえな。もっと言えばぶっ壊す前に大暴れしてやるのが正解だ。
We need to whip this fella's hind and then smash it to
珍しく
pieces.
同感だ。その案は気に入った。
What do you think, Adventure
どう
Bee?
するミスター・アベンチュリン。たまには正義
We
の
do
味方を
our
するのもい
ally
いんじゃない
versus
か？
old OT. It's nice to play as the hero of justice now and then, isn't
悪
it?
役はもうやったからね。今回はオーディさんに譲るとしよ
I've already been the scapegoat once today, so I'll pass this opportunity to Mr.
マスター
Odie.
申し訳ありません。どうやらあなたのために聖杯を勝ち取ることはできないようです。
seems I won't be able to claim the Holy Grail for you. We made this choice together.
ノーツガールが見せてくれた夢のおかげで以前よりも深く理解できるようになりました。大切なのは結果ではなく、何かを救うために何かを追い求めて歩んできた道のりなのだと。
What truly matters is not the ending, but the journey we've taken to chase something and to deliver it from destruction.
私に聖杯は必要ありません。果たせなかった願いも今ここで断ち切ります。
Saber saying, I don't need the Holy Grail. The wishes I did not fulfill will end here.
皆さん、どうしても私と敵対したいようですね。仕方ありません。
have to become the final challenge.
では、この私が番組最後の試練となりましょう。聖杯戦争に参加するマスターは、歴史上の偉人をサーバントとして召喚しなければならない。
So he is the master.
それがルールです。しかし、私は誰を召喚すべきかずっと悩んでいました。
Who should I summon?
資金援助をしていた落ちぶれた映画監督、それとも名前を買い取った伝説のスター。いいえ、彼らでは格が足りません。
Should I get the washed up director or the legendary star? No, no, no. They're not worthy of being my
そう
servant.
思い悩んでいた時に
Why not summon
ふと
myself?
ひらめいたのです。ならば
I
自
see.
分を召喚すればいいではないかと。
It is fitting of
15
his
悪き者時を生き
personality.
抜き、今なお活躍している伝説的な人物が鏡の中にいるではありませんか。
Isn't this living legend staring back at me in the mirror?
そうして私は自分自身を触媒に召喚の儀式を行いました。ピノコニーの歴史に名を刻んだビジネス界の大物オーディが果たしてどのような姿で現れるのか。
Odie. I wanted to
人々は
see
私をどのように評価しているのか
how
非常
beautiful
に
he
気に
is.
なりましてね。
And have you got your answer? I wonder how he did this laugh in Chinese. Old Odie. The Odie, I like the Odie CMP. I feel like his laughs are a bit more crazy.
所以，我以自己为召唤触媒，想看看投射在匹诺康尼历史中的商业巨头奥蒂，会以怎样一番从者的形象回应我的召唤。在历史中，人们到底是如何看待我的？是被我资助的落魄导演，还是被我买走了名字的传奇明星？不，这些统统都不够格。
Change our language back.
はい、なかなか傷つく答えでした。
His voice is deeper and
人
dreamy.
々の目に映る私は
It sounds like
キ
he
ノコ
would
ニ
skin
ー
you
の多く
alive.
の木の頂に横たわる。
The answer really hurts. To them, I'm nothing but a parasite sucking the sap out of Penaconi's oak from the top.
金のために狂ったように木をかじり続ける
A bug
害虫に過ぎなかったのです。
madly devouring wealth. Oh. Oh, it's time for the summoning. Oh, the music. Oh, he turns into the big bug. I see, we had the swarm, now we have the big swarm. That's what old Odie turns into. This is Berserker. So can we have actual
こ
Berserker?
こで僕たちを待っていたのは最初からオーディさんのサーバントだったってことか。
The person we've been talking to is old Odie's servant. money-grubbing parasite. How Odie, who had lived through countless years, is projected in Penacony's history. Envy, mockery, hostility, all sorts of unbearable words and searing criticisms gathered upon this merchant, turning him into a berserker who possessed both rationality and insanity. He turns into a bug! Berserker got shafted! I can't believe this is Berserker. Let me get some water real quick, and then we'll be back to watch the finale. Click BRB. Back. The music is really hype. Congrats on the Helia. AS Bug Free for Acheron. Thank you all sent for the welcome back and Forties Fuyo Nick. Yorizal Sable Nuke Shield Kick Scandriffin. Thank you for the welcome back. Time to fight the big bug. Thank you Stefan for resubscribing. Happy 22 months. Thank you for the 22 months of support. Strike! Yeah! And this bug was actually way too physical. You have the real berserker here. Oh, activate your command spell. What does this do? Destroy all that is evil? Oh, it activates her ulti! Saber! You're going down, bug. Eat up this bug. Saber. to shoot and not do any damage.
逃げ場はない。
Thought that counts.
排除する。 平気か。
大丈夫。
平気か。
大丈夫。
平気か。
大丈夫。クラーラもみんな助けて。
Doing great at tanking.
指示マスター。
Saber.
暴風よ舞い上がれ。
11. No.
当たりだ。
No one that uses a hold.
私の番か。
Shoot.
体ボルグ。
必ず
最
勝利。
は投げ全てを失うか、はたまた手に入れるか、買いだ。
サーバントを表に立たせて自分はどっかに隠れてやがんのか。抜け目のねえやつだぜ。
急いで聖杯を解体しましょう。
We must break the Holy Grail.
際限なく湧いてくる虫に飲み込まれてしまいます。
ではその仕事は譲るとしよう。一騎当
The
選は
bug
王
extermination
の
to
得
you.
意とするものだ。
Kings are good at facing down entire armies.
くす
Go, Saber!
聖剣解放。
For Clara.
ベッド。
Clara goes after.
勇気を出さなきゃ。
排除する。
Mansto.
あいつをぶっ倒せ。セイバー。
Russian Saber.
この明かりは星の希望。地を照らす命の証。見るがいい。エクスカリバー。
Boom. Oh. Oh. Cutting. Yeah, still fighting. There are so many bugs. Ah, Archer with the shot. That's the scene we saw in the trailer.
霊種を持って命ずる。
Oh.
王を解放し聖杯を破壊
Unleash
し
your noble phantasm. Time. Oh, our master.
エクスカリバー。
Fortress destroying. Old.
ようやく
Oh,
全て
that's
が
it.
終わりました
It's finally over. We seem to have teleported back out. We got to see our archer noble phantasm. It's finally over.
厄介事ばっかでこの大劇場もついてねえな。ハウンドやドリームメーカーの連中が気の毒になってきたぜ。
If we're going to see a day of peace. There are a lot of enemies that showed up on the grand stage. Ended just like that, says Nick. And what happened to Odie? I'm starting to feel bad for the bloodhounds and the dream
心配しなくても、この古い建物は何百って保険に入ってるから大丈夫だよ。オーディさんはお金に関する問題で自分が損をするようなヘマは絶対にしないから。
No need to feel bad for heritage building insured with hundreds of different policies. Old Odie would never allow himself to lose a single coin over that.
あの野郎。
Hey,
勝
Lancer
手
is
に
still
聖
fine
杯
though.
戦争に
Lancer
巻き込
didn't
んで
get
おい
off
て
this time.
自分は高みの見物かよ。お前らあいつを引きずり出して文句の一つや二つ言ってやりてえとは思わねえのか。
So he dragged everyone into the war while hiding in the shadows, and none of you are going to make him pay for it. Make him pay for emotional damage.
残念だけど、今回の事件で負傷したマスターは一人もいない。彼に責任を問おうとしても、いつもの手口、一流の弁護士チームと莫大な賠償金でごまかされて終わりだろうね。
No master was harmed in the making of this show. Even if we tried to hold him accountable, he'd probably just brush it off with his usual tricks. This is voiced in the non-English version.
それにきっと彼は聖杯戦争でそのコストをはるかに上回る利益を手に入れてるから賠償とか言われても痛くも痒くもないんじゃないかな。
The Holy Grail War has already given him returns far beyond what he's put into.
でもまあ今回の茶番は交渉の場でいいチップになりそうだ。うまくいけばジェイドもピノコニーに対してもっと大きな突破口を開けるだろう。
Does Scott have no rights?
スコート君の後始末はもちろんカンパニーの同僚たちに任せるべきだろう。
Mr. Scott's issues will be handled by the IPC.
腐った金の匂いしかしねえピノコニーのルールなんざ知ったこっちゃねえ。ランサー、あのラブリーな年寄りをぶっ潰しに行こうぜ。
Util wants to take care of Scott.
そうしたいのは山々だが、どうやら時間が足りないみてえだ。
Our servants are
聖
gonna
杯
have
が
to
解
leave
体された
us.
以上、俺たちも元の場所に戻らなきゃなんねえ。
Are you leaving already?
そうか。残念だぜブラザー。また会えたら、そん時は銀河一のバーで一杯おごってやるよ。
If we ever cross paths again, I'll take you to the finest honky tonk in the cosmos for a drink.
銀河一と来たか。そいつはい
Finest
い。
in the cosmos.
なら別れの言葉はよしとこう。せっかくの機会をなくしちまう。またな、ブラザー。
Brother, till we meet again, no need for a tearful farewell for us. Let's not ruin the good friend.
お前らとは、今回も本気で戦わずに終わっちまったな。
そうでしょうか。以前あなたを倒した記憶があるのですが。
知っての通り、私はただの旧兵だ。君が望むなら、またこちらが負けたことにしてやっても構わんが。
You know me, just a humble archer. Let's call this one another loss on me.
ここでお前らと言い争う気はねえよ。俺は消える前にもう一度ピノコニーの風景を拝んでくるとするぜ。
Welcome back, Zera.
マスター、
I know Lancer
そろ
has
そ
so
ろ
much
別れの
room.
時だ。
Why didn't they make him a force?
最後に言わせてもらうが、その服装のセンスは少し改めた方がいい。
Aren't you hating on Aventuring's fashion
だが
sense? Because he has too much
サーバント
gold.
として今回の聖杯戦争で君と同行できたことを
Genuinely
嬉しく思
glad
っている。
to have fought by your side in this Holy Grail War.
誇張した言葉と華やかな装飾の下には執着心のある子供が見える。たまには
Do we
正
see
義の味
Archer
方に
use
な
this
るの
noble
も悪くない
phantasm?
な。
I can still see the determined heart of the child you once were underneath all your grand speeches. You know, it would feel pretty good to be a hero of justice once in a while. Archer didn't even chant his chant in the story quest. Not in the main story, in the events, as Nick.
別れる時くらい
Does the
人
event
の
have a
心の分
story?
析は勘弁してくれ。それに服装のセンスの話ならお互い様じゃないかな。人類の守護者さん。
Let's skip the last minute psychoanalysis. Oh, not
そう言わ
really.
れてみれば
See.
そもそも
I
人類
thought
の
it was
守護
just
者
a
である
combat
私
event.
はなぜこのような抑止力のない世界に呼ばれたのだろうか。
Why would I, a guardian of humanity, get summoned to a world without the counter
あーち
force?
ゃん、あなたがここに呼ばれた理由は明白でしょ。
Archer, you should know why you were summoned here.
英雄か。
A hero.
いい夢を見たと思っておこう。
I'll chalk it up as a beautiful dream. And there he goes already. A faint smile tugged at the man's cold face before he vanished from sight. Soon, only the final pair of master and servant remained, us and Saber. Oh, the Davy set. He just sweet poofed! Modern times. It's okay, Archer's still here. Say goodbye to Saber. Even the stillest fate must one day move. At the end of every hero's journey lies the same return and curtain fall.
あなたの召喚に応じてこの不思議な世界を旅することができてとても楽しかった。
I'm glad I was summoned to this strange world and got to experience it with you. I'm not great at farewells.
夢の中で私はあなたの恐れを見ました。ですがそれを恥じることはありません。未知への不安、迷い、失うことへの恐怖心、そして何かを成し遂げられなかったことに対する後悔の念は人間であれば誰もが抱く感情ですから。
I saw your fears in your dream, but Master, don't be burdened by the emotions that come with being human. The fear of the unknown, the dread of loss, or the regret of what you couldn't achieve. Welcome back to Seoul. Happy 23 months! Thank you for the 23 months of support. The Fate is a collab. We have the Fate collab in HSR currently. Thank you, Soul, for the almost 2 years of support. Welcome back.
英雄になる前はヘラクレスもただの子供でした。
Even Hercules was just a child before becoming a hero.
今はまだ力が足りないかもしれませんが、あなたはいつか銀河を照らす星になる。私はそう信じています。
You may not be strong enough now, but I have faith you'll eventually become a star that illuminates the entire cosmos.
もし私の存在がわずかでもあなたの進む道を照らせたのなら、それほど嬉しいことはありません。
If my existence can occasionally light the way forward for you, that would be more than I could hope for.
マスター、未来のあなたによろしくお伝えください。
Send my regards to the person you will become in the future. On Saber's sweet poof too! As the lumen flux dimmed, the valiant girl night faded, vanishing just as she had arrived. At the same time, in the dream flux reef, the host of the Holy Grail War is sitting elsewhere, watching the scenery with interest.
聖杯が壊された。
Odie.
なんともったいないこと。
The Holy Grail War broke. What a shame.
人々はそれを追い求め、それのために戦い、
That's a Panaconing top-down view.
時には命を懸ける。
People have
そう考
pursued
え
it,
ると、
fought for
聖
it,
杯はまるで我らがピノコニーのようですな。
and died for it, much like they did for our own Penacony.
人々が願いをつぎ
Oh
込ん
yeah,
だ。
now I can go back to my Chinese VA. There's no more art, there's no more Saber. Saber poofed.
让匹诺康尼成为了如今的模样。那么，匹诺康尼有没有回应他们的愿望呢？
Has Penacony ever answered their dream?
看看这个意志黑洞吧。10个琥珀纪过去了，曾经坐在这里，从零开始建造匹诺康尼
So
的
we old
人，
Odie left.
如今就只剩下一个卑鄙无耻的老头。他的朋友也好，他的敌人也罢，全都不在了。
10 number eras have passed, and out of those who once came to build Penacony, only one despicable old man is left.
我必须向2位坦白，我的愿望实现了。
My wish has been
无论你们
granted.
如何看我，无论我们曾如何憎恨对方，圣杯承认了各位的功绩，也让你们以英灵的面貌现身。
Mr. Reckland, is it because these were his, I don't know about friends. These are people he knew back then. No matter how you see me, no matter how deeply we hated each other in the past, The Holy Grail recognized your achievements and brought you forth as heroic spirits. Welcome Gacha lover to this stream.
两位难道不觉得这也是一种别开生面的故友重逢吗？
He just wanted to summon his
可惜米哈伊尔这老小子却没能在场。
Don't you think this is a rather unique reunion of old friends? It's unfortunate that Mikhail, that old rascal, couldn't be here to join us.
奥蒂先生，
Your wish
您的愿望真是让我感动。
truly moves me.
要不是我认识你，就要被你这鬼话唬住了。故友重逢，不过是你生意的一些添头罢了。
A reunion of old friends. It's just another business deal.
哦不，也许此刻我该称呼你为瑞克先生才对。
Guess this tells us more about
作
Mr.
品
Reka's
剪辑完成了吗？这么重要的工作还得看你呀。
Is the editing of the footage?
我减去了涉及参赛者隐私的内容，保留了这场圣杯战争最精彩的部分。也许他在艺术性上谈不上是什么优秀的作品，但在商业性上，他应当不会令你失望的。
那就够了。你们这些艺术家，总想着在自己信奉的艺术丰碑上，不惜一切代价凿下自己的名字。
That's enough for me.
可惜呀，如愿以偿者，就像圣杯战争的胜利者一样，少之又少吧。我就不一样了。 除开金钱回报，世上还有什么能更好的度量你为一件事所做的努力？
Truly measure the effort you put in apart from cold hard cash.
属
Cash
于
isn't
往昔
everything.
英灵的记忆，也是一桩令我满意的报酬。
Memories of former heroic spirits. I like how it's Mr. Reka question mark. Are also worthy compensation.
葛瑞迪那样的烂片导演的记忆。 你倒是说说，那东西有什么价值？
Memories of a flop director like Grady? Do enlighten me. What worth do those hold?
若论电影人的记忆，其价值确实渐入尘埃；但若论人的记忆，那真是一件无与伦比的珍物。
His memories are indeed positively worthless as a filmmaker, but when it comes to him as a person, those memories are treasures
挣扎、
beyond
失
compare.
意、抗争，最终又沦为无名的过客。这位前辈是那个匹诺康尼时代的缩影，是令人捧腹绝倒的小丑，也是货真价实的英雄。
And the most genuine hero. He's interested in him for his experiences.
这样如宝石般有着众多切面的记忆，我岂能错失？
It's almost like our memo keepers with the memories, but a bit different. Thank you, Yochihos, for the hydrate. Let me drink some water.
不过，我更好奇的倒是您，所费不赀却铺陈出这么大一出闹剧，就不怕像葛瑞迪那般落得个不体面的下场？
Aren't you worried you'll end up in disgrace like Grady?
一个商人，如果活到我这个岁数还在乎体面，那他也太失败了。
A merchant who lives till my age and still cares about dignity would be an absolute
那么
failure.
这笔生意两清了，容我告
Time for
退。
Mr. Reka? Question mark. To take his leave.
好了，该你了，阿斯娜小姐。我会签署声明，放弃你的名字注册而成的商标，
He's going
还
to
有
announce the
对
trademark on
你
her
一切
name.
创作成果的所有权的。这样，你满意了吗？
谈不上什么满意，但如果你敢说个不字，我会在消失前用尽全力掐住你那短到看不见的脖子，看着你咽气。虽然我明白
Never.
这样做根本杀不死你，
But if you don't carry it through, I'll squeeze your puny neck with every ounce of my strength until I disappear. Even if I know it won't actually
再见了
kill you.
匹诺康尼最成功的商人。我有句真心话，一直想对你说。
Goodbye, Penacony's most successful merchant. There's something I've always wanted to say
早
to
点去
you.
死吧！
I hope you die soon.
真是感人的告白呀，阿斯纳。希望你的愿望能有实现的那一天。
I hope your wish comes true one day. At the same time aboard the express. And we didn't see Pom Pom this whole time apart from when they first received the invitation. Oh. Was that who Pom Pom summoned? A servant of the rider class? Wait. As a rider, he once built an unsinkable little ship named the Compass. As a rider, he was once a nameless who rode the stars above. Centuries have passed. Now, as a heroic spirit, he returns. The young man finally returns to the place where he once worked tirelessly. An old friend
3月期乘客
awaits
总爱带些
him
稀
there.
奇古怪的东西回来，有次甚至还拿了把叫做定分枪的奇物，结果只给帕姆打了1分。
That's why Pom Pom is trolling this whole time. March 7th is always bringing back bizarre and curious things. Pom Pom's catching up Misha. Misha's rider, Mihayar. One time, she even brought back something called a raiding pistol and only gave Pom Pom a single point.
还有，要小心机子乘客的咖啡，那是帕姆见过最可怕的饮料。但这事绝对不要当面告诉他。
Aww. Also, watch out for Himiko's coffee. It's the most terrifying beverage Pom Pom's ever encountered, but don't ever tell her
比格
that.
兰护姆家乡的茶还难喝。
This is how we get Misha back? This is why you said the story is heartwarming. 有战力分析党说，其他英灵全部加起来都打不过 Misha. Misha? Wait, Misha's your name? Is it worse than the tea from Granholm's hometown?
难喝100倍怕。
100 times worse.
真想品尝一口啊！
I'd love to try it once.
还有，那家伙总是拉着3月期乘客一起胡闹，现在就连帕姆最看好的单横乘客都快被带坏了。
Swiddle is always dragging March 7th into trouble. Pom Pom had such high hopes for Danham, but even he started to follow along now. Misha's just listening along.
唉，你们这些乘客啊，简直都一个样。米哈耶尔乘客，你又在发呆了？你在想什么？
So little does old Otino, Mihayar actually did come back. 因为蜜莎代表匹诺康尼整个星球，怪不得。What's going on through that head of yours?
列车长，看来又到了该告别的时刻了。
It's time to say goodbye again. Pom Pom is so excited.
还会回列车来吗？
Will you ever return to the express?
大概吧。听帕姆说起这些年来，许多像我一样的人登上列车，真是太好了。
Maybe. I'm just happy to hear that so many people like me have boarded the express over the years. 这里汤姆特地穿的厨师服。如果你没有穿厨师服，他也是穿厨师服吗？
无名客们来来去去，有些人找到了他们的归宿，而有些人继续前行，就像银轨，永远向前。
Pom Pom misses me.
这就是星穹列车。我相信，列车长的未来是不会寂寞的。
Oh, Pom Pom looks so sad here. The nameless come and go. Some find a place they want to stay, while others keep moving forward. Just like the silver rails that never stop, that's the Astral Express. I'm sure the conductor's future will never be lonely. 这里不管是车长服还是厨师服，通通剧情都是厨师服。Apparently, even if your pom-pom is in the default skin during this part, they especially have pom-pom wear the new skin to show Misha. I put my pom-pom into the skin, but apparently even if you don't have pom-pom in this skin, pom-pom shows up during this part in this special skin. Aww. Pom-pom.
圣杯战争要结束了，漂泊的灵魂也该回到休憩中了。米莎要回匹诺康尼了。
The Holy Grail War is coming to an end. The wandering souls must return to their rest. Misha needs to go back to Penacony.
米哈伊尔乘客要记得，无论你们是否离开，星穹列车是无名客永远的家。
Pom-Pom's speech.
汤姆会一直留在这儿，欢迎你们回来。
Aww. Remember, Mikhail, whether you leave or stay, the Astral Express will always be the home of the nameless. Pom-Pom will always be here, awaiting for your return.
那就约好了，列车长。下一次停靠匹诺康尼时，请为我，维拉扎丽娜。
Rosalina and Tiernan.
请为我们鸣笛。我们要是能听见，一定会回来见你。
It's a deal then, conductor. The next time the express stops at Penacony, please sound the horn for me, Rosalina and Tiernan. If we can hear it, then we'll definitely come visit you.
那就一言为定吧。
Then it's a promise. This part's both sad and heartwarming. Gather your thoughts to the present. If there really is a chance to fulfill a wish, what would yours be? Oh, this is back in the present before we went on our whole going back and thinking about what happened arc. Make a silent wish.
毕竟，愿望这种东西，如果说出来就不灵了。
After all, wishes lose their power when spoken out loud.
还真有你的性格。
That does sound like something you would say.
总之，老奥蒂先生兴师动众的第一届圣杯战争，也成了最后一届。
Anyway, the first Holy Grail War orchestrated by Old Odie ended up being the last
不过
one.
由瑞克先生和爱德华医生协助制作的梦泡电影，不仅在艾普瑟隆大卖特卖，甚至再度在群星间掀起了逐梦热潮。奥蒂先生和匹诺康尼的公司分部借着这趟热潮大赚了一笔。
Not only did it fill up movie theaters, it even created a new dream-chasing trend. Mr. Odie and the IPC's Penacony branch made quite the fortune. That old fox didn't lose a thing.
关于将家主和股东们牵扯进来一事，正如沙金先生料到的，绝大部分的事情他都以娱乐节目的名义搪塞了过去。
As Mr. Adventuring guest, Odie simply brushed everything off as entertainment.
天价的赔偿与官司自然是少不了的，但我怀疑，在圣杯启动前，他早就已经猜到会发生什么了。
I suspect he already knew exactly what was coming even before the Holy Grail was activated.
老奥蒂先生说，他原本打算单独付给你一笔赔偿金，
He
但
was
即
even
使是
gonna give us some
他，也觉得
compensation.
这太庸俗了。
Even he thought it was too
所以
crude.
他把这场圣杯战争中最有价值的东西送给了我们。
So he gave us the grill. So this is his apology. That old fox always managing to get the most out of everything.
哦，圣杯里有什么东西？
There's a note for us.
姐妹儿，看你们都挺忙的，我就带着虎克先走了。
It's
还得感谢
shampoo.
老奥蒂先生啊，他愿意买下我搞到手的这个稀罕货，
But
咱们
shampoo
这才能
bought
有钱来一趟说走就走的旅行。
We got scammed. He brought the grill and then Mr. Odie was using the grill. Well, since you look pretty busy, I've headed out with Hook. Big thanks to Mr. Odie for buying this rare trinket. That's how I could afford this spontaneous trip. 圣杯是桑博带来的。The Holy Grail was brought by.
说起来，你难道不好奇老桑伯想对圣杯许下的愿望是什么吗？
By the way, aren't you curious what old Shampoo's wish? I'm indeed curious.
我就知道，姐们你还惦记着咱老桑伯。不瞒你说，观众也都期待着呢。
The audience is waiting.
各位，节目已经完结了，但如果有什么能实现我的愿望
The show's over, folks. But if there's anything still out there that can hear and fulfill my
我
wish,
希望世上人人都幸福、快乐、自由，
Is that
得
true?
偿所愿。
得偿所愿. I wish for everyone in the world to be happy, joyful, free, and have their every desire fulfilled. Sweet dreams and the Holy Grail. Oh, and that's the end of our quest. Finished. It took longer than I imagined. Thank you to Australia's for resubscribing. Happy 29 months. Thank you for the 29 months of support. When it's him saying it, somehow it doesn't seem convincing. Indeed. What did you think? I feel like the first part was dragging on for longer than I imagined. I kind of like the latter parts, like the second half of the quest. We had such a long arc where there was like no voice, and then it was just like Scott's side quest. I like Scott, but I feel like they didn't have to include him in the Holy Grail quest. And overall, it was a bit different than what I imagined. I kind of like the latter parts. The Robin scene was nice. The Saber dialogue in Adis Alicia was nice. It was interesting. I can't believe they brought us back to Finon's hometown and then called it Britain though. I felt like they didn't need to add in that part. Or they could have made like a separate, like they could have just made the assets for that one domain. At the beginning, it felt like it went on forever with Scott, and then everything was silent. It felt like it was almost like 40% of the story. 有点可惜，斯科特没学新的动物叫，他不是有学新的动物吗？不是有学青蛙在叫吗？ Scott was nice though, like having Scott. Having Scott and his VA in the quest was nice, but I felt like they didn't need to incorporate it as like a huge silent movie part. You wish they didn't reuse the assets? I was a bit weird when we spawned into Adis Alicia, and then Saber said, "Is this Britain?" Berserker being the bug instead of Elia. I can see why people said, I felt like this quest, as like a Star Rail side quest, it was fine. But as something that people were looking forward to for like a year for the Fate collab, it felt like it did fall short of expectations. The dialogue in Fake Britain with Saber and the What If space station scene were the best. Yeah, I like the dialogue with Saber. And the space station part was interesting. We still got the actual Grail War event to do. How is the Grail War event? There were no unique assets apart from the actual collab characters themselves. Yeah, I don't think they used any. There wasn't any unique assets. But I wonder how much of that was like a conscious decision to not make future players feel bad. I'm not sure how they usually do collab stories. People said the FGO collab stories were better. It's not even actual Holy Grail War. Yeah, we didn't really engage in the actual Holy Grail War. It did feel like a different twist. Silence says, I don't think that really shines. You feel like Scott ended up being some of the only character that was given to the story for so long. As a result, his character is nice as a piece, part of a comprehensive whole and something, but it felt like it was the only thing for so long. Yeah, I feel like Scott, they could have involved him in like another side quest, and it would have made the side quest really good and funny. Kind of like how we had Scott in like the previous quests. But I feel like he didn't quite fit in like the Holy Grail Fate collab story quest. 唯一的遗憾就是直接用艾丽密系的场景把西莲的院子去掉会好很多，或者换一个场景也挺不错的。You're surprised the event story is fully voiced? Well, they didn't. I was gonna say they didn't voice like a huge part of it. Like they didn't voice the silent part of it. That part actually took so long. The Grail War event feels like something they'll spin as another simulated universe event later. Interesting. It feels more HSR story, like the Fate aspect felt like an add-on to you, but you're expecting something more Fate themed. I thought it would resemble more of like the Holy Grail War as we see it, but this did feel like a. I don't think I mind the twist as much, but it was just like the way the pacing went. Yeah, where I felt like almost 50% was in the silent movie. You don't see why they had to announce this a year in advance. I feel like everyone had higher expectations. The last part when they were in the simulation reminded you of Fate Extra. I haven't watched or read that. I like the latter parts though. Like the latter 30-40%. It felt like a normal HSR event. I did kind of feel like it felt like after doing the quest, the Fate characters, apart from when they shared their personal experiences, like when Saber was talking to the Trailblazer, it felt like it didn't really matter as much if they were Fate characters. Archer didn't really get any meaningful scenes. Like Archer, I felt like almost could have been any character. And sort of similar with Lancer. Saber was the only one that felt like it was more meaningful, like the dialogue that delved into Saber's actual motivations. And Archer and Lancer were more of like extras. It was just a bit of Saber in the part where we were discussing in Saber's hometown. And the ending with Misha is nice. The playable characters are the best parts of the collab. Everything else, Sweet 07 says Nick, didn't get as much screen time or not relevant. Yeah, I know. Like Archer and Lancer could have been like anyone, and it wouldn't have made a difference, which I feel like they missed out. I feel like I wanted to see, because we only got Saber and Archer. I wish Archer got more screen time. Like instead of having the first 30-40% be the whole Scott and Mr. Rekka, they could have dedicated some more parts to like Archer and maybe Lancer. At least Archer, because he's actually in the banner. 其实在讲最后有关选择的时候，有想到红 A 和侍郎，不过如果要在联动里讲，反而过于复杂了。如果红 A 还有，我其实蛮期待红 A 有多一点的 dialogue. Archer was just there to aura farm. He didn't even do his chant or his noble phantasm in the main story though. At least Saber got to do her Excalibur. And even Lancer got to use his noble phantasm. 对红 A 的镜头感觉少了点，就感觉红 A 在故事里，在剧情里好像可以就是被任何角色代替。这 Saber 的镜头比较多。You wish the part where they lost the voice could have been different, since you like to use those two characters a lot for HSR. I was surprised. I was wondering during the silent voice part if they decided to do that so the collab characters didn't need to voice that much. It's what? E33 times, says Nick? do the Skirk quest. It's way better than... You mean than the Fate collab quest? I feel like overall for like a side quest or event quest in HSR, I would say it wasn't bad. I kind of like the Skirk, not the Skirk, the Scott parts. But because it was like a Fate collab quest and I was really looking forward to our Archer and Saber, and the Scott part just dragged on for a really long time. I wish the pacing was different. And Archer got more screen time. And we got to see Archer do more stuff. And maybe like the story revolved more around the Holy Grail. I'm not exactly sure because I guess they didn't want to just reuse. They didn't want to just like have a not illustration, reanimation. They didn't want to just like redo the Holy Grail War, but Holy Eagle Scott. It's supposed to be a big event. Do you think they ran out of time? I don't think they ran out of time. Because they could have just had the first part take less time. It was interesting Scott was like such a big focus at the beginning. You feel bad for the people who watched the whole Fate series. Yeah, I feel like you didn't really need any like backstory. Maybe the part about Saber, when Saber was having the conversation, it helped getting some backstory. But I feel like the other parts, it did honestly feel more like a Star Rail side quest or side event, but just with like Fate collab characters. A Lancer gets slightly more screen time in the combat event. They had 1 year, says Roy. Lancer not being a 4-star and skin for Ilya and Gilgamesh. I wonder why they even designed Lancer, and he had like a decent amount of screen time in the story. I'm surprised they didn't make Lancer a 4-star. Well, I don't think they wanted it. I don't think they need or want HSR players to watch all of Fate to understand, but I think it's more of like, after playing through the story, you feel like you understand a bit more. It's kind of like bringing some of what we watched, or bringing some of the Fate story to Star Rail, versus like a quest that didn't really tell you that much. I guess they introduced some of the main aspects, but I wish it went a little bit more in depth. I guess it's like not to the point where they talk about things that you would have to watch Fate to understand, but after playing the story, you have a better understanding. Now, let's see whether it wins collab with Cyberpunk. That one's still in I guess less than a year. Probably like 7-8 months. Hiring the original JPVAs to record new voice lines, I imagine it is quite expensive. I didn't mind the latter parts. I don't feel like the latter parts were necessarily rushed, but it felt like the pacing overall and the direction of the quest. Saber can use crit damage or crit rate if your rolls didn't go well. Just remember she has an extra 20% crit rate that doesn't show in combat. That doesn't show until you go into combat. And then if you're playing with Sunday, you also have extra crit. So you can just see what your crit rate to crit damage ratio is in combat and then see. You are just randomly thinking the little dancing signs. Wait, which dancing signs in the BG? When we're walking with Robin equals your last brain cells dancing around the fire. Rest ball, says Roy. The last part was really nice. I feel like as the quest went, like after we got past the Scott part, I enjoyed the Scott part and it was really funny, but it was definitely longer than I felt like it needed to be. Wait, right here? Oh, you mean these dancing things? The little boards. You regret not using the skip button on the silent movie parts. It's only a one-time experience. Your brain cells is hidden. I like the latter parts of the quest, but as like a Star Rail quest. I do feel like I expected more as a Fate collab story. Mostly because I really like Fate. And this felt more Star Rail oriented, which I can understand. But I guess I just thought or expected a bit more from a Fate enjoyer's perspective. I want to see if I could attack these. I did not easy Saber. You know, the first part of the quest reminded me of the banana thing. When we were in the silent movie, and then we had Scott and everyone, I was thinking, for some reason, this part reminds me of like the whole banana quest in the school and everything. Because it had like a similar type of troll vibe. Yeah, I expected more Fate elements. The silent part dragged too long. Yeah, it was fun the first 2 minutes, and it was fun hearing Scott and seeing that he was involved, but the director could have enabled their voices by saying he was always ahead of his time in his directing craft. Yeah, I was speculating that it was probably really expensive to hire the JPVAs to voice Archer and Saber, and also probably Lancer. So it felt like a way for them to involve the Fate characters more without having to pay for the voice acting. Thank you, Zapanj, for the hydrate. Let me drink some water. Otherwise, I'm not sure why they had such a long silent movie part. But it feels like the silent movie, we did get to hang out and see our Fate collab characters a lot. But we didn't get to hear them. You remember? You don't think it's the money, you think it's just time? But what do you mean by time? Didn't they have a really long time? Remember, even in Banana Quest, the second half was more interesting with Rappa's backstory. Even with Amphorius, later parts have been better. Well, I think with Amphorius, I can kind of argue that Amphorius, like 3.4 was really good, but it wouldn't have been as good if it just launched directly into 3.4. Like Amphorius did require some setup for you to interact with the characters. So even though we found 3.4 more enjoyable, I think most people did. Like 3.0 to 3.3, I think there's definitely like a big section where it's just like, because we played through those parts, it made 3.4 mean that much more. Versus if they just like skipped over everyone and the interactions, and then we didn't really bond or knew much about the characters or the world, it wouldn't have felt as meaningful what Finon did and everything. You felt like it's weird that Sparkle is just her music? As Sparkle, we heard her Triller music, and we saw her in the Triller, but she wasn't actually a part of this quest. Sparkle was just there to direct the trailer. I thought when we saw the Sparkle in the teaser video that she would be a part of it somehow, but looks like that's not the case. Imagine you're Xerax and you come back to see your dear trash can, and then you don't even see her once. At least you get to hear her music. Sparkle was there in spirit. Sparkle never found again. Putting all your faith into the Edgerunner collab. I am excited to see how Wuthering Waves does the Cyberpunk collab. According to the collab live action teaser, it sounded like a collab production. Oh, you mean the collab for Fate? It sounded like the collab production process was pretty chaotic. Oh, are you talking about when we had like the employees talk about how they designed the employee teaser? It's so strange how Honkai Impact 3 got a far better collab experience, did they?
有点意思。
You feel like the collab, the trailer was better than the quest as Pyro Ultra? I did enjoy the trailer. Sparkle was Scott all along. 对，花火是负责拍预告 PV， 然而并没有在正片里哦。但我们在玩剧情的时候，至少有听到花火的音乐。Fate event is just a marketing one. At least we have our playable characters. You hope ZZZ does a fighting game collab. I hope ZZZ does a collab too. Speaking of ZZZ, I'm excited for our ZZZ patch in 2 days. Yeah, I remember the message at the end that reflects briefly on the collab. It did make a sound. I think I know what you mean. The end message where it did seem like there was a lot of chaos going on. But Nasu at the end message did say he was generally happy with how things turned out. Maybe he was talking about the first part with Scott and that being chaotic. A Persona collab would be really interesting with ZZZ. And would fit in Persona characters in ZZZ. It fits the vibe. You want your Alice and Yuzu already? Genshin livestream is 30 minutes after Wuthering Waves. Do you have plans to watch? Well, I never saw, and I watched it off stream, but I don't think I watched the ZZZ live stream on stream. I'm looking forward to the auto chess event in ZZZ. You did Fufu story quest yesterday and did a tempo and got her early at 40 pity? Wait, who did Roy pull for? Oh, you got Fufu early at 40ish. Congrats. ZZZ will what EOS if they collab with Persona, because everyone that collabs with Persona EOS. All your Yuzuha and WE mats are ready. Just need the new expert boss after the patch. I see Idons is also excited for Yuzuha. You want a Naruto collab and Genshin make Gohara a Geo Catalyst unit? How did you like the HSR collab? I like the characters. The collab story was fine. I would say it was like below my expectations. As the story went on, it got better and better. The Scott part was fun for the first, I feel like for the first like 20-30 minutes, but I feel like I was in the Scott part for like an hour or two. Because I was reading all the silent dialogue. The silent Scott part took a bit too long. And then I wish it had more Fate elements versus just, it felt like 80-20 HSR Fate. Or maybe even like 90-10 for Starro like content versus Fate. I wish it was more of like a 70-30 or 60-40. Can you give it a rating out of 10 and explain why it's 1? It's definitely not that bad. I feel like overall, my expectations were already, I guess, lowered because I heard other people not liking the quest. Half of it was just Scott's story quest. Not gonna lie, Genshin X Frieren. I would definitely play the Genshin X Frieren collab. I think the latter parts were done pretty well. And my favorite parts were the Saber dialogue scenes. And then the space station part with the Trailblazer was pretty interesting. It wasn't bad, but it was disappointing. I feel like it's definitely above a 5 for me. I don't think it was under 5. The characters themselves, I wish we got to see more Archer. I thought we would at least see like Archer do his chant in the actual story. Saber and Archer are amazing. They feel like 1.0 DPS but with 3.0 damage numbers. And the character designs feel like the 1.0 because the HSR designs are so much more. They add so much extra things. that it makes Archer kind of look like an NPC. You hope Archer joked about Rin a little bit. Archer barely even talked about himself or anything. That's the part that I'm also kind of sad at. We got to hear Saber talk about Britain and her backstory, but Archer didn't really talk about anything. Like, Archer could have been anyone, almost. What Britain says Nick? The Britain in Saber's words. Fun fact, 50-50s are actually 56-44. So I've heard. I would know the pain. I'm on a 9-50-50 lose streak in Star Roll. I haven't won a single 50-50 in the past 7 months. Almost 8 months. I think in the past 8 months. It's almost gonna be a year of me not winning a single 50-50. No more events for rest of patch. I'm looking forward to the ZZZ event. It'll be funny if they talked about the old master a little bit. Yeah, it would have been fun, though maybe people would have been upset that they talk about Rin and then they don't bring Rin. You don't know anything about Archer coming into the collab and you still feel that way after the quest. Archer could have been any random NPC. There's no Britain. Britain is not real. Well, Britain apparently is Finon's homeland. At least we can play Candy Crush. At least there's a bird. That's true. This patch only had 2 events, including Fake Collab. Meanwhile, ZZZ has a lot of events. ZZZ always has a lot of events though. But the ZZZ story usually doesn't take very long. I think Star Rail usually has the longer story and fewer events, and ZZZ has like a shorter story and more events. 一年出来的一次斯科特. I liked how Scott referenced his past animal noises. So now Scott has done the oink, the dog barking, the oink, and now he has done the ribbits from the frog. Every half a year to a year, Scott comes out with a new voice. The collab didn't feel like a collab, just more of Penacony. I felt like a Penacony side quest with some fate elements, fate characters placed in, and then some Saber. Is the collab as bad as you've been hearing? It definitely was not as good as what I was expecting for the Fate collab that I've been looking forward to for the past year. I feel like my overall expectations has been lowered from hearing what everyone has said though. I wouldn't say it's as bad as what I've been hearing. I feel like I enjoyed the story, even though it didn't meet my expectations. I enjoyed the latter parts of the story. Gonna recreate a whole zoo by 10-0. I like the music. I think that was one of the first things I noticed. I think when we first started the quest, they played like the new music. The new BGM was great. The boss music was great when we were fighting our Odie. Odie the big swarm. Yeah, I wish there were like a lot of things I feel like they could have done better. The silence part went long enough for people to start thinking, oh, they just did this to cut costs. That's legit. That's actually what I started thinking though. I did go on for a really long time. Definitely to the point where the thoughts started crossing my mind. I was like, I wonder if they did this to cut costs and still feature the fake characters without having to voice them. Their mistake was announcing it that far back. Yeah, there was like one whole year for people to like hype up the collab and raise their expectations. And the combat music is good. I haven't seen what Sienna and JP said about the collab yet, because I just played through the story. Thank you, Alex One, for the 3-month resub. Happy 3 months. Welcome back. I feel like they could have cut the silence part duration like in half. I don't remember how long the current silence part took, but I feel like they could have decreased that time like in half for the silence portion and still conveyed like the majority of what they wanted to convey during that part with Scott and Mr. Rekka. The cast also knew each other and there's no tension or whatever. Just crazy they had a year for this. And we don't know exactly what went on behind the scenes, but they did choose to announce this collab really early, which I think made everyone have higher expectations too. Zafriel is on voice for the entirety. Only in Valentine's event you have some voices when you obtain the CE. Poor Archer. Archer was actually, for how NPC-ish Archer looks, I feel like he was actually kind of like an NPC in this story. I thought for sure they would give him like some scenes or like some dialogue where he references like some part of his Fate story, but there was like no dialogue or scenes where it really referenced his actual character. Saber got a bunch, but Archer could have been any like Penacony NPC almost. The actual Penacony NPC got a bunch more. The Iris family, Asda. And no chanting in the collab, no dialogue lines for Archer. Announcing a collab doesn't mean they started the production, but it means that people will have higher expectations. I guess that's why he's free. True. Maybe that's why he's free. From an economics perspective and respect to player poll perspective, announcing it early is the way to go. I think announcing it early is helpful for people who want to save up for the collab characters. But I think as a result, people also hyped themselves up for this story. It's okay, at least people started watching Fate for this event, even though the event didn't deliver. I'm sure the people that watch Fate for this event do not regret watching Fate. Fate is a great series. You should watch it if you haven't watched it. It doesn't help. It might make you feel more disappointed about this event. But at least you get to watch a great series. And Fate is good, no regrets. And Scott definitely got a lot more screen time. It felt like during the first 30 to 40% of the story, it was like a mega Scott story quest. You weren't expecting anything, but you still feel let down. I really like Fate. Lancer got shafted. Lancer at least didn't have to sacrifice himself here. I thought they were gonna have Lancer go down the way he usually goes down in Fate. I thought he was gonna just get wrecked like 70% of the way through and then he's gonna be off-screened. Now Lancer didn't actually die, I'm surprised. You better not see Scott for 2 years. I don't mind seeing Scott, but just not as like 30 to 40% of the story of my Fate collab quest. You didn't like adding skip button, but you used this so much during the event. You feel like they didn't have any climatic change in the story. Yeah, for a Fate story, I definitely expected more. At least the fact that they went with this collab made you watch Fate. I'm glad that some of you actually watched Fate for this. Hope you enjoyed watching the series, even if you didn't enjoy the quest. You never want to see him again. In comparison, Shift Up announced they delayed the main story of Nikkei. Wait, really? To quality ensure the Stellar Blade collab. Wow. And everyone is okay with it since it was very good. That is interesting to know that like different companies and different developers make decisions to delay stories. You would have put Kyurei in the story. That would have been really nice. There wasn't really... The other thing about the story was there wasn't really anything that was like surprising in a good way. As like a Fate watcher. Maybe the Saber dialogue part? Kind of like how when we played through the Penacony story, they did add in like some parts for the Honkai Impact 3 players for like Acheron, and then Acheron's like backstory. It's kind of like the Easter, there was like a little bit of Easter eggs for those of you who played Honkai Impact 3. But there wasn't really any like Easter eggs that made you feel excited or feel kind of like you benefited from watching Fate, even if it was like a small portion. Thank you, Maple, for the hydrate. Sidon says you maintain basically 90% of it had no reason to be related to Fate. Yeah, they could have just had Mr. Odie, the old Odie, gather people together with like a different ruse. It didn't really have much to do with the Holy Grail, in the sense that it wasn't really like a Grail War. The servants, I guess there was Scott and Assassin, but there wasn't really much of it that actually was resembling like the actual essence of the Holy Grail War. It was kind of like a different twist of like, oh, there's like this bad guy, there's old OT, and then we're gonna band together against him. And the last boss is a bug. Let me drink some water. Star Rail, I think from the beginning felt like a game where they try to put in a lot of effort to the story, and the story is like a huge part of HSR, but on the other, besides the story, it is a game that's meant to be like lower maintenance. Hence there's not a lot of events, everything is auto for the most part. It's just the story takes a really long time, though now they added in the skip button. So now people can more easily skip through and breeze through the story. I wonder who the next 5-star is. If it will be our 5-star march. 5-star Danghun. 5-star of our express crew. No, says Nick. Watch it be Lancer. I was gonna say Lancer doesn't look like a 5-star, but I feel like Lancer's drip honestly looks more 5-star-ish than Archer. Lancer actually looks pretty good. When we saw him in the story, he looks like more decked out than Archer. It's gonna be male for sure, says Roy. Wait, where is Lancer? Is he over? Is he in here? Oh, he is over here. I see people are telling me to look around for Lancer. Lancer, I feel like his outfit looks like a 2.0 outfit. Maybe like not so much the colors, but I guess his hair. They both look. His hair and eyes look more non-NPC-ish. His outfit's not that special, but it looks pretty cool. Our two male characters. Lancer looks like he's from Bellabach. He looks like he could be like Shampoo, probably because of the hair color. It makes me think about Shampoo. He does look like he could be from Bellabach. He looks like Luca. He does kind of look like one of our Bellabach characters. 5-star Shampoo. He sold the grill to Odie. We really want the Destruction MC to get a buff. We always get the bad cinematics. We'll probably end up getting another free Dr. Ratio. We've gotten a free Ratio. We got a free Rame or Luocha, and then we got a free Archer. I think we have a chance to get a free 5-star female character. You don't think Archer looks like an NPC? It's really just his eyes. His eyes really look NPC-ish. But I think it's just back when Fate came out. They didn't have like the fancy character designs. Thank you, Smudgety, for resubscribing with Prime. Happy 25 months! Thank you for the 25 months of support. Do you think Bellabog might have been a better set for Fate collab? I think story-wise it makes more sense for it to be in Penacony with the whole wishes and the dream theme. But But I agree with what Sidon said earlier about how it felt like the most of the collab didn't really have to do. It didn't really need, and it didn't really tie that much to the actual Holy Grail and Fate. It could have been like anything else. You're still hyped for the free unit end of the year. I'm curious to find out what the free unit will be. Let's go to Penacony and find the NPC who looks like him. If they're going to give a female character, then we'll give it out as a final reward of the spending event. I guess it depends on how... I'm curious to see how much money the 3.4 made. Depends on how they're doing financially, perhaps. You saw people saying it's Danhen, but you're not sure. A free SP Danhen for the next Danhen transformation. If more 5 stars means no 4 stars, you're okay with that? Because our free 5 stars basically replaced the previous 4 stars. Freeze Slacker Danhan's new form might be the one, perhaps. They will give us Nanook for free. You feel like that's not even free? I should be canon to get the new form. We didn't get the Luocha Danhan for free. We had to pull him, and he's no longer useful. And it baited people to pull Sparkle, who wasn't very useful for the longest time. We can expect 5-star Mimi. I saw some people coping and saying we're gonna get Siren for free. Siren's a character I feel like a lot of people will pull for, so there's no way they would give out a Siren for free. That's insane, Cope, says Nick. Getting Elijah for free is like actually dreams. Holy, give me some of that. Let a man cope, says Asura. I wonder if there is something where they can only give out male free units. I think it's time to end stream for today. The Fate collab was longer. It took longer than I imagined. It's probably because I read out everything during the silent portion. You think people getting a job is more realistic than to rely on a free cope? Well, you don't realize... Well, I guess you do realize, but it's much easier to rely on the free cope than it is to get a job. You just realized all the frees are males? Idons also pointed out earlier, but we could get a free female character. You could choose to trade for Rame for free. So it's not true that it's only free male characters, because a bunch of people redeemed Rame from the free Rame or Luocha. So there is a non-zero chance that they can give out a female character, but the chances are probably low. Males are free so that male-only players that save up can spend on something else. And the ones given directly were all male, that is true. Shangliang, Wuthering Waves, Haru, and ZZZ Archer ratio. Because they know people pull for the female characters. Claimer free Elijah, first come first serve, only limited copies for locking in within the first minute. And this one, people with waifu accounts couldn't skip, but people already pointed out you couldn't, like previously you couldn't have a female only account because you needed to claim Danhen as part of the story. Thank you to everyone for joining in today for the Fate collab story playthrough watch along. The story definitely didn't live up to my expectations, but I felt like it was better than what some people were making it out to be. I think I enjoyed especially the latter parts of the story. I enjoyed it as like a Star Rail event story, but I didn't really enjoy it as a Fate collab story. But if I shift my mentality, then it wasn't a bad story. I like the Misha part at the very end with Pom Pom a lot too. But as a Fate story, I did feel like I expected a lot more. It's a free story content, not a paid DLC. It's not bad or terrible, but felt low effort for a super hyped collab. I was decent for an event quest. I enjoyed the Scott voiceovers. The various VAs for Scott did a really great job. Yeah, as a Fate fan, the story was definitely lacking. But with no like Fate background, or if this was just announced as like a random HSR story, I felt like it was a decent one. But even then, I feel like in both worlds, like the silent part went on for a bit too long. But minus the really long silent portion, which I wonder if they only did that though because of the Fate collab. Like if it was a regular event quest, maybe there wouldn't have been that much silent portion because the VAs could have voiced it. But because it was like a Fate collab, they wanted to include the Fate characters more, but then they didn't want to voice it all. At least that was what I think some people also mentioned, and what crossed my mind for why there was such a huge section of the silenced part in the collab. But hope all of you enjoyed the Fate characters, at least. Yeah, I did feel like the Scott part was like half of the story. At first, I honestly thought it was gonna be like the whole story, and I was like, how did the Fate story turn into like a Scott story? I thought I was doing the Fate quest, not the Scott character story, even though I like Scott, but you could have just advertised it as like a Scott story. Luckily, you're not a huge Fate fan. Hope all of you have a great start to Monday. I will be back when the ZZZ patch releases. Excited to pull for our Yuzuha and check out the new ZZZ story. Scott's the secret MC. Thank you for joining into our slightly different stream schedule. Because I fell asleep yesterday. But good luck with work to those of you that have work later. You just chimed in. You can tune in tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If you're not in the Discord, come join the Discord for notifications on stream and other super helpful information like the Gacha calendar. Whenever I need to schedule something for ahead, I tune into the Gacha calendar channel. And then I look at all the dates for like when the upcoming patches are and then the releases. And I'm like, oh, it's really useful for planning the future schedule. Thank you to mods for joining in and helping out. Let's find someone to raid on Twitch. Thank you to those for joining in on YouTube. Hope you have a great rest of your day.